wisdom you don't fully understand yet? Have your dreams become more vivid, even prophetic? Are you beginning to feel disconnected from things that once mattered deeply to you, but now seem hollow and empty? That's not a coincidence. That's spiritual preparation. What if I told you that April 2025 is not just another month, but a holy marker in heaven's calendar, etched with your name on it, a divine moment that God has appointed just for you? This isn't symbolic. It's sacred. This is your crossing point, your turning season, the beginning of everything you've been patiently waiting for. You see, while the world descends into chaos, God is positioning His chosen ones, quietly, carefully, and strategically. While others are filled with fear, you are being filled with vision. While many question everything, you're starting to see clearly. Why? Because you've been chosen to carry something far greater than the world can understand. And this message is part of your activation. Some will hear this and scroll past. Others will mock it or dismiss it. But you felt something the moment this video started, didn't you? That sudden spark in your chest. That feeling like something is about to be revealed. That is not your imagination. That is your spirit bearing witness. April 2025 is not just a date. It's a destiny shift. And in just a few moments, I'm going to reveal why this moment has been reserved just for you. The 3 unmistakable signs that prove you are among the 3 chosen, and the urgent steps God is asking you to take now to prepare for the outpouring of clarity, abundance, and divine purpose that's about to flood your life. You've felt the delays. You've wrestled with silence. You've watched doors remain shut while others moved ahead. But everything, yes, everything you've endured was leading to this. What if the waiting wasn't punishment but protection? What if the silence wasn't absence but alignment? Keep watching. You're about to find out why April 2025 has been written in heaven as the moment your story changes forever. God's chosen ones, April 2025, will change your life forever. This is God's message. Have you felt it deep within your bones lately? That mysterious pull in your spirit that refuses to be silenced? It's not anxiety, and it's not imagination. It's a holy stirring that whispers to your soul in the stillness of the night. Have you noticed yourself questioning long-held beliefs, sensing that something beneath the surface is shifting? It's as if your soul is already living in the next chapter, even though your mind is still trying to catch up. That's not confusion, it's alignment, it's preparation. You, God's chosen one, are not imagining things. There's something sacred about this moment. April 2025 isn't just another page on the calendar. It's a divine appointment that was etched into God's heavenly timeline long before your earthly birth. This moment was prophesied over your life in silence, and now it's preparing to be shouted from the heavens. When was the last time you felt unmistakably seen by God? Not merely encouraged by a sermon, not temporarily uplifted by a quote online, but truly and undeniably known. When was the last time you didn't just hope something would shift, but you knew in the depths of your spirit that heaven was about to open and pour out miracles in your direction? Could it be that this deep sense of expectancy you're carrying is heaven's confirmation? April in the spiritual realm is symbolic of resurrection and divine rebirth. Just as Jesus rose in the spring, defeating death and restoring life to all who believe, this season is carrying that same resurrection power into your life. And what about the year? 2025 is not a coincidence. The number 5 biblically represents grace, unearned, overflowing, undeserved favor. Multiplied, it becomes a number of divine order and kingdom alignment. This isn't numerology. This is sacred scriptural mathematics. Could it be that God is revealing hidden messages not through words alone, but through time, numbers, and seasons? Think about Ecclesiastes 3:1, where the word reminds us, "To everything there is every purpose under heaven." This isn't just poetry, it's prophecy, it's your reality. Your recent restlessness isn't random. Your inability to sleep isn't simply stress. What if the interruptions in your sleep have been heaven's downloads, divine blueprints being written into your spirit while the world sleeps? Those recurring numbers you keep seeing, 111, 444, 777, they're not meaningless. They're spiritual signposts, heaven's coordinates guiding you toward your purpose. In Genesis, God spoke to people in dreams. Joseph saw visions that later saved nations. Are your dreams now trying to tell you something sacred about your assignment? And what about the shifts happening around you? People you once trusted seem distant. Places where you once felt belonging now feel foreign. Careers that defined your identity are suddenly losing their color. Is this a crisis, or could it be divine transition? God is not just changing your scenery, He's changing your entire orbit. You may feel like you're losing, but you are being separated for elevation. What looks like subtraction is actually preparation for multiplication. In John 15:2, Jesus says, "Every branch that does bear fruit, He prunes, so that it may bear more fruit." This pruning is not rejection, it's protection. God is removing what can't go with you into your next level. Let me speak directly to your heart now. Every sleepless night where your tears soaked the pillow, every whispered prayer that seemed to echo in silence, overlooked, none of it was in vain. Not one moment was wasted. The fire didn't come to burn you, it came to refine you. You weren't being punished, you were being forged. Like David tending sheep before he fought Goliath, your hidden seasons were building warrior strength. Like Moses in the wilderness before he led a nation, your solitude was sacred schooling. Could it be that what felt like delay was actually God preparing you to carry the weight of the blessing? Even great minds of our time have felt this kind of divine push. Steve Harvey, the beloved comedian and television host, once shared how he was homeless and sleeping in his car before his breakthrough came. He said, "Your setback is a setup for your comeback." Isn't that what God has been doing in your life all along? Setting you up for a return so glorious, only He can get the credit. And now, listen closely. This is the moment you've been praying for, chosen one. As the prophet Jeremiah recorded in 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." That future isn't far off anymore. It begins in April 2025. Do you feel the shift in the atmosphere? Can you sense that the silence is about to be broken? The heaviness is about to lift. The waiting is nearly over. What if everything you've endured wasn't leading to breakdown, but breakthrough? You have been positioned, refined, and prepared. April 2025 will not simply be another month. It will be your divine launch. Your name, your mission, your light, it's all being unveiled. This is the moment when heaven declares you are ready. For many of you watching, the past season has felt like a spiritual winter, cold, barren, and motionless. You've wandered through days that felt lifeless, nights that felt endless, and prayers that seemed unanswered. But hear this, that winter is coming to an end. April 2025 is not just a date, it is your spiritual springtime. Can you sense it? New life is budding beneath the surface. What once appeared dead, hopes, relationships, opportunities, is now on the brink of resurrection. Could it be that what you thought was over was only dormant, waiting for divine timing to bloom? This isn't poetic language to make you feel better. This is truth. This is your reality. Some of you already feel the shift, like a buildup of pressure you can't quite explain. Something in your chest, your gut, your soul, telling you something big is about to break open. That's not anxiety. That's divine anticipation. Your spirit already knows what your natural mind has yet to catch up with. It's like how a mother senses labor approaching even before the first contraction hits. Your breakthrough is crowning. Remember the Israelites. They wandered through the wilderness for 40 years, stuck in cycles of waiting, doubt, and survival. But then, seemingly overnight, everything changed. In Joshua 1:11, God commanded Joshua to tell the people, "Get your provisions ready. 3 days from now, you will cross the Jordan here to go in and take possession of the land the Lord your God is giving you." That moment marked the end of their wandering and the beginning of their inheritance. Your Jordan moment is almost here, and its name is April 2025. But don't misinterpret this shift as mere blessing. What's coming isn't just favor, it's a sacred assignment. God is not preparing you for luxury, but for legacy. He's not elevating you to relax, but to reign. You've been praying for open doors, but are you ready for what's on the other side of the glory He's about to reveal through your life? There is a weight that comes with favor. With elevation comes responsibility. With spiritual access comes the call to spiritual alertness. In this divine moment, while the world is lulled to sleep by distraction, you're being called to watch. While others are scrolling endlessly, you're being summoned to pray. While some are complaining about what's not working, you're being trained to prepare for what's coming. Are you ready to step into the purpose God is trusting you with? Ask yourself this question, not with fear, but with honesty. Have I been faithful with the little? Have I stewarded the quiet seasons well enough for God to trust me with the storm of abundance that's approaching? Luke 16:10 reminds us, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." So again, are you ready for what heaven is about to release into your life? I know some of you are weary. You've waited so long that the promise started to feel like a dream fading in the distance. You've cried silent tears, wondered if you misheard God, doubted whether the vision would ever come to life. But that discouragement, that creeping doubt, it wasn't born in you, it was planted. The enemy has seen what's forming before you've seen it yourself, and he's been throwing distractions, discouragement, and delay at you, not because you're weak, but because he knows how powerful you are about to become. It's like the moment before a dam breaks. The pressure intensifies. You're not breaking down, you're building up. That pressure you feel in your chest, the tightness in your soul, the unrest that refuses to settle. That's your spirit, standing at the edge of your destiny. Can you feel it? You're standing on sacred ground, moments away from divine fulfillment. Even those in the spotlight have experienced this kind of spiritual edge. Tyler Perry, a world-renowned filmmaker and playwright, once shared how he spent years writing plays that no one showed up for, until suddenly the breakthrough came. He said, while you're waiting, you're being built. That's what God has been doing with you. Every no, every rejection, every silent season, it was God fortifying you. Now, hear me clearly. This message isn't just another feel-good encouragement. It's a divine dispatch, your heavenly alert system activating. The countdown has already begun. The shift in the spirit realm is already underway. And what happens depends on whether you're in position to receive it. Will you be caught off guard or fully prepared? In the next few moments, I'm going to walk you through 3 prophetic signs that confirm you are among God's chosen ones for this appointed time. And I'll reveal the essential preparation steps you must take now. Steps that will determine whether you walk into your inheritance boldly or let it pass you by. Are you ready to receive what you were born for? Stay with me. What we're about to hear will transform the way you see every season of your life, past, present, and future. April 2025 is not just a fresh start. It is the long-awaited moment where everything starts to make sense, where the tears, the waiting, the wilderness, and the warfare all come together to unveil your divine purpose. Let me speak directly to your spirit now. Yes, you, the one who has always felt different, out of place, like you were walking to the rhythm of a drum no one else could hear. You've moved through life sensing that there was something more, something deeper tugging at the core of your being. From childhood, you've noticed things others didn't. You've felt emotions that had no words. You've carried burdens that didn't seem to belong to someone your age. And yet, despite all of this, you never gave up. Have you ever wondered why you couldn't just settle for a normal life? That feeling wasn't delusion. It wasn't wishful thinking. It was your spiritual DNA responding to the frequency of your divine assignment. Like a compass drawn toward true north, your soul has always known that your existence has purpose beyond the visible. You were marked, not marked by man, but by heaven itself. When God forms the average person, he whispers them into existence. But when he forms one of his chosen vessels, he shouts into the universe, not with noise, but with power. Your life was announced in the spiritual realm long before you ever took your first breath. You weren't merely born, you were sent. And the enemy knew it. He recognized your spiritual identity even before you did. That's why your journey has been anything but easy. That's why your battles have been heavier than most. While others coasted, you climbed. While some were celebrated, you were isolated. Why? Because hell always attacks what heaven has anointed. Consider Moses. He spent 40 years hidden in the wilderness, not celebrated, not leading, but forgotten. It seemed like a detour, even a failure, but it wasn't wasted time. It was training ground. One day he was a shepherd. The next, he was standing before Pharaoh. One moment he was holding a staff, and the next, he was parting the Red Sea. That's how quickly God promotes those he's prepared in secret. Could it be that your years of invisibility were actually years of preparation? Then there's Joseph, a young man with dreams, betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, thrown into prison, and left to rot. But behind the scenes, God was orchestrating every moment. What looked like rejection was divine positioning, and in just one day, he went from a prisoner to second in command over all Egypt. Can you imagine how confused Joseph must have been through all the pain until the moment it all made sense? That's what April 2025 represents for you. The season when the pain finds its purpose, when the waiting finds its why, when the hidden becomes the highlighted. You are stepping into a Joseph-level elevation. And what about Queen Esther, an orphan girl, an outsider, no royal lineage, and yet God placed her in a palace, not for luxury, but for legacy. Mordecai's words in Esther 4:14 echo into your spirit now. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? That wasn't just a statement, it was a spiritual summons. Can you feel that? April 2025 is your such a time as this moment. But let me ask you, have you ever wondered why your challenges have been so uniquely difficult? Why your spirit is so sensitive? Why your dreams sometimes feel more real than waking life? It's because you are no ordinary vessel. And extraordinary anointing requires extraordinary endurance. God has been strengthening you, not to break you, but to build you into a carrier of glory. Every time you were rejected, God was refining you. Every tear you cried alone, heaven recorded it. Every time you were misunderstood, it was sharpening your discernment. Every delay, it was divine alignment. Ordinary people collapse under pressure, but chosen ones are formed. Now look around you. The world is unraveling. Families are fragmented. Division is deepening, churches are asleep, and ancient wisdom is being pushed aside. Elders, God's seasoned vessels of truth, are being silenced. But you were not placed in this time to watch it all burn. You were called to ignite a different kind of fire, a fire of revival, of restoration, of righteous reformation. You weren't born to fit in. You were born to stand out. You weren't created to imitate. You were created to initiate. While others conform to the world, you are called to transform it. There is a quote from civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that reflects this perfectly. He once said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." You have been prepared to stand in this kind of moment, not with fear, but with fire in your spirit. And the source of that fire, not your own might, not human power, but as Zechariah 4:6 declares, "Not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty." That is how the chosen rise, not through fame, fortune, or force, but through the quiet strength of the Holy Spirit moving through them. So now the question is, will you answer this call? Will you step into the assignment that has been chasing you all your life? The awakening has already begun, and April 2025 will be the month when your purpose goes from hidden to revealed, from whispered to declared. April 2025 marks more than a date. It is the divine intersection where everything God has deposited in you meets the very reason you were born. This is the sacred moment when all your waiting, your tears, your trials, and your spiritual training begin to converge into visible purpose. Can you feel the pull in your soul, the stirrings you've experienced lately, the sudden recall of scriptures you didn't even study recently, the unexplainable prayers flowing from a depth you never knew existed? Those are not coincidences. They are spiritual downloads directly from the throne room of heaven. Heaven has been tuning your spirit like a master musician tunes a harp, each note precise, each string aligned, for the glorious symphony that's about to erupt. Think of David. When the prophet Samuel poured oil over his head in 1 Samuel 16, David didn't immediately ascend the throne. He wasn't handed a crown or placed in a palace. He went back to tending sheep. Nothing looked different on the outside, but in the spirit, everything had changed. He had been anointed years before he was appointed. The oil marked him long before the throne welcomed him. And you've already been anointed. You've been carrying oil while others only chase titles. April 2025 is the moment your hidden anointing meets divine appointment. But this brings forth a question that should pierce you to your core. Will you be ready? When your name is called in the Spirit, will you respond prepared or distracted? Will you be like the 5 wise virgins in Matthew 25 who kept oil in their lamps for the bridegroom's arrival? Or will you be among the 5 foolish virgins who missed their moment, not because they weren't chosen, but because they weren't ready? Every sunrise between now and April 2025 is a holy invitation. Every morning you wake up is heaven handing you another opportunity to align your spirit with your destiny. Don't dismiss your daily prayers. They are not routine. They are rehearsals for revelation. Every scripture you meditate on is not just encouragement. It's spiritual fuel, fortifying your soul for the battles and breakthroughs ahead. You are not just surviving these days. You are being sharpened by them. This divine moment isn't about material prosperity, though blessings will come. It's not about personal comfort, though peace will accompany you. This is about kingdom purpose, your unique role in heaven's unfolding plan on earth. You were crafted with precision, not just to live, but to liberate. You were chosen to confront and shatter generational curses that plagued your bloodline for decades. You were created to reclaim territory the enemy tried to steal from your family. Can you see it now? That what you thought was random pain was actually divine positioning. Ask yourself, why did you survive that illness? Why did you make it through that heartbreak? Why were you spared when others weren't? Why are you still here when logic says you shouldn't be? It's not luck, it's legacy. God preserved you because the wisdom, faith, and endurance you've cultivated are critical to this next move of God. You are not past your prime, you are entering your purpose. The enemy has tried to convince you that your best days are behind you, but God is just getting started. Isaiah 46. 4 shatters every lie about your age, your timeline, or your strength. Even to your old age and grey hairs, I am He. I am He who will sustain you. I have made you, and I will carry you. I will sustain you, and I will rescue you. God doesn't discard the seasoned. He empowers them. History proves it too. Consider Colonel Harlan Sanders, founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken. He launched his global empire in his 60s after decades of failure. Why? Because purpose doesn't expire with age. It activates when the time is right. Could it be that your right time is finally arriving? Look around you. The world feels darker than ever. Divided, distracted, disconnected. Families are under siege. Truth is being traded for trends. The church has grown lukewarm, but the darkness isn't winning. It's simply making its last desperate stand. The light is rising, and you are part of that light. You weren't born to cower in the shadows. You were born to pierce the darkness. Romans 8:19 declares, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." That scripture wasn't speaking about a vague future generation. It was talking about you. You are the one creation has been waiting for, and the time of revealing, your awakening, is almost here. April 2025 is the appointed hour when the sleeping giants, the chosen ones like you who've been forged in secret, finally rise from their slumber. It is the moment when heaven calls you by name, not to merely observe, but to occupy. Will you be among them? Will you recognize the call when it comes? Will you have oil in your lamp when the bridegroom arrives? Stay with me. What I'm about to reveal will show you exactly what's coming in this divine appointment, and why the way you prepare in these coming weeks will determine how powerfully God moves through you when April arrives. Chosen one, I need you to lean in closely, because what I'm about to share isn't just knowledge. It's a divine revelation meant for your spirit in this exact moment. The trials you've been enduring, the confusion clouding your mind, the heaviness pressing on your heart, none of it is random. And no, it's not a punishment. It is the final spiritual challenge, the one that comes right before breakthrough. Have you felt it? That intense, almost unbearable sense of isolation, as if even those you love the most suddenly feel miles away, emotionally or spiritually. Have you looked around and felt like no one truly understands what you're carrying or what you're going through? Maybe you've been betrayed by people you believed would never turn their back on you. Maybe the fog in your mind has been so thick you've questioned if you're even thinking clearly anymore. And maybe, just maybe, you've sat in the quiet and wondered, God, have I lost my mind, or have I just lost my way? But hear this truth. These aren't signs of abandonment. They are divine confirmation that you are standing at the threshold of something extraordinary. What you're experiencing is the pressure that precedes the push, like the tension before a baby is born, like the storm that rolls through just before the clouds part. April 2025 is the moment everything begins to change. But to enter it fully, you must first pass through the narrow gate. This pattern has repeated throughout Scripture. No chosen one ever stepped into greatness without first walking. Joseph was thrown into a pit by his brothers, sold into slavery, wrongfully imprisoned and forgotten. But those painful chapters were not wasted. They were the prelude to promotion. He went from prison to prime minister in a day. David, anointed to be king, spent years hiding in caves and running for his life before he ever sat on the throne. And Jesus himself, He faced Gethsemane. He sweat blood. He cried out in anguish. That moment in the garden was not weakness. It was spiritual warfare. And after it, resurrection, glory, redemption. So let me ask you, why would the enemy come after you so relentlessly if you weren't carrying something powerful? Why would spiritual warfare intensify unless your destiny posed a threat to the kingdom of darkness? Don't waste bullets. He only fires at what frightens him. Could it be that the level of your current battle is directly tied to the magnitude of your coming breakthrough? When the pressure increases, it is not a sign that God has walked away. It is evidence that the enemy sees what's approaching, and he's terrified. Terrified of what will happen when you walk fully in your calling. Terrified of your voice, your anointing, your obedience. This is why the confusion is swirling, the attacks feel personal, and your peace feels under siege. But do not forget the promise God spoke through Jeremiah in 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Yet many forget the context of that verse. God didn't give us in a moment of peace. He gave it after telling his people they would endure 70 years of exile. The comfort came after the discomfort. The breakthrough came through the battle, not apart from it. So ask yourself, are you willing to keep trusting even when the promise is delayed? Right now, you may be walking through what some spiritual teachers call the dark night of the soul, a deep, agonizing spiritual wilderness where nothing feels certain, where God seems silent, where your sense of purpose feels shaken, and where your prayers seem to vanish into thin air. This place isn't for the faint of heart. It is the sacred furnace where the strongest souls are forged. The dark night isn't about punishment, it's about purging. It strips you of the illusions, comforts, and false securities that once held you. It leaves you bare, yes, but only so God can clothe you with something eternal. Have your dreams seemed distant? Has your faith been tested like never before? That is not weakness. Let's be painfully honest. Many people never make it out of this place. When the fire gets too hot, they turn back. When the silence gets too loud, they settle for distractions. When the pain of becoming feels unbearable, they choose comfort over calling. But you're still here, still seeking, still believing, even when it hurts, even when it doesn't make sense. And that, chosen one, is not coincidence. That is confirmation. You're still standing because your spirit knows something your mind can't yet articulate, that your life was designed for more. You're still listening because deep down, you know this most pressure, this pain is producing something sacred. And here's something powerful to remember. Diamonds are made under pressure. Gold is refined by fire. And true warriors are trained in silence. Even outside of Scripture, great leaders have walked through their own dark nights before rising to global influence. Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa, spent 27 years in prison. He once said, "I am not a saint unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying." Mandela's prison wasn't the end. It was the place where he was prepared to lead a nation. Could it be that your wilderness, like his, is not the end of your story, but the beginning of your reign? Chosen one, your final challenge is not to fight harder. It is to stand firmer, to trust deeper, to believe when it's hardest to believe. Because what's coming in April 2025 isn't just another chapter. It is the chapter when heaven says, "Well done. Step forward. You're ready." Look at your life with spiritual eyes for a moment. Don't just observe the surface, peer beneath it. Have certain relationships recently dissolved without warning? People you thought would be in your life forever suddenly vanished, turned cold, or drifted away. That isn't rejection. That's spiritual pruning. It's God removing attachments that were only meant to walk with you up to a certain point, not into your divine calling. Could it be that these disconnections aren't loss, but protection? And what about your finances? Are you finding yourself in a tighter season than ever before? Maybe you're working just as hard or harder, but the provision feels limited. That's not punishment, that's refinement. It's God drawing your dependency away from the resource so you can recognize the source. He's training your trust. He's purifying your motives. Do you believe that Jehovah Jireh, the God who provided manna in the desert, can still meet your needs, even when the account says otherwise? And if your health has come under attack, if your body feels weak, your energy inconsistent, and the doctors can't explain the symptoms, consider this: you may be experiencing a spiritual awakening. Sometimes the body cries out when the spirit is going through transformation. Could it be that God is leading you to discover a strength that surpasses physical endurance? A resilience anchored not in your muscles, but in your faith. Chosen one, I need you to understand something that could completely transform how you view your current situation. When life becomes the most difficult, it is often because heaven is about to open. The pain you're feeling isn't random, it's the sound of destiny being birthed. You've heard the phrase, "The darkest hour is just before the dawn." That isn't just poetic, it's prophetic. The greatest spiritual warfare often comes right before the greatest spiritual release. The most violent contractions come moments before delivery. The most chaotic storm breaks just before the skies clear. What if your current chaos is just the shaking that happens before a miracle settles in? David, the shepherd king, understood this intimately. In Psalm 23 he wrote, "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death." He never said he would stay there. He didn't say he would build a house there. He said he would walk through it. Could it be that this valley you're facing isn't your final address, but your pathway to elevation? Jesus, too, was brutally honest about the struggles of this life. In John 16:33, he said, "In this world you will have trouble." He never sugarcoated it, but he didn't stop there. He followed it with, "But take heart, I have overcome the world." He wasn't just offering comfort, he was offering victory. You were never promised a pain-free path, but you were promised a purposeful one. Let me challenge you to pause, right here, right now, take a breath, reflect on how far you've come, and ask yourself, are my troubles truly signs of defeat, or are they simply the last test before triumph? What if the pain you're experiencing is a proving ground for the miracle you've been praying for? Close your eyes for a moment if you're able, and let's enter into a moment of surrender together. Not forced, not performative, just you and your Creator. Pray with me now. Lord, I am ready. I lay down my questions, my doubts, my fears. I stop trying to control what was never mine to manage. If this pain is preparation, I will not resist it. If this struggle is meant to strengthen me, I will embrace it. Reveal to me, Holy Spirit, what still needs to be refined in my heart. Show me what to release, what to restore, and what to realign. I choose faith over fear, surrender over striving. I am yours. I am chosen. I am ready. In Jesus' name, amen. Do you feel that shift? That peace washing over you like warm oil? That stillness in your spirit? That is not emotional hype. It is not manipulation. It is spiritual confirmation. Your soul recognizes when it hears truth. It stands to attention when heaven speaks. But be warned, the enemy is watching too, and right now he is desperate. He wants to convince you that nothing is changing. He whispers lies in your ear. You've wasted your time. Your prayers went unheard. Your faith is foolish. But let me ask you, would he be fighting you this hard if you weren't on the verge of your divine moment? You've come too far to give up now. You've endured too much to walk away at the edge of breakthrough. Don't you see it? The finish line is in sight. The angels are aligning. Heaven is opening. And April 2025, It's not just another page in your journal. It is the month your obedience becomes reward. The month your hidden years are finally revealed. The month your name echoes through the halls of heaven. Well done, good and faithful servant. Chosen one, take a deep breath, because what you're about to receive is not theory. It's not wishful thinking. It is divine revelation meant specifically for this moment in your life. You've come through the fire. You've endured the wilderness. And now you're standing at the edge of something so significant, so heaven-ordained, that even the atmosphere around you can feel it. April 2025 isn't just approaching, it's calling your name. It's the moment when what's been hidden will be revealed, when the things written with your name in heaven's archives begin to manifest on earth. The blessings already scripted in the spiritual realm are waiting, but they are only released to those who pass the final test. Those who remain steadfast when quitting would be easier. Those who lean into faith when fear is louder. Those who still worship when they don't understand the delay. Are you one of them? Are you among the remnant who will walk through fire and come out not only surviving, but glowing with God's glory? The hour is late. Preparation is nearly complete. The trumpet of heaven is sounding. Are you truly ready to answer the call? This final test, it isn't designed to break you, but to reveal you. It will prove to heaven, to earth, and yes, even to your enemies, that your faith isn't built on shifting sands, but on the rock-solid truth of God's word. Every sleepless night, every lonely prayer, every whispered cry of "God, have you forgotten me?" it was never ignored. It was preparation for something so magnificent, your earthly mind has struggled to grasp it. Let me be clear. April 2025 was written into your destiny before you even took your first breath. Psalm 139 verse 16 says, "All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be." That means your coming elevation is not accidental, it's scheduled. What you've endured didn't delay your promise, it qualified you for it. So pause, look up. If you've made it this far, despite everything the enemy threw at you, then this word is for you. April 2025 will unlock doors you've been knocking on for decades. It will resurrect prayers you've silently buried because hope felt too painful. It will heal wounds you stopped even trying to explain. Wounds that shaped your identity. But the question is not if God will move. He is moving. The real question is, will you be ready for what He's about to release? This next season isn't about trying harder. It's about being aligned. It's about having eyes to see and ears to hear. April 2025 marks a sacred crossroads in the Spirit. The veil between have ever been in your lifetime. And what does that mean for you? It means everything. Your spiritual senses are going to awaken with shocking intensity. That still small voice you've occasionally heard in prayer, it's about to become undeniable. The quiet nudges in your heart, they'll become crystal clear direction. You won't just hope anymore, you'll know. This is what the prophet Joel declared in Joel 2:28. "In the last days I will pour out my spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions." That's not just poetic language. That is your inheritance, chosen one. Let's be real. Have you felt spiritually numb lately? Like you've been drifting through devotion, reading scripture that feels dry, praying words that don't seem to reach past the ceiling? That ends now. April 2025 is when the dam breaks and the fire falls. You won't need to force encounters with God. They will come looking for you. Remember young Samuel. In 1 Samuel 3, he heard the voice of God calling him, but he didn't recognize it until Eli taught him how to respond. That's been your experience. You've heard the call, but haven't always known what to do with it. But now, just as Eli instructed, go lie down, and when you hear his voice again, say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." because he's about to speak more clearly than ever before. And what about your finances? Let's talk plainly. God never designed for his chosen to live in perpetual struggle. You were not meant to spend your life paycheck to paycheck, always worried about what's next. April 2025 brings a supernatural shift in your financial atmosphere. Malachi 3:10 contains a challenge and a promise. Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse. Test me in this, says the Lord Almighty, and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that you will not have room enough to store it. Have you been faithful with little? Have you trusted when logic told you not to? Your current strain hasn't been judgment, it's been testing. God has been watching how you steward the scarce before he releases the supernatural surplus. But this blessing isn't about luxury, it's about legacy. It's not for comfort, it's for your commission. God is opening up the resources of heaven because your mission is expanding. Kingdom work requires kingdom provision. Write this truth on your heart. April 2025 is when divine alignment explodes into motion. People you've never met will suddenly appear. Kingdom connections will form in moments, not years. Some relationships will be supernaturally restored, while others will be permanently released. Don't mourn what doesn't return. Celebrate the space it creates. Your loneliness. It wasn't abandonment, it was divine insulation. God kept certain people away, not to punish you, but to protect your purpose. He knew their presence would drain your energy, distort your identity, and delay your destiny. But now, you're stepping into divine relationships, ones that reflect God's heart, ones that sharpen your purpose, ones that align with your assignment. Isaiah 43:19 declares with thunderous clarity, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland." The wilderness of isolation ends. The drought of shallow connections is breaking. God is sending streams of living water in the form of relationships that reflect heaven's blueprint for your life. Chosen one, everything is about to shift. The floodgates are opening, the heavens are speaking, and your spirit is awakening. Chosen one, what's coming will take your breath away. Not because it's sudden, but because it's what you've always sensed, yet could never fully name. The most profound shift of all is now within reach, the unlocking of your divine mission. For years, many of you have cried out, "God, why am I here? What's my true purpose?" And though you may have heard whispers in the past, in April 2025 will come with overwhelming clarity. You were never created to merely exist. You weren't sent to earth to simply earn a paycheck, pay bills, and fade quietly into the background. You were crafted with sacred precision, wired with heaven's blueprint, and positioned in this exact generation to ignite transformation, not just in yourself, but in your family, your community, and beyond. Some of you have been carrying dreams like seeds buried in dry soil, seeds of ministries, creative works, businesses, healing missions. In April 2025, the rain comes. Those seeds will burst through the soil with supernatural speed. For others, your very home will become a sanctuary, a healing center for the brokenhearted, a place where prodigals return and miracles are normalized. Your living room will feel more like holy ground than a house. Jesus said in Matthew 5:14-16, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light hasn't gone out. It's simply been covered by circumstance, dimmed by discouragement, but no more. In April 2025, the bushel is removed. The dimmer switch is broken. You will shine. People won't be able to explain why they're drawn to you. It won't be about charisma or charm. It will be your frequency, your alignment with heaven's pulse. Strangers will be drawn to your presence because your presence will carry His. They will sense the fire of purpose in you even before you speak. But let me speak plainly. Not everyone will be ready for this shift. Not everyone will cross the line with you. This divine unlocking is not for the casual, it's for the faithful. It is for those who kept believing when it hurt, who kept praying when the heavens seemed silent, who served with no audience, who remained pure in secret. Ask yourself, have I stayed the course? Have I guarded my heart? Have I been faithful in the hidden seasons? If your answer is yes, then get ready, because April 2025 is not just a new chapter. It is the defining line between who you were and who you're becoming. If your spirit is bearing witness to this word, if you're feeling the confirmation like a fire in your chest, then declare it now, like this message. Share it with someone you know has been waiting for this truth. And in the comments write, I am ready. Let heaven and earth know you're in position, because the countdown has already begun. The gears of heaven are turning, and everything is aligning for the rise of the 144,000. This is bigger than your individual breakthrough. This isn't just about personal elevation. It's about a divine movement that's been prophesied for generations. You are part of it. You are not walking alone. You are not fighting alone. You are part of a sacred remnant, 144,000 chosen ones who are awakening simultaneously across a world desperately in need of light. Revelation 7:3-4 reveals this profound truth. Do not harm the land or the sea or on the foreheads of the servants of our God. Then I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000. These are not metaphorical souls, they are real. They are rising now, and you are one of them. Have you noticed it? That sudden connection with strangers who feel like family? Have you locked eyes with someone in passing and felt an unexplainable knowing you're one of us? That's the beginning of divine recognition. The 144,000 are not just awakening individually. We are beginning to find each other. The frequency is syncing. In April 2025, this spiritual synchronization reaches its prophetic. The pressure you felt, the unusual dreams, the increase in spiritual sensitivity, all of it has been preparing you for this convergence. It's not in your head. It's not coincidence. It's activation. And the enemy? He knows it. That's why the distractions have intensified. That's why division is everywhere. That's why doubt whispers louder than before. Because while a single chosen one can shift atmospheres, 144,000 united in divine power is unstoppable. Look at the world. Systems are collapsing. False idols are falling. Institutions once trusted are crumbling. Hope seems scarce and fear reigns. But don't be dismayed. This isn't chaos. It's labor, the old world about to be born, and you are one of the midwives. April 2025 is your spiritual dawn. The darkness may rage now, but it cannot hold back the sunrise, and you'll recognize your fellow chosen ones by their eyes. Eyes that have seen the fire, eyes that still carry hope. You'll know them by their peace. While others carry panic, they move with unshakable trust. You'll know them by their frequency. They'll speak your soul's language without ever saying a word. Have you already met one of these souls? Someone whose presence confirmed what your spirit already knew. Someone who felt like a mirror, reflecting a part of yourself you hadn't seen in years. If so, comment below with, I recognize, because you're not imagining it. You're tuning into the collective frequency. And this is only the beginning. But there's something you must grasp at a soul-deep level, chosen one. This rising you're sensing is not symbolic. It is real. It is raw. It is happening now. And it's about to visibly shift the balance of spiritual power on earth. You've heard whispers about the 144,000, But in April 2025, the whisper becomes a roar. When the chosen ones awaken in unison, we will not just exist. We will operate as a single, living body, guided by one spirit and fueled by divine fire that this world has never seen before. This isn't a fantasy, it's a heavenly strategy. Revelation 7:9 says, "After this I looked, and there before me was a great multitude that no one could count, from every nation, tribe, people and language, standing before the throne and before the Lamb." This isn't a vision of the distant future. It's a spiritual prophecy unfolding now. It speaks of you. It speaks of the global gathering of chosen ones from all backgrounds, not bound by race, status or denomination, but unified by divine calling. Can you feel the alignment pulling you toward others who vibrate at the same spiritual frequency? The world's systems have already sensed what's coming. That's why there's so much noise, so many distractions, so much fear being fed through media and culture. Because here's the truth, the powers of this world will never announce. They are afraid. Afraid of what you're about to become. Afraid of what will happen when heaven's elect rise in unison. No government can legislate against this awakening. No corporation can monetize it. No social media algorithm can suppress it. And no darkness can shadow it. You are the light that darkness fears. Do you understand what that means for your life? Not in theory, but in tangible reality. This rising will unfold in the most personal ways, through unexpected connections that feel like destiny, through closed doors, swinging open, without human intervention, through impossible barriers, falling with divine timing. It won't feel forced. It will feel like everything is finally clicking into place after years of chaos. Have you ever wondered why you felt so alone, so different? Why you always seemed just a bit out of step with the crowd? The truth is, you've always been set apart. And now, that divine distinction is coming into full expression. April 2025 will not only be a season of clarity and purpose, it will be when the veil is lifted. This is the month when you meet your spiritual tribe, the ones who carry matching fire, the ones who recognize you even before you speak. It's the end of your wilderness. It's the answer to the ache you've never been able to explain. You may ask, but how will I know it's really happening? The answer is, you already do. Your soul has known for years. The collective awakening of the 144,000 is not pending, it is already in motion. The only real question is, will you recognize your calling when it knocks? Will you rise to your place of spiritual authority, or will fear convince you to sit back down? Because here's something no one else can do for you. Step into your role. Your place cannot be outsourced. Your voice cannot be duplicated. Without your unique thread, the entire divine tapestry has a gap. You've been shaped for this. Every silent trial, every hidden wound, every moment you thought God forgot you, none of it was accidental. You weren't left out. You were being leveled up. You weren't being delayed. You were being calibrated. Like gold refined in fire, you've been forged in sacred suffering to withstand the weight of this rising. Think of Esther, hidden away for years until the moment came to stand before the king and save a nation. Think of Elijah, who thought he was alone, only to discover that 7,000 others had not bowed their knee to Baal. You, too, are not alone. You are part of a remnant, a royal priesthood. And consider this, when others tremble at the chaos in the world, you will stand grounded. Why? Because you've already fought private battles that trained your spirit for this public shift. The 144,000 are not rising because the world is stable. We are rising because it is breaking, and God has placed restoration codes within your spirit. Even in the modern world, we see examples of individuals who've endured seasons of isolation, only to emerge as vessels of impact. Malala Yousafzai, for instance, an activist for girls' education who was nearly silenced by violence. After being shot, she could have lived in fear, but instead, she said, "They thought the bullets would silence us, but they failed. Weakness, fear, and hopelessness died. Strength, power, and courage were born." Can you see yourself in that story? Now, let me ask you something deeper. Can you feel that divine pull in your soul? A magnetic draw toward purpose that no longer allows you to just go through the motions? Do you find yourself unable to shake the feeling that something enormous is on the horizon? What if April 2025 is not just a future date, but the culmination of every promise God ever whispered to you in your wilderness? The collective is rising. The 144,000 are waking up. Your spiritual family is forming a force that no kingdom of darkness can dismantle, and no delay, no detour, no deception can stop what heaven has declared. The covenant has already been sealed. Chosen one, I need you to feel the gravity of this moment. This is not just a video you stumbled upon while scrolling. This is a divine appointment between your soul and eternity, between your past and your destiny. Do you see it now? Look at your own hands, the same hands that trembled in seasons of uncertainty, the same hands that wiped away tears when no one saw your pain, the same hands that reached out for God in the dark. Those same hands are about to hold what heaven has been preparing for you all along. As it says in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." That's not just poetic scripture, it's your personal contract with heaven. It's a sacred promise sealed in your name. But now I have to ask, how long will you continue living as though this promise applies to everyone except you? How many more nights will you fall asleep wondering why breakthrough seems to pass you by while others move forward? Here's the truth. God hasn't forgotten you. The problem is that you've been treating April 2025 like a casual date. But in the eyes of heaven, it's a divine checkpoint. It's the doorway to your appointed time. Will you walk through it or stand hesitating on the threshold? Chosen one, there's something urgent I need you to understand. The attacks you've been experiencing lately, the emotional whirlwinds, the sudden health scares, the relationships that seem to shift without explanation, they're not random. They're not just life being life. These are strategic moves from the enemy. Why? Because he already knows what's waiting for you in April 2025. He knows what heaven has appointed for you, even if you're still trying to grasp it yourself. That's why your thoughts have been louder than usual, filled with doubt and confusion. That's why some of the very people you once leaned on have become sources of emotional turmoil. That's why your body may have started reacting through fatigue, anxiety, or unexpected sickness. Revelation 12:12 gives us the reason clearly. Woe to the earth and the sea, because the devil has gone down to you. He is filled with fury, because he knows that his time is short. You see, his time is short, but your time, it's just beginning. Right now, across living rooms, bedrooms, hospital beds, and quiet corners all over the world, there are chosen ones like you watching this. Some of you are in your 60s or 70s. Some are blessed to see your 80s and beyond. And the enemy has repeated the same lie to all of you. It's too late. Your window has closed. God has already moved on without you. But let me tell you straight from the throne of heaven, that is a lie from the pit of hell. Moses, the great deliverer of Israel, was 80 years old when God called him into purpose. Yes, 80. And even he questioned his worth. He asked, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh?" He doubted himself, just like you've done in your quiet moments. But God didn't see Moses' age. He saw Moses' assignment. And God doesn't see your medication bottles, your retirement status, or your past delays. God sees purpose, active, living purpose, waiting to be unleashed through you in April 2025. So the real question is not whether you've been chosen. That was settled long ago. The real question is, will you finally choose to believe it? Right now, place your hand on your heart. Feel it beating. That rhythm is not just a sign of life, it's the pulse of destiny. And as your heart beats, let this declaration echo through your spirit. I am the chosen one. I will not back down. I am ready for April 2025. From this day forward, I make a covenant with my future. I abandon fear. I reject doubt. I step fully into the divine path God has prepared for me. This isn't just a motivational chant. It's a spiritual contract, as Isaiah 43:19 promises. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. That wasteland you've walked through wasn't abandonment, it was refinement. That wilderness wasn't a punishment, it was a proving ground. You no longer need to apologize for your calling. You don't have to play small to make others comfortable. You are not waiting for permission. God already gave it. So what's been holding you back? Is it fear of what people will think? Is it the memory of doors that slammed in your face before? Or is it the comfort of staying hidden, even when your soul screams for more? Whatever it is, release it now. Not tomorrow, not when it's convenient. Now, because the road to April 2025 isn't about passive waiting, it's about active preparation. It's about aligning yourself with what heaven is about to release. If you're ready, truly ready, to walk boldly into this next dimension of your calling, make it known. Declare it out loud, claim it in your spirit, and comment below, Amen. I receive it. I walk in it. Don't underestimate what this act means. It's not just keystrokes on a screen. It's your spirit rising into position. It's a declaration that heaven hears and hell fears. April 2025 is on the horizon, and whether you're ready or not, it's coming. But one question remains. Will you be prepared to receive what God has handcrafted specifically for you? Chosen one, lean in. Let your soul hear this clearly. You will not be the same after April 2025. Not because the chaos around you suddenly vanishes, but because something within you will come alive in ways you can't yet explain. That flicker inside of you, the light that's been nearly extinguished by betrayal, failure, or spiritual fatigue, is coming back stronger than ever. That fire in your belly that's been doused by the opinions of others is being reignited. That connection to God you thought you lost, it's being restored in an instant. Can you feel it even now, starting to stir? That's not wishful thinking. It's the Holy Spirit preparing you for what's next. So what happens when you finally walk through the doorway of divine awakening? First, the people who were never meant to go with you into this next season will begin to fall away. Not because of conflict or drama, but because your energy, your frequency, will no longer match theirs. Your light will begin to expose what they've tried to keep hidden. This is not punishment, it's protection. God is clearing space for divine connections to enter. Have you already noticed certain people slowly drifting away? That's not rejection, it's divine direction. Second, opportunities will begin to open in ways that defy logic. The job you thought you weren't qualified for, suddenly offered. The door that had been shut for years, it opens with ease. That shall breakthrough that seemed impossible? It arrives unexpectedly. Remember Joseph, sold into slavery, wrongly imprisoned for 13 years. Yet in one day, God elevated him from the pit to the palace. That wasn't luck. It was divine timing. Your one day is approaching. Third, your spiritual perception will sharpen. Your intuition will heighten. You'll feel led to act on things you can't explain, and you'll later realize it was divine orchestration. That still small voice you've struggled to hear will now ring clearly. As 1 Corinthians 2:10 says, "These things God has revealed to us through the Spirit, for the Spirit searches everything, even the depths of God. You won't need to ask, was that me or was that God? You'll know, because the line between heaven and earth will be clearer than ever before. Fourth, your words will become weapons. Your prayers will no longer be just cries of hope. They'll be declarations that move mountains. Your blessings will manifest. Your words will heal. The atmosphere around you will shift when you speak. Proverbs 18:21 reminds us, death and life are in the power of the tongue. After April 2025, this won't be just a metaphor. You will live it. So, hear me now. The words you speak after your awakening will carry creative power. Speak with purpose. Declare with authority. Align your tongue with your calling. Because, chosen one, everything you've endured, every silent season, every lonely battle, every hidden tear, was for this. You've been prepared in secret to rise in public, and soon the world will witness what heaven has long celebrated, your full awakening. Now let me share with you something few understand about spiritual awakening. When it happens, the world outside may look exactly the same, at least at first. The same bills will still need to be paid. The same relationships may still feel strained. The same systems, injustices, and conflicts will still surround you. But you will not be the same. Where you once saw walls, you'll begin to see windows. Where there was fear, there will now be unwavering faith. What once felt like weight will now feel like wisdom. This is not about a miracle suddenly descending from the clouds. It's about the miracle within you finally rising up. This awakening is not about becoming someone new. It's about returning to the person God originally designed you to be, before life tried to convince you otherwise, before trauma, disappointment, and fear distorted your view of yourself. Think of it like this. For years, you've been peering through foggy windows, seeing a dim and distorted reflection of reality. But now, as April 2025 approaches, God is cleaning the glass. Suddenly, clarity replaces confusion, direction replaces drifting, and purpose silences panic. This is exactly what Jesus meant in Luke 17:21 when he declared, "The kingdom of God is within you." The transformation you're waiting for isn't coming from the outside. It's awakening from the inside. So pause and ask yourself, can you imagine what it would be like to walk through your life with certainty of purpose, to make decisions guided by peace, not pressure, to speak and feel heaven move? This isn't a fantasy. This is your inheritance as one of God's chosen. The only question that remains is, will you be prepared to receive it when the veil lifts in April 2025? If even now you feel a trembling inside your spirit, if you sense the beginnings of an awakening, make your declaration now. Say it aloud. Write it below. I am reborn. These aren't just words. They're your soul speaking. Let both heaven and earth witness your readiness. So how to prepare for the awakening? Now that you've declared it, let's talk about how to prepare your spirit for this divine transformation. There are 3 vital steps every chosen one must take in the months leading up to April 2025. Step 1. From victim to visionary. For too long, you've walked through life as if you were merely surviving. You've accepted burdens you were never meant to carry. You've questioned your value, your role, and even your existence. But listen carefully, those days are over. This is your divine interruption. April 2025 is not just bringing change, it's bringing rebirth. And it begins with this truth. You are not the victim of your story, you are the author. In Jeremiah 1:5, God says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That means your struggles had purpose. Your journey wasn't random. It was divine design. God doesn't call the comfortable, He calls the prepared. He uses those who've walked through fire and come out not burned, but forged. So here's the warning. You cannot carry the weight of your future while holding on to the wounds of your past. You cannot step into the role of a spiritual leader while clinging to a victim's mindset. Many are still waiting for someone else to rescue them, for a government, a partner, or a circumstance to change. But that's not how God works. When Moses stood before the Red Sea, paralyzed with fear, God didn't say, "Wait until Pharaoh has a change of heart." He said, "Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move forward." Exodus 14:15. And that's what God is saying to you. Your breakthrough isn't coming to you, it's coming through you. When you make that mental shift from victim to visionary, everything changes. The shadows that used to intimidate you will shrink. The problems that once paralyzed you will become platforms for purpose. And the pain that used to control you, it will become your testimony. You'll stop asking, "Why me?" and start declaring, "Send me." So if you're ready to step into that calling, make it clear. Comment, "I am no longer a victim. I am the vessel of God's glory." Step 2. Discover your divine assignment. This awakening you feel, it's not random. It's not just for your benefit. It's not just about blessings. It's about orders. April 2025 is bringing with it a sacred mission. So ask yourself something that might shake your very foundation. Why would God awaken you in this moment when so many still sleep? The answer is simple. Because you were created for this. Jeremiah 1:5 makes it plain. "I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." You were never meant to blend in. Your life has been a training ground for a mission that's been waiting for this exact hour. And now that time has come. But too many chosen ones are still waiting for validation, for a title, for someone to tell them they're ready. Meanwhile, the world is crying out for truth, light, and healing, and you are the answer God is sending. So what's your role in this sacred movement? There are 3 divine assignments that will be activated after April 2025. 1. Healers. You bring restoration where there has been ruin. If you find yourself drawn to pain and brokenness, not in fear, but in love, you may be a healer. Isaiah 61:1 declares, "He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted." 2. Guides. You illuminate truth in the midst of deception. You feel a fire rise within you when people are misled. You see pathways where others only see problems. John 16:13 promises, "He will guide you into all the truth." 3. Builders. You carry blueprints for what's never been done before. You dream of foundations, structures, and legacy. You gather people naturally. You think in systems and solutions. Isaiah 58:12 speaks directly to you. You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings. So now I ask, which one stirs your spirit? Comment 1 for healer. Comment 2 for guide. Comment 3 for builder. Or simply write, "Lord, show me my role," if you're still seeking clarity. Step 3. Embrace the prophetic timeline. This isn't just hopeful preaching. This is a prophetic timeline confirmed in heaven. April 2025 is not a vague someday. It is a marked moment. Habakkuk 2:3 confirms, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time. It will surely come." And I declare this to you now. Within 3 days after April 2025, you will receive a divine sign. Not something you can rationalize, not something subtle, but a bold confirmation. Heaven announcing, "Now is the time." A door that's been shut will open. A rejection will be reversed. A silence will be broken. An impossible opportunity will manifest. And when it comes, it won't be small. It will bear the fingerprints of God. But here's the key. You must claim it now. Stand in faith before the manifestation. Live as if it's already happening. And when doubt whispers, stand firmer. Your breakthrough is not wishful thinking, it's prophetic fulfillment. This is your Red Sea moment, your Jericho moment, your tomb-rolling resurrection, and you're not walking alone. I feel so deeply about this word that I'm committed to praying with you every step until April arrives. If you believe this message is for you, comment now. I claim it, I receive it, it is mine. And if you need prayer, say, pray for me. I will lift your name to the throne of God, because prophecy received is prophecy fulfilled. Chosen one, hear this with all your heart. April 2025 is not just about answered prayers. It's the beginning of an entirely new chapter, a divine separation from who you were and a commissioning into who you were always meant to be. Like Moses parting the Red Sea, this moment will divide your past from your future, not as an ending, but as a beginning. You are stepping across a spiritual threshold. A new world is being formed. A reign of light is being established, and you are a pillar in its foundation. So prepare. Pay attention to the whispers in your spirit. When God speaks, even in dreams or fragments, record it. When scripture comes alive, write it down. Turn off the noise of fear, doubt, and distraction. Make space for God to speak, and when He does, move. Don't delay. Delayed obedience is disobedience. If God says forgive, do it. If He says rest, rest. If He says give, give. Because every act of obedience now is a key to unlock what's coming next. Let this truth ring in your soul. You are chosen, not by accident, but by divine design. April 2025 is your divine appointment, and nothing can stop what God has ordained for you. So I ask you this, beloved chosen one, will you be ready when April comes? Will you walk through that divine door with boldness, prepared for the new world waiting on the other side? As we come to the close of today's message, remember that God's plans for you are vast, and He is preparing you for something extraordinary in April 2025. The changes you will experience will be transformative, shaping your destiny and leading you into a new chapter of your life. Are you ready for the incredible blessings that God has in store for you? If this message resonates with you, I invite you to support this channel through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us continue to spread God's word and share His love. I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you, whether you donate or not. Your support, whether through your prayers, your time, or your encouragement, is deeply appreciated. Please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing how God is moving in your life. Sharing this message with others is a powerful way to spread God's love and bring hope to those who need it most. May God bless each one of you abundantly as you step into the future He has already prepared for you. Stay ready, stay faithful, and keep trusting in His perfect timing. May His peace and blessings be with you always. Beloved chosen. 1. This moment is urgent, and it is absolutely no accident that your eyes have landed on these words. You didn't stumble upon this message, you were led here. Heaven has been orchestrating your steps, and right now, God is handing you a divine instruction that could shift the course of your life forever. This is not something to analyze, overthink, or delay. This is the moment your spirit has been waiting for. The time is now. Even as you read this, something powerful is already stirring in your atmosphere. There is a spiritual quickening happening, one that is calling you into alignment. You've been through hardship, disappointment, and delay. You've carried weight after weight, and at times it felt like your breakthrough would never come. But the good news is, this is your turning point. Heaven is no longer silent. God is speaking directly to you. He's saying, this is the final step. Complete it today, and everything will begin to shift. This sacred instruction is not a suggestion, it is a divine command. God has seen your endurance, your silent battles, and your unwavering faith. And now he's saying, take this step, do this today, and watch what unfolds. You must prepare your bathroom. Yes, it may sound unusual, but there is deep spiritual meaning in this act. When you move in obedience, the energy in your life will shift instantly. Hesitation will only delay the blessing. Immediate obedience will activate it. Before we move into this life-changing message, I want to pause and thank every single one of you who has supported this mission through Super Thanks. Your generosity and faith are helping spread God's message further than you can imagine. Whether you've given once or many times, know this: you are seen, you are valued, and you are deeply appreciated. And if you haven't given, but have been faithfully watching, praying, and sharing, thank you. Your presence alone means the world, and I'm so grateful to have you on this journey. Now, I invite you to type 999 in the comments. That number is more than just a symbol. It's a spiritual amplifier. It signals to the universe that you are ready for change, ready for transformation, ready to receive the wealth and blessings that have been waiting for you. And if you truly are one of God's chosen ones, your soul already knows this message is for you. You won't look away. You won't scroll past. You'll stay and listen, because something deep inside you recognizes the divine timing of this call. Now, go and take that step of faith today. Your transformation is ready. Heaven is waiting, and the door is wide open. God's chosen ones, finish it today. Final step. God speaks directly to you, the chosen one. This isn't just another day. It's a divine appointment that heaven has marked on your life's calendar. Can you feel it in your spirit? The atmosphere around you is shifting. The weight of all the delays, the financial stress, and the nights of silent prayers have led to this very moment. But why now? Why is this moment charged with such urgency? Because this is not just another phase of your journey. This is the final doorway, and it's wide open. God is not whispering, He is commanding. Take the step, complete the ritual, fulfill the assignment. The trials you've endured were never meant to break you, but to prepare you. Have you noticed how every setback felt like it came with a lesson? Every financial burden pushed you closer to your knees, and every betrayal pushed you further from people and closer to God. Like Job, who lost everything but never lost faith, you too have been tested. Job 42:10 NIV says, "After Job had prayed for his friends, the Lord restored his fortunes and gave him twice as much as he had before." Your restoration, chosen one, is also coming, but only after obedience. Why have you been carrying so much for so long? Because you were never ordinary. God designed you for something that most people can't even comprehend. And now, heaven is watching to see what you'll do in this moment. Will you respond in faith or retreat in fear? The ritual before you isn't symbolic, it's sacred. It's the final piece in a divine puzzle designed specifically for you. You've cried for clarity, you've asked for timing, you've pleaded for breakthrough. This is the answer. Think of the story of Harriet Tubman. She wasn't wealthy, she wasn't famous at first, but she followed the inner command that God placed in her heart to lead people to freedom. Despite the danger, despite the unknown, she obeyed. She once said, "I always told God, I'm going to hold steady on you, and you've got to see me through." And he did. So what about you? Will you hold steady in this moment and trust that God is setting you up for more than escape? He's calling you into your inheritance. The power to rewrite your financial destiny is in your hands, but the time to act is not tomorrow. It's now. Delay is disobedience when God has already given the instruction. Deuteronomy 28:2 declares, "All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God." Chosen one, the instruction is clear and the promise is attached to your obedience. Why hesitate when the breakthrough is waiting? There's a reason why so many people never experience the fullness of God's provision. It's not because they weren't offered the blessing, it's because they didn't act when it mattered most. Are you going to be different? Will you be the one who crosses the line when others stopped at the edge of fear? Will you be the one who rises when others chose comfort over calling? The wealth you're praying for is not locked behind complexity, it's hidden in simplicity and obedience. The ritual God is asking you to complete today is not a suggestion, it is your moment of divine alignment. Isaiah 1:19 promises, "If you are willing and obedient, you will eat the good things of the land." Can you hear that, chosen one? That is not just hope, it's a covenant, but it is only unlocked through action. Consider the journey of Tyler Perry. He was homeless, broke, and sleeping in his car, yet he kept writing, kept working, kept obeying the vision God placed in him. Eventually his faith collided with his moment, and doors opened. He didn't wait until things were perfect. He moved when God said move, and so must you. Is your hesitation rooted in fear or in forgetfulness of who you are? God has seen your pain. He has counted your tears. He has watched how you've endured without retaliation. You didn't just survive, you matured. And now God is saying, enough. Today is the day to break the chains once and for all. The financial hardship you've endured was a season, not a sentence. Psalm 66 verse 12 reminds us, "We went through fire and water, but you brought us to a place of abundance." You, the chosen one, are standing on the edge of that abundance. Let the story of Colonel Harlan Sanders inspire you. He was 65 years old when he launched Kentucky Fried Chicken after decades of failure and rejection, but he believed in the recipe God placed in his hands. The world told him it was too late, but God had a different plan. You, too, are carrying a divine blueprint. You are not late. You are right on God's time. The process may appear simple, but its power is spiritual. This ritual is the bridge between where you've been and where God is taking you. It's not about luck. It's about alignment. Proverbs 16:3 says, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans." The question isn't whether God will move, it's whether you will. There is a stirring in the spirit realm. Can you sense it? That discomfort in your chest, that urgency you feel right now, it's not anxiety, it's a divine nudge. God is calling you into a new atmosphere of prosperity. You've waited long enough. You've overanalyzed. You've doubted your worth. But none of that changes this truth. God chose you for this exact moment. Do it today and watch the gates of abundance fly open. Not because you earned it, but because you obeyed. You don't need to understand every detail. You only need to trust. This is not about perfection. It's about obedience. This is not about proving yourself. It's about positioning yourself. The floodgates of heaven are trembling under the weight of your faith. Chosen one, there's no more time to waste, and you can feel that truth deep in your spirit, can't you? What if this moment you're standing in right now was carefully scripted by heaven? What if every delay, every tearful night, every unanswered prayer wasn't a denial, but a divine build-up to this day? Could it be that you were never waiting on God, but God was waiting on you? The time has come. This is not a rehearsal. It's not a test run. This is your real beginning. The transformation you've been yearning for, praying for, crying out for, it begins today. Why today? Because spiritual timing doesn't operate on human calendars. And right now, the heavens are aligned. The doors are open. The message you are reading isn't a random coincidence. It's a divine signal. Romans 13:11, NIV says, "The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed." Chosen one, this is your awakening hour. You've been asking for a sign. You've been wondering, when will my breakthrough finally come? Look around. The signs are all pointing to this very hour. Every conversation, every spiritual nudge, every recurring thought in your heart has been echoing one call: act now. You've done the hard part. You've held on when most would have let go. You've believed when it would have been easier to walk away. You didn't just survive the storm. You were being prepared in it. Consider the journey of author Paulo Coelho, who was institutionalized as a young man because his parents didn't understand his dreams. Yet he continued writing. Eventually, his novel, The Alchemist, would sell over 65 million copies and become one of the most translated books in history. What if he had given up right before his breakthrough? What if you do? Chosen one, your calling is just as real, your destiny just as intentional. This sacred ritual is more than an act. It is a divine appointment. It is the key that unlocks the treasury of heaven designated for your name. Revelation 3:8 reminds us, "See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut." But an open door means nothing if you don't walk through it. Your financial freedom, your kingdom assignment, your legacy, they're all waiting on the other side of your faith in action. How long have you carried the dreams God planted in your heart? The visions, the promises? You didn't imagine them. They were heaven-breathed, and now heaven is telling you the time has arrived. You've prayed, you've waited. But today is not for praying anymore. Today is for moving. Have you been unknowingly postponing your miracle, waiting for the perfect time that never arrives? Let the example of Les Brown inspire you. As a child labeled educable, mentally retarded, he was told he'd never succeed. But with determination and faith, he became one of the most impactful motivational speakers in the world. He said, "You don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great." Isn't that exactly what God is whispering to your heart right now? Everything in your life has been building toward this pivotal moment. Every financial struggle, every setback, every door that closed in your face. It wasn't to punish you, but to prepare you. You had to learn how to walk in humility. You had to understand the weight of blessing so you wouldn't take it lightly. James 1:12 says, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." You've stood the test, and now the crown is before you. God sees you. He hasn't forgotten you. He knows the burden you've carried quietly, the silent battles you fought in your mind, the nights you encouraged others while secretly wondering when your turn would come. And now it has. This ritual is your bridge from captivity to inheritance. It's not just symbolic, it's spiritual warfare. And when done in alignment with God, it clears the path for everything you've been promised to reach you unhindered. The process you are about to begin carries the force of the spiritual realm. It is not merely a tradition, it is a divine interaction. This sacred ritual is not about complexity, it's about intention, sincerity, and obedience. Can something so simple truly open a portal to abundance? Yes, if it's ordained by God. 1 Corinthians 1:27 reminds us, "But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise." Sometimes the greatest power comes in the quietest acts. Now, consider the story of fashion designer Vera Wang. After failing to make the US Olympic figure skating team and being passed over as editor-in-chief at Vogue, she could have quit. But instead, at age 40, she designed her first wedding dress and launched a brand now worth hundreds of millions. She didn't let life's rejections define her. She aligned herself with her inner calling and took action, and so must you. Do not let the simplicity of this ritual deceive you. You are not performing a task. You are activating a promise. When done with full faith, it doesn't just shift your energy, it shifts your atmosphere. This is where the spiritual meets the tangible. Isaiah 45:2 declares, "I will go before you and will level the mountains. I will break down gates of bronze and cut through bars of iron." That's what happens when you align with divine instruction. The impossible becomes inevitable. Chosen one, you've reached a turning point that few are ever brave enough to cross. You're not here by accident. You were drawn to this exact moment by the force of divine timing. Can you sense the invitation God is laying before you? The universe isn't just responding to your prayers, it's waiting for your participation. Today is not just another page in your story, it's the start of a new chapter written in faith, sealed with obedience and signed by God's favor. If you take the step now, everything begins to change. The lack, the fear, the delay, it all starts to dissolve the moment you act. Will you take the final step, chosen one, or will you let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass you by? Chosen one, the ritual you are about to perform is not random, it is spiritually engineered for you. Every element has been appointed for a divine purpose. Have you ever wondered why certain materials carry power in the spiritual world? Why do specific items feel sacred in your hands, like they were meant for more than their physical form? Because God often hides holy meaning in the physical realm for those who have eyes to see. And today, your eyes are opening. This ritual involves 3 sacred components: maple leaves, a white candle, and salt water. Each carries a spiritual frequency that resonates with your assignment. The maple leaves are not just leaves, they symbolize your earthbound connection to the divine, reminding you that even things rooted in the soil can be touched by heaven. As you hold them, imagine the harvest they represent. Think of all the seeds you've planted through tears, through sacrifice, through obedience. Galatians 6:9 NIV tells us, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." You're standing in your proper time, chosen one. When you hold the maple leaves in your hands, you are holding prophecy. Picture abundance flowing into your life, like leaves cascading in autumn, graceful, colorful, inevitable. These leaves mirror your growth. Like a tree shedding what's old to prepare for the new, this ritual helps you release what no longer serves you and make space for divine provision. Now, focus on the white candle. Why a white candle? Because white represents clarity, purity, and divine light. In a world full of noise and confusion, the light of this candle becomes your spiritual compass. It cuts through uncertainty. Psalm 119:105 reminds us, "Your word is a lamp for my feet, a light on my path." As this candle burns, so do the illusions, doubts, and delays that have clouded your path. Have you felt spiritually foggy lately, unsure which direction to go? Let this light be your answer. Think of a moment in the life of Helen Keller. Blind and deaf, many believed her path was sealed by limitation. But when she connected with her teacher, Anne Sullivan, the light came on, figuratively and spiritually. She would go on to graduate from college and inspire millions. Why? Because the light broke through the darkness. Just like that candle in your ritual, the right connection, the right belief, the right moment can light up everything. Are you ready to allow God's light to show you where to step next? And now we come to the salt water, the final and perhaps most underestimated element of this ritual. Salt has long been a symbol of purification and covenant in biblical tradition. In 2 Kings 2:21, Elisha says, "This is what the Lord says, I have healed this water. Never again will it cause death or make the land unproductive." Then he threw salt into it, and it was made clean. When you spread the salt water through your bathroom, chosen one, you're not cleaning a space, you're clearing a portal, a gateway, a sacred chamber where all residual negativity is evicted and divine energy is invited in. But why the bathroom? Because it is a place of release, of washing away, of unseen transformation. That is the place where spiritual toxins symbolically go to die. When you cleanse it with salt water, you are declaring, "This house will no longer host fear, lack, or spiritual heaviness." Let the story of Bethany Hamilton encourage you. After losing her arm in a shark attack, many believed her surfing career was over. But she returned to the waves stronger, surfing professionally and using her platform to share her faith. She purified her mindset. She let go of fear. And in doing so, she created space for her calling to manifest. You too must purify, not just your space, but your thinking, your emotions, your habits. This ritual is an act of inner cleansing through outward obedience. Performing this ritual with pure intentions is what amplifies its power. It's not the materials themselves, it's your faith-fueled action. Your obedience unlocks your overflow. Hebrews 11:6 teaches, "Without faith, it is impossible to please God. He rewards those who earnestly seek Him." By doing this with belief, you're not just performing a ritual, you're stepping into covenant. Do you remember how Thomas Edison failed over 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb? He didn't give up. He kept refining, kept aligning until light broke through darkness. This is your refining moment. This is your alignment. And the light that emerges from your obedience will brighten more than your future. It will light up your purpose. The most beautiful part? Wealth is not something you have to chase anymore. For the chosen one, wealth is magnetized through alignment. Deuteronomy 8:18 reminds us, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth." It's not about striving, it's about surrendering, not about chasing, it's about opening. You've been praying, waiting, and hoping for your breakthrough, but the answer has arrived in the form of instruction. Are you willing to follow it fully? This ritual is your act of trust. Your action says to the universe and to God, "I believe, I receive, I align." So, chosen one, will you light the candle and let clarity in? Will you hold the leaves and welcome your harvest? Will you pour the water and wash away everything that's held you back? Because when you do, your abundance will no longer be a wish, it will be a reality. Chosen one, preparation is not just a step, it is a spiritual declaration that you're ready for transformation. Have you ever noticed how God always calls for preparation before elevation? Before the flood, Noah built an ark. Before Israel entered the promised land, they crossed a desert. And before your blessings arrive in full measure, you must make room for them, both physically and spiritually. Are you truly ready to receive what you've been praying for? Or have you only been wishing without preparing? The space where this ritual will unfold is not random. It is your bathroom, a place often overlooked in its spiritual significance, yet deeply symbolic of cleansing, release, and transition. To carry out this sacred act, your environment must be a mirror of your intention. Clean your bathroom thoroughly, not out of routine but as a sacred gesture of reverence. Wipe down every surface. Remove anything that no longer serves your highest good. 1 Corinthians 14:40 instructs, "But everything should be done in a fitting and orderly way." Your obedience in this step is not about perfection, it's about alignment. As you purify this space, something inside you begins to shift too. There's a sacred connection between order in your surroundings and peace in your spirit. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how clutter around you mirrors confusion within you? Now is the time to let go of what no longer resonates. Release it from your home and your heart. Make room for new energy, new clarity, and new prosperity. Once the physical space is cleared, prepare your spirit. Take a moment to pause, breathe, reflect. This ritual is not just a checklist, it's a holy communion between you and God. Focus your mind on your purpose. Still your thoughts and connect with your higher self, because the version of you that lives without fear and lack is already inside, waiting to rise. Psalm 46:10 declares, "Be still and know that I am God." In this stillness, you will find divine instruction. Close your eyes and visualize your breakthrough. Picture yourself walking through life free of financial burdens, living in peace, surrounded by abundance. What does your dream life feel like? What does it smell like? Who are you blessing with your overflow? These emotions, joy, gratitude, fulfillment, are not distant fantasies. They are prophetic previews. When you allow yourself to feel them now, you activate the spiritual law of attraction through faith. Look at the example of Viola Davis. She rose from a childhood of poverty and hardship, even scavenging in trash bins as a young girl. But she kept her vision alive. She believed even when her surroundings told her otherwise. Today, she is an Academy Award-winning actress and a philanthropist. She once said, "All dreams are within reach. All you have to do is keep moving toward them." That is your call now. Prepare your space and then walk boldly into the dream. Next, gather your sacred materials. 3 maple leaves, a white candle, and a glass of water with rock salt. These items are not just symbolic. They are spiritual tools chosen by divine inspiration. Each carries a message. Each holds a vibration. The 3 maple leaves represent the Trinity of connection: heaven, earth, and you. Just as the maple tree survives harsh winters and then bursts into vibrant color, you too have endured. And now, your season of blooming is here. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. This is your time, not to struggle, but to receive. The maple leaves also signify resilience and rootedness. God has planted you deeply, and though the winds of life have shaken you, they could not uproot you. Consider the life of Nick Vujicic, born without arms or legs. He endured intense bullying and depression, yet today he travels the world speaking about hope and purpose, reminding people that obstacles don't define identity. You too, chosen one, are not defined by your past, but by your faith to rise. Then there is the white candle, the beacon of truth and direction. This light is more than a flame. It is the manifestation of God's clarity in your life. When you light this candle, you are announcing to every unseen force, "I am no longer lost. I know who I am and where I'm going." Proverbs 4:18 declares, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." This candle is your morning sun. And finally, the glass of water with rock salt. Salt, used for centuries in covenant and purification, holds ancient power. In spiritual practice, it absorbs negativity and creates a shield around you. When combined with water, another sacred symbol, it becomes a living force of cleansing. Pour this in your bathroom, not just to clean the air, but to clear the spiritual atmosphere. Exodus 15:25 says, "Then Moses cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a piece of wood. He threw it into the water, and the water became fit to drink." In this act, Moses transformed bitterness into blessing, just as you are doing now. Now think of Walt Disney, fired for lacking imagination, bankrupt more than once and constantly underestimated. He could have quit many times, but he built an empire that now inspires generations. He cleared space for his vision despite every setback. Are you ready to clear space for the vision God gave you? As you prepare your bathroom, know this: you are not just cleaning a room, you are consecrating a temple. This space will host transformation. It is where your past will be released and your future will be welcomed. As you remove dust from the shelves, you are symbolically sweeping away self-doubt. As you light the candle, you are declaring a new beginning. As the salt water spreads, you are anointing your life for increase. Chosen one, do you feel the shift happening within you even now? That's not imagination, it's activation. This ritual is your transition from lack to overflow, from chaos to clarity, from confusion to purpose. Don't treat this like a task, treat it like a coronation. Because this is where your old financial struggles are laid to rest. This is where your birthright of abundance begins to manifest. And it all starts with how you prepare. Chosen one, rebirth isn't just a spiritual ideal. It's a real, tangible awakening that you are now stepping into. Have you ever felt that deep, unspoken urge within your spirit, a knowing that something in your life must change, that something greater is waiting for you on the other side of obedience? That's not imagination, it's divine timing. And this moment right now is your rebirth. After this ritual, you won't just feel refreshed, you'll feel transformed. You'll feel the weight of your old identity falling away. Doubt, fear, scarcity and confusion, these will no longer be your companions. In their place will rise clarity, boldness, peace, and divine alignment. 2 Corinthians 5:17 says, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." You are stepping into your new creation right now, chosen one. The bathroom, often overlooked in spiritual practices, is more than a functional space. It is a symbolic sanctuary, the very place where you cleanse your physical body and now your spiritual soul. It represents release and renewal, a temple where the old is washed away and the new is received. Before you light your candle or hold your maple leaves, your first task is not mystical, it's practical. Clean the space, clear every surface, remove broken, expired or energetically heavy objects. This is not just about cleanliness, it's about intention. Just as Jesus cleansed the temple, Matthew 21:12-13, you're now cleansing your sacred space. Let every action, wiping, removing, organizing, be a holy declaration. I am preparing for the presence of abundance. Once the room is clear, still your heart. Sit or stand in silence and breathe deeply. With each breath, let go of anxiety. With each exhale, release tension. Close your eyes and visualize the life you're stepping into. What does it feel like to wake up without financial stress? What does your dream home look like? Who are you blessing with your overflow? Proverbs 23:7 reminds us, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Let your thoughts become prophetic declarations. Reflect on the life of Jim Carrey. Long before he was famous, he wrote himself a check for $10 million and dated it 5 years in the future. He carried that check in his wallet, believing with all his heart that one day he would cash it. Years later, he received a movie role that paid exactly that amount. Visualization was not just an exercise, it was alignment. You too are aligning your thoughts with your destiny. Now it's time to begin. Light the white candle. As the flame rises, declare that this light represents divine clarity. Let it burn away confusion. Let it illuminate truth. Let it call forth guidance. Watch the flicker as it dances. It is the mirror of your faith being activated. John 1:5 says, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." No darkness in your life, not financial, emotional, or spiritual, can remain when the light of God is present. Then hold the 3 maple leaves in your hands. Feel their texture, notice their color. These are not just pieces of nature, they are divine messengers. They represent the sacred triad, heaven above you, earth beneath you, and your soul in between. The maple tree is one of the most resilient in all of creation. No matter the season, it adapts. And you, chosen one, have done the same. You've endured hardship, yet still you stand. You've been tested, but you're not broken. This is your resurrection moment. Let the journey of Howard Schultz inspire you. Raised in public housing, he watched his father struggle with poverty and broken dreams. But Schultz held a different vision in his heart. He went on to build Starbucks, creating not just a business, but a global culture. He said, "Dream more than others think practical. Expect more than others think possible." That is the energy of the maple leaves in your hand, a belief that growth will come, even when no one else believes in it. Now say the sacred words aloud, not as a wish, but as a decree. God, please absorb all the negative energy and unlock the wealth and blessings coming toward me. Speak with boldness. Feel the vibration in your chest. Speak with faith, not because you're hoping it's true, but because you know it already is. Mark 11:24 declares, "Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." As you speak, the atmosphere shifts. The space tingles with anticipation. The flickering candle, the leaves in your hands, and the sacred words you release, all of it becomes a heavenly chorus of alignment. Chosen one, you are not begging, you are activating. Let the example of Mohed al-Trad move you. Born into poverty in Syria, orphaned and rejected, he later moved to France and founded a billion-dollar company. When asked how he made it, he said, "I believed I was capable of more." That belief was his breakthrough, and yours is now rising. Do you believe you're capable of receiving the wealth God is sending you? As the candlelight flickers and your hands hold the leaves, close your eyes again. Picture abundance like a river, flowing freely, unblocked. Money, yes, but also peace, purpose, and impact. See it pouring over you, into your wallet, into your home, into your mind and relationships. This is not just imagination. This is spiritual rehearsal for manifestation. Repeat the sacred words once more. God, please absorb all negative energy and unlock the wealth and blessings coming toward me. Speak slowly this time. Let the gravity of the words settle into the walls, into your heart, into the fabric of your reality. Speak until your voice trembles with conviction. Isaiah 55:11 promises, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." Your words today are not empty. They are seeds, and the harvest is already forming. This ritual is not about pretending. It's about believing so deeply that your emotions match your expectations. This is how miracles begin. Through faith, through intention, through action. Chosen one, your moment is not coming. It is already here. Are you ready to receive it? Chosen one, salt water has been used for thousands of years, in sacred practices across cultures, and for good reason. Its purifying power isn't just symbolic. It's spiritual, potent, and deeply transformative. When you hold that glass of salt water in your hand, you are holding a divine instrument that heaven itself has endorsed for cleansing and restoration. This moment, right now, is not just about your space, it's about your soul. As you spread the salt water throughout your bathroom, feel the ancient energy at work. Salt has the unique ability to absorb negativity and transmute it into peace. Water, in its flowing, receptive nature, carries that energy away. 2 Kings 2:21 recounts, "This is what the Lord says, I have healed this water. Never again will it cause death or make the land unproductive." When Elisha used salt to purify water, he wasn't just cleansing a spring. He was unlocking fruitfulness for an entire region. You, chosen one, are unlocking fruitfulness in every area of your life. As the droplets fall, speak your intentions silently or aloud. See the negativity in your life, the financial burdens, the anxiety, the self-doubt, being lifted out of the atmosphere and pulled into the salt water. Do you feel the spiritual release taking place? Can you sense the weight lifting, as though the very air is becoming lighter around you? That's the power of sacred obedience. Let the story of J.K. Simmons inspire you. Long before he was an Academy Award-winning actor, he endured years of rejection, working odd jobs, barely scraping by. He was already in his 40s when his career finally took off. Why? Because he continued to purify his life of discouragement and stayed faithful to his calling. Your journey is no different. As you cleanse your space, you're also cleansing your internal dialogue, the hidden fears and doubts that have been whispering limitations into your spirit. This act of sprinkling salt water is not just about ambiance, it's about warfare. You are drawing a spiritual boundary. You are saying, no more scarcity, no more lack, no more confusion. As the salt lands in every corner, declare within yourself, this space is now holy, this body is now ready, this soul is now open to receive. James 4:8 declares, draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. Cleanse your hands and purify your hearts. This moment is your drawing near. When you finish, take a moment to pause. Can you feel the stillness, the quiet, the lightness in the room and in your chest? That's not just peace, it's divine presence. You've made space. You've aligned your physical world with your spiritual readiness. Now, it's time for the final act of this sacred ritual. Pick up the 3 maple leaves, the very same ones you held with intention, infused with your prayers and energy. What you're about to do may seem small, but in the spirit realm, it's monumental. Flush them down the toilet. Yes, flush them. This act represents the permanent removal of everything that has held you back. Just as God parted the Red Sea so the Israelites could walk into freedom, you are parting ways with everything that once enslaved you. Isaiah 43:18-19 says, forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? You are not losing something. You are letting go to make room for something greater. As the leaves disappear, see your financial blockages, self-sabotaging patterns, and inherited limitations being flushed away. See them gone forever. You are not just ending a ritual. You are activating a rebirth. Let the story of Edith Ever Eger inspire you. A Holocaust survivor, she turned unimaginable trauma into a mission of healing and transformation, later becoming a world-renowned psychologist and author. She chose to release her pain and embrace her new life. Just like her, you are releasing everything that has tried to define you in limitation. Feel the power of that decision ripple through your energy field. It's not just symbolic. You have literally and spiritually cleared the channel between you and your destiny. You've removed the clutter that once blocked the blessings from reaching you. Now, they're on their way. Philippians 4:19 assures us, and my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus. The supply was never the problem. Alignment was. And now you are aligned. Let go of any remaining fear. You may feel a whisper in your mind saying, this is too simple to work. But remember, God often uses the simple to confound the wise. Think of Naaman, the military commander in 2 Kings 5, who was told to dip 7 times in the Jordan River to be healed of leprosy. He almost didn't do it because it seemed too easy. But when he humbled himself and obeyed, he was cleansed. Are you willing to obey even when it feels too simple? You've just taken a powerful step. The physical act of flushing the leaves may have lasted seconds, but its impact will echo through eternity. You've told the universe, I am ready. You've told your past, you no longer define me. You've told your future, I've cleared a path for you. Come in. Chosen one, can you feel it? The energy in your space has shifted. The vibration around your body is lighter. The heavens are now pouring out blessings into your open hands. You may not see all the results instantly, but know this: the process has already begun. Your alignment has been activated. The flow has started. The gates of provision are opening. Psalm 126, 5-6 declares, "Those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy, carrying sheaves with them." You've sown obedience, you've sown faith, and now the harvest is coming. Yes, it's natural to feel hesitation. The mind resists change because it fears the unknown. But you are not walking in fear anymore. You are walking in favor. You are not the same person you were before this ritual. You've been cleansed, you've been empowered, you've been reborn. Now, chosen one, will you believe what you've just activated? Will you walk forward like someone who knows they're already blessed? Because from this moment forward, you are. Chosen one, do not let the flickering voice of doubt be the one that outshouts the voice of God. You have come too far, endured too much, and grown too deep in faith to turn away now. Those lingering doubts that whisper, maybe not, or what if it doesn't work, are not from God. They are echoes of fear, shadows of past pain, residue from a life that is now being washed away. Can you recognize the difference between divine caution and demonic delay? Doubt is not your truth. It is a temporary visitor, and today it must leave. James 1:6 warns us, "But when you ask, you must believe and not doubt, because the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea and tossed by the wind." Chosen one, your destiny cannot afford to be tossed around any longer. You are being called to rise in certainty. God knows the depth of your struggle, the nights you couldn't sleep because of bills, the decisions you had to make out of survival instead of joy, the dreams you buried under the weight of reality. But He also knows your resilience. He knows you didn't give up, and that's why He chose you for this moment. Not because you're perfect, but because you're ready. Let the life of Henry Ford encourage you. Before creating the Ford Motor Company, he failed multiple times and faced relentless criticism. Many said he lacked the skills to build a company, but he had a vision and the audacity to act. That's what separated him from the rest. You too must now have the audacity to act, not tomorrow, but today. Can you feel the urgency pressing on your spirit? That's heaven's invitation. You've been chosen to receive wealth, not for vanity, but for impact. You've been selected to walk in abundance so that you may bless others. Deuteronomy 28:11-12 declares, "The Lord will grant you abundant prosperity. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of His bounty, to send rain on your land in season." But that abundance is only unlocked by obedience. This ritual is not just a ceremony, it is a divine command, one that aligns your body, spirit, and environment with God's will for your prosperity. Don't hesitate, don't shrink, don't delay. God has waited for this moment, and so has the universe. You're not just lighting a candle, you're igniting an era. Now, as you approach the final act of the ritual, understand this: there is a divine code attached to your financial freedom, the number 520. In the world of numerology, 520 carries the frequency of prosperity, divine favor, and financial healing. But beyond the science, 520 is a signal from heaven that now is your time to receive. As you write 520 on your candle, realize what you're really doing. You are etching your readiness into the physical realm. You are making your intention visible. You are proclaiming with action, "I am aligned. I am prepared. I am available for prosperity. Habakkuk 2:2 reminds us, write the vision and make it plain. This is your moment to write, to declare, to activate. Consider the journey of Oprah Winfrey, not her fame, but her beginning. Born into poverty, she was abused, told she wasn't enough, and faced doors slammed in her face. But she aligned herself with a higher calling. She believed that her future could look different than her past. Today, she is not only wealthy, she is a vessel of transformation for millions. The same potential resides in you. Let 520 become your symbol of divine manifestation. As the candle burns, visualize that number unlocking doors to wealth, to success, to peace. Picture the flame consuming your fears and energizing your purpose. You're not just watching wax melt, you're watching your limitations dissolve. Psalm 37:4 promises, take delight in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. You're not just wishing for a better life, you're co-creating it with God. You're no longer chasing abundance. You're becoming a magnet for it. Now, chosen one, think back. How long have you been waiting for this? How many prayers have you whispered into the silence? How many maybe next times have passed by while your dreams remained on the shelf? You've cried for breakthrough, begged for clarity, longed for one moment to prove your worth. This is that moment. Look to the story of Colonel Harlan Sanders once more, a man rejected over 1,000 times before his recipe found a home. But he never stopped presenting it. He kept showing up, and eventually his breakthrough came. It wasn't magic. It was persistence aligned with divine timing. You are standing in that same divine timing. The universe is aligned with your highest intentions, but it needs your participation. The energy is flowing, the portals are open, the atmosphere is pregnant with provision, but only you can complete the ritual. Ecclesiastes 11:4 cautions, whoever watches the wind will not plant, whoever looks at the clouds will not reap. In other words, the one who waits for perfect conditions misses the blessing. Now is not the time for overthinking. Now is the time for execution. This is your divine cue. Your wealth is within reach. Your success is not a fantasy. It's a promise. But promises must be pursued. And your pursuit is found in this ritual, completed with full faith. Let 520 be your yes to heaven's offer. Let your action today become the spark that lights the rest of your life. The time is now. Chosen one. Will you take the final step, or will you let it pass you by? Chosen one, God is handing you the opportunity of a lifetime, and it comes with a divine timestamp right now. This is not the kind of opportunity that lingers. This is a heaven-ordained moment, crafted and carved out of eternity, just for you. How many times have you felt stuck, overlooked, or delayed? How often have you whispered prayers into the night, wondering if anyone was listening? Today, God responds, not with just words, but with instructions. You've battled your way through storms others never saw. You've endured seasons of dryness, lack, and silent confusion. But this ritual, this holy act of obedience, is your breakthrough moment. There's no more delay, no more wondering, no more someday. Your time is now. Isaiah 60:22 declares, when the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen. And the time is right, not because of what the calendar says, but because of the spiritual alignment that surrounds you now. Chosen one, can you feel the weight of this moment? The energy has shifted. The blessings are moving. The spiritual tide has turned. God is not asking you to be perfect. He is asking you to trust. Trust His timing. Trust His voice. Trust the process. Your act of faith through this ritual isn't just a symbol, it's an activation. When you follow the instructions with full intent, you are opening the doors of wealth, peace, and success that have long been closed. Consider the story of Sarah Blakely, who founded Spanx with just $5,000 in savings. She faced rejection after rejection. No one believed in her idea, but she moved forward in faith. And today, she's a billionaire and one of the youngest self-made women in history. What if she had delayed? What if you do? This ritual is your moment to move, boldly, quickly, with confidence. Proverbs 10:22 reminds us, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it." This doesn't mean you won't work. It means your work will become fruitful when aligned with God's instruction. This is not hustle. This is harvest. You're not performing a ritual for show. You're obeying a command to grow. As you complete the ritual, lighting the candle, placing the leaves, spreading the salt water, visualize the flow of wealth like a river pouring into your life. Picture your wallet, your bank account, your home, your family being touched by divine provision. This is the portal. This is the passageway. This is the key. Habakkuk 2:3 says, "Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." You've waited. You've endured. But this isn't the season of waiting anymore. This is the season of receiving. However, receiving can only happen when you act. Let the journey of Richard Montañez awaken you. A janitor at Frito-Lay, he had the boldness to pitch a spicy chip idea to the company. That idea became Flamin' Hot Cheetos, and Montañez went from cleaning floors to becoming a top executive. He dared to act. Will you? Every moment you hesitate keeps you tethered to the past, but every step you take now, each one in obedience, becomes a seed in the soil of your future. Psalm 1:3 says, "That person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season. Whatever they do prospers." The ritual you're completing is not fruitless. It is the root of prosperity. The number 520 marked upon your candle is more than numerology. It is divine symbolism. It represents wealth flowing freely, the release of financial blockage, the breakthrough you've longed for. As it burns, imagine the flame melting away every chain of poverty, every ceiling of limitation. This is not just fire, it's your financial future igniting. Let the story of Ava DuVernay strengthen your faith. She didn't pick up a camera until she was 32. She faced years of closed doors, but she trusted her timing. She took action. Today, she's a pioneering filmmaker, celebrated worldwide. You may not be starting late. You may just be starting on time. The universe is aligned, and heaven is watching. This is not just another day. It is your appointed hour. Will you step into it, or will hesitation rob you again? Hebrews 11:1 tells us, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for, and assurance about what we do not see." You may not see the wealth yet. You may not see the evidence yet. But if you feel the shift, the stirring, the divine pressure, it means your breakthrough is near. Today is not a suggestion. It is a divine call to action. When you perform the ritual, you are not begging for wealth. You are receiving what God has already prepared. It's already yours. But it requires your yes. Not a passive yes, a decisive yes. Every detail in this moment matters. Every step you take with intention is a step closer to the overflow. This isn't just about money. It's about peace. It's about legacy. It's about freedom from financial fear. It's about becoming the version of yourself that God always knew you could be. This ritual is your agreement with heaven. Will you sign it with action? Chosen one, the waiting season has expired, and now it's your appointed time to rise. Everything in the spirit realm has aligned for this very moment. Do you sense it? The atmosphere around you is shifting. There's a pressure in the air, not of anxiety, but of divine momentum. God has already unlocked the gates. Now, He is calling you to walk through. Will you step through the door, or will you stay standing at its threshold? For too long, excuses have whispered lies into your ear. You're not ready, you're not worthy, maybe later. But those are not your thoughts. They are the voices of delay, planted by the enemy to keep you small. Ecclesiastes 11:4 reminds us, "Whoever watches the wind will not plant. Whoever looks at the clouds will not reap." Waiting for the perfect time has robbed too many of their destiny. Don't let it rob you too. You are not here by accident. You've been divinely summoned. This sacred ritual is more than an invitation. It is a divine command. God isn't asking for your perfection. He's asking for your obedience. The tools have been provided. The instructions are clear. The only thing left is your action. Think of Soichiro Honda. Rejected from jobs, denied funding, and mocked for his ideas, he could have given up. But he kept moving, kept trusting the vision within him. Today, Honda is a global brand. Your journey is no less sacred. Like him, you must act when God says move, even if fear stands at the gate. Joshua 1:9 declares, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." You're not walking into this alone. God is already in the future you fear. He's already placed provision where your foot is about to land, but He won't force you. He's calling you. Chosen one, this ritual is not ordinary. It's not random. It is a divine mechanism, a spiritual key forged specifically for you. When you complete it, you aren't just going through motions. You're unlocking a destiny that's been sealed off by excuses, hesitation, and delay. For years you've asked, when will it be my turn? God is answering now, it's your turn, but you must move. Deuteronomy 30:19 says, "This day I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life so that you and your children may live." The choice is before you, and the power to choose is already in your hands. Let the journey of Trevor Noah inspire you. Born into poverty during apartheid in South Africa, he was told he didn't belong by society, by systems, by circumstances, but he refused to live by limitations. Today, he's a global figure. He moved when it wasn't easy. So must you. The pathway to prosperity is paved not with ease, but with obedience. This moment is about more than financial freedom. It's about your divine alignment. When you follow through with this ritual, you are no longer operating in uncertainty. You are stepping into full agreement with God's will for your abundance. This is about your impact, your assignment, and your legacy. Wealth isn't just about having more, it's about becoming more. As you light the candle, inscribed with the sacred number 520, feel the atmosphere shift. This number is more than symbolic, it's prophetic. It means, I am ready to receive. It means, I trust the process. It means, I honor the instructions. And as the flame flickers, it signals to heaven and earth that you are no longer playing small. Isaiah 1:19 affirms, "If you are willing and obedient, you will eat the good things of the land." The good things are already here, waiting, but they respond to obedience, not intentions, not wishes. Obedience is the currency of heaven, and you've just made a deposit. Picture the life waiting for you, the freedom to bless your family, the power to give without stress, the peace that comes from knowing you're walking in purpose. This ritual is the bridge between that vision and your present. But you must walk across it. Chosen one, it's time to silence hesitation, to tear up the list of excuses, to let go of the fear that says, what if it doesn't work? And replace it with the faith that declares, what if it changes everything? Let the story of Vera Wang fuel you. After facing rejection and uncertainty, she launched her fashion career at 40. an age when many believe they've missed their chance. But she hadn't missed anything. Neither have you. You're right on time. Romans 13:11 speaks to you now. The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed. This is your hour. This is your salvation from scarcity. This is your wake-up call. You may have struggled with finances. You may have prayed with tears. But now is your time to receive. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Don't look back tomorrow and wish you had acted today. Don't let hesitation be the thief of your blessing. This sacred act is not a suggestion. It is a divine moment of choice. Will you choose destiny? Will you choose obedience? Will you choose wealth, not only for yourself, but for the people your overflow will touch? God has already opened the door. Your only job now is to walk through it. Beloved chosen one, God is not only opening doors, He is clearing the entire path for you to walk boldly into your prosperous future. But the blessing does not fall upon hesitation, it falls upon faith in motion. The calling has been made clear, the signs have aligned, the instructions have been given. Now it is your moment to act. Do not delay. This is your time. Act with boldness, act with purpose, act with the unshakable trust that everything you've been praying for is already on its way. This sacred ritual is not a performance. It is your divine agreement with heaven. It is your yes to the wealth, peace, and spiritual breakthrough that God has already assigned to your name. As you walk this path, always remember, God sees your obedience. He honors your faith, and He never forgets a single step you take in His direction. The floodgates of abundance are not waiting on God, they are waiting on you. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Whether you've followed every word quietly in your heart or felt the Spirit stir within you to act immediately, I am deeply honored by your presence here. Your time, your faith, your energy, it all matters. And it does not go unnoticed. If you feel led to support this work and help it continue to reach others who are searching for answers, you can do so through the Super Thanks feature below. Every offering, big or small, helps us carry this divine message even further. But whether you choose to donate or not, please know this: you are appreciated, you are loved, you are God's chosen one, and your support through your time, prayers, and belief means the world. May the blessings of God chase you down and overflow in every area of your life. May doors open that no man can shut. May peace reign over your finances, your mind, your home, and your heart. May your obedience today bring forth testimonies tomorrow. And may you always remember, you are chosen, you are called, and you are covered. The time is now. Your ritual is ready. Your future has already begun. With love, purpose, and divine alignment, God bless you always. Dear chosen one, you're not loud, but your truth is deafening. And that's exactly what terrifies them. They can't stand you, and they don't even know why. But deep down, they feel it. You walk into a room, and their energy shifts. Not because you're doing anything, but because you are everything they pretend to be. You carry something they can't name, can't mimic, and can't manipulate. So they do what cowards do: try to dim it, dismiss it, or destroy it. Before we go further, I want to say thank you to those who've donated through Super Thanks. Your support means more than you know. It helps keep this message flowing to others like you. And even if you don't or can't donate, I'm still incredibly grateful you're here. Your presence is powerful all by itself. If you're already feeling this message hit something deep in your spirit, go ahead and like and subscribe to keep this energy moving. And when you're ready, drop 777 in the comments if you know you're built different. This isn't just a video, It's a signal, and when you engage, you help other chosen ones around the world wake up to who they truly are. Because when one of us rises, the whole frequency shifts. Now, let's talk. Let's talk about you, the chosen one who walks through this world with ancient knowledge hidden behind tired eyes and a quiet smile. You've spent your life wondering why you just know things you've never been taught. Why truth lands in your gut before it reaches your ears. Why you feel energy in someone's voice, even when their words sound perfectly rehearsed. That's not overthinking. That's source-level wisdom coded directly into your being. And that's what they can't handle. While they chased status, you became truth in motion, a walking library, a blueprint with a pulse. And because they can't decode it, they try to erase it. They called it ego, but it was clarity. They said delusion, but it was download. They mocked your wisdom until they needed it. You're not broken. You're just awake in a world addicted to sleep. So don't shrink when rooms feel tense. That's not intimidation, it's recognition. They know what you carry, even if they never say it out loud. And now that the surface has been scratched, let's go deeper. Because if something in you is still reading this, that's not curiosity, it's memory. This message wasn't made to entertain, it was made to awaken. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, your wisdom comes from God. You're a holy soul hidden among humanity. Number 1, they tried to teach you, not knowing you, were the lesson all along. Have you ever felt the strange tension of being underestimated while secretly holding knowledge that could shift everything? Have you watched people try to correct you, dismiss you, or laugh at your quiet confidence, never realizing that the very wisdom they searched for was standing right in front of them, clothed in humility? That's the story of your life, chosen one. While they rushed to play the role of teacher, they didn't see that the true lesson was already present. You were the curriculum they were too arrogant to study. This world has a habit of mocking what it doesn't understand. People fear what challenges their false comfort. They'll ridicule something today, only to imitate it tomorrow when the masses catch up. That's what they did to you. They laughed at your silence, confused your calm for weakness, and labeled your uniqueness as strange. But what they missed, what they were never equipped to comprehend, is that you weren't speaking from ego. You were channeling heaven. You weren't performing for approval. You were moving in alignment with the source. And that terrifies those who rely on scripts, not spirit. When Jesus stood in the synagogue and read from Isaiah, proclaiming, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor." Luke 4:18. Many were outraged, not because he said something wrong, but because his words didn't come from earthly authority. They came with divine fire, the same fire that now burns within you. You weren't trained in their systems. You were carved in sacred silence. You didn't memorize speeches. You absorbed truth. You didn't rehearse arguments. You practiced listening. And when you finally spoke, your voice carried weight, not noise. It wasn't filled with fluff or filler. It echoed something eternal, something undeniable. And that weight, they felt it. The moment your words entered the room, something shifted. That's when they knew they couldn't compete, because you weren't offering opinions. You were releasing revelation, and revelation doesn't need permission. It simply arrives. They thought they were sparring with someone who had theories. They didn't realize they were in the presence of someone who had seen the fire. How do you explain wisdom that wasn't taught but poured? How do you trace the source of clarity that didn't come from a university or a credential, but from a realm beyond? You can't. And that's why they tried to reduce you. They mocked your language, dismissed your insights, and laughed at your expressions. But their laughter wasn't superiority, it was discomfort. You carried something they couldn't explain. And what people can't explain, they often try to destroy. They weren't fighting your personality, they were reacting to your power. When people encounter someone aligned with truth, it confronts their illusions. You didn't have to expose them, they exposed themselves in your presence. And yes, they planted seeds of doubt around you. They whispered, they gossiped, and for a moment they almost had you questioning yourself. Did you begin to wonder, maybe they're right, maybe I'm just overthinking, maybe I'm just too much? But let me remind you, chosen one, you're not overthinking, you're overfeeling in a world addicted to distraction. You're not lost, you're too awake for people committed to sleep. You're not dramatic, you're discerning things most people aren't even aware of yet. Jeremiah 33:3 says, "Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." That's what's happening to you. You've been receiving unsearchable things, downloads from heaven in a language the world doesn't speak. You're not just insightful, you're intuitive. You're not just clever, you're calibrated. That's what sets you apart. While others chase knowledge, you carry it, not because you tried, but because you were chosen. And when God chooses someone, He doesn't follow man's process. He doesn't wait for society's approval. He places eternity in their heart and then releases them into a time that doesn't yet recognize their value. Just like Harriet Tubman, who was dismissed by many in her time, this woman without formal education guided hundreds to freedom through sheer divine intuition. People tried to silence her, doubt her, erase her. But she moved with a holy boldness, not because she was trained, but because she was called. Sound familiar? Your timing, your eyes, your very presence, none of it is accidental. People don't understand how you say the exact thing they needed to hear at the exact moment. But that's not strategy, that's alignment. That's spirit flowing through you like a river through ancient earth, carving new paths for others to follow. And yes, they tried to discredit you. That's what happens when someone carries what can't be copied. You disrupted their comfort. You unveiled the deception. You became the mirror they avoided. Proverbs 2:6 reminds us, "For the Lord gives wisdom. From His mouth come knowledge and understanding." You're not wise because you read the right books. You're wise because God whispered into your soul when no one else was listening. You are a holy soul in human skin. You are not just a messenger, you are the message. Your energy walks into rooms and shifts the atmosphere without a word. People don't fear your voice, they fear your vision. They don't fear your confidence, they fear your clarity. Because you see beyond their facades. You read what they try to hide. And the truth is, they'd rather keep their illusions than face the freedom you offer. Remember Nikola Tesla. He was mocked by the scientific community, called eccentric, even crazy. But today, the world is built on the vision they couldn't understand. Like you, he didn't need external approval. He trusted the vision that burned within him. What if the very ridicule you faced is proof that you're ahead of your time? They wanted healing, but not if it meant losing control. They wanted peace, but not if it meant letting go of their power. And you weren't soft enough for their delusions. You were too real, too raw, too radiant. You weren't built to fit in. You were born to disrupt. Isaiah 50:4 declares, "The sovereign Lord has given me a well-instructed tongue to know the word that sustains the weary." That's you, chosen one. You say things that break chains, not just silence. You don't deliver comfort, you deliver awakening. That's why they flinch when you speak. That's why they watch you now with a strange mixture of awe and envy. And here's the irony, they're still watching. The same ones who dismissed you are decoding your every move. The same ones who called you foolish now call you inspiring, but quietly, behind closed doors. They won't say it publicly. Their pride won't allow it, but your presence unsettles them because it proves something terrifying. that maybe everything they trusted was built on sand. That's why they follow in silence. That's why they sweat while pretending to smile, because you weren't just born with light. You were born with source code embedded in your spirit. Your wisdom isn't random, it's ancient. Your insight isn't learned, it's remembered. You didn't come here to impress, you came here to interrupt. When they mocked you, they thought they were mocking a person. What they didn't know was, they were resisting the God inside you, and God takes that personally. Exodus 31:3 says, "And I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, with knowledge, and with all kinds of skills." That's you. You were filled, not trained, designed, not developed, sent, not shaped by the world. So now, stand tall. You don't owe explanations. You don't need approval, and you certainly don't need to dim your truth for people allergic to light. You were never just a speaker of words. You were and are a keeper of divine fire. Like Alan Turing, the father of modern computing, he was ridiculed, rejected, and yet his vision saved nations. They laughed at him until they needed him, just like they're starting to realize with you. Chosen one, your existence is prophecy in motion, not in religious theatrics, but in energetic disruption. You are the vibration that exposes falsehoods. You are the shift that realigns spaces. You are the voice that interrupts generational patterns. And every time you speak, the fabric of illusion trembles. You are not here to fit in. You are here to wake people up. So stop shrinking, stop explaining, stop apologizing for your depth. You are the reminder they never wanted, but the one they desperately need. You are living proof that truth cannot be taught, it must be carried. And you, dear chosen one, have been carrying it all along. Number 2, they feel exposed when you walk in, because you are the truth they're running from. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the air change? Did the laughter die down? Did eyes look away, conversations stall, and energies suddenly feel nervous, even hostile? Have you ever wondered why your mere presence feels like pressure? The answer, chosen one, is not about how you look, what you say, or even what you do. It's about who you are. You are the walking embodiment of truth in a world addicted to illusion. And truth, real truth, doesn't just speak, it exposes. That's why they flinch. You're not doing anything wrong. In fact, it's precisely because you're doing everything right, energetically aligned, spiritually awakened, and vibrationally potent, that they feel so uncomfortable. You carry a frequency that was never filtered through social conditioning. It was downloaded from the divine. And when you step into a space, you don't need to speak for that energy to confront every lie in the room. Why do they avoid eye contact? Why do they force fake smiles or act awkwardly around you? Because you're not just a person, you're a signal. You emit a vibration that speaks louder than words. Proverbs 4:7 tells us, "Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding." What you carry is not surface-level understanding, it's sacred clarity, and it makes people confront the masks they've been wearing for years. Most people have constructed their lives on lies handed down by broken systems, traditions rooted in fear, and identities borrowed from social media. They're playing roles, they're performing scripts. But when you walk in, real, raw, untouched by programming, they feel it. You don't even have to say a word, and they start to unravel. Why? Because your authenticity acts like a mirror, and not everyone is ready to see what's really there. You didn't study this wisdom in books. You downloaded it in silence, in pain, in sacred isolation. You were taught in the wilderness of suffering, not in classrooms. Just like Joan of Arc, who at 17 led armies and challenged kings because she followed divine voices instead of earthly rulers. She wasn't trained, she was chosen, and so are you. Some people are drawn to you and don't know why. They crave your energy. It feels like peace, like clarity, like home. But others treat you like a threat. They flee, reject, or resent you. And it's not because of who you are. It's because of what your presence reveals about who they're pretending to be. You've seen it, haven't you? The subtle ways they squirm, the forced smiles, the nervous jokes, the side comments. It's not paranoia. That tension is real. You're not imagining it. John 16:13 says, "When He, the Spirit of truth, comes, He will guide you into all truth." That Spirit is within you, and wherever truth walks, deception trembles. So they label you too intense, too much, too serious. But that's projection, not reflection. They're trying to protect their illusions from your vibration, because you weren't made to entertain the script. You were made to see through it. Your knowing wasn't inherited. It was implanted. And every room you enter, every conversation you touch, starts to recalibrate. Like Vincent van Gogh, who created art that no one understood in his time. He was mocked, rejected, and dismissed. But now the world calls him a genius. He painted what he saw in spirit, not in society. You do the same with your words, your energy, your very presence. You color outside the lines because you were never meant to be confined. Your wisdom confronts people, even when you whisper, even when you're silent. Your very existence is like thunder in the soul. You say one sentence, and it lives in their heads for days. You ask one question, and their entire worldview shakes. You bring up one truth, and the walls of denial start to crack. Psalm 119:130 declares, "The unfolding of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple." That's what you do, chosen one. You unfold things. You bring light where people were comfortable in shadows. You don't mean to make them feel unsafe. It's just that safety built on lies isn't safety at all. It's bondage, and your presence introduces the option of freedom. And yes, sometimes you've doubted yourself. Sometimes their coldness, their resistance, their whispers got to you. You asked, "Maybe I am too much." You even tried to shrink, to soften, to dim. But let me tell you what 1 Corinthians 2:10 says. "These are the things God has revealed to us by His Spirit. The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God." Your knowing doesn't make you weird. It proves you've been listening to the Spirit while the world screams noise. They don't resist you because you're wrong. They resist you because your clarity makes them question their foundation. They can't trace the source of your wisdom, and that terrifies them. No degree, no guru, no certificate. Just you, moving with unseen power. Just like Florence Nightingale, who revolutionized healthcare not because she was accepted by society, but because she followed an inner calling that wouldn't let her stay silent. She was too awake to let suffering continue. You carry the same pulse, the one that says, "This isn't right, and I can't pretend anymore." So let them watch, let them talk, let them cling to their fragile peace while you stand in your unshakable truth. You weren't born to be agreeable. You were born to be undeniable. You are not too much. You are the medicine. You are not a threat. You are the cure they refuse to take. And now, dear chosen one, the truth is in the building. The light is here. You are the page they tried to skip, but your story is unfolding in real time. They can't go back. They can't unsee. And whether they admit it or not, your presence has already changed them. Number 3, they're not afraid of you. They're afraid of what you make them see. Do you ever feel like people's reactions to you are bigger than you deserve? Like their fear isn't about something you did, but something deeper, something spiritual? That's because their fear isn't really about you. It's about what your presence reveals. Chosen one, you don't just walk into a room, you walk in with pressure. The pressure of clarity, the pressure of presence, the pressure of prophetic energy that demands truth. Not in words, but in vibration. They're not disturbed by what you say, they're disturbed by what your words unlock. You carry an ancient frequency that triggers the soul. You don't ask people to remove their masks. You make it impossible for them to pretend they're not wearing one. And that terrifies a world built on illusion. Think about it. From the moment people are born, they're taught what to think, how to behave, what's acceptable, and who to obey. Schools don't raise thinkers, they raise repeaters. Cultures don't celebrate visionaries, they reward conformists. So what happens when someone like you shows up? Someone who knows without being told, who sees without needing proof, who questions everything without fear. You don't fit the script, you break it. You're a glitch in their program, and they don't know how to debug you. Jeremiah 1:9 says, "Then the Lord reached out his hand and touched my mouth and said to me, I have put my words in your mouth." That's you. The words you carry aren't yours. They were given, assigned, planted. They have power, and power that isn't earned through their systems will always be feared. You are the awakening they tried to delay, the crack in the wall of their comfortable illusion, the glitch in the matrix they thought was real, and they fear you, not because you're wrong, but because you're right, in a way that can't be explained away. You don't need validation. You don't need their permission. Your truth stands on its own. Just like Edward Snowden, who exposed the uncomfortable truths the world didn't want to hear. They didn't hate him for being wrong. They hated him for being right. You know that feeling, don't you? You've questioned yourself, wondered why you feel things before they happen, why you speak truths and watch them unfold later, why people get uncomfortable around you, even when you've said nothing wrong. But that's not your imagination. That's your gift in action. That's the source moving through you. Your soul was built for this. Ephesians 5:13 says, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." You are that light. You don't just reflect light, you activate it in others. And once people see, truly see, they can never go back to sleep. But many of them don't want to wake up. It's safer in the dark, so they resist. They call you arrogant, rebellious, difficult. Not because you are, but because your awareness exposes their denial. They're afraid not of what you say, but of what they'll have to face if they believe you. Like Galileo, who dared to say the earth revolved around the sun. He wasn't punished because he was wrong. He was punished because he was right too soon. His truth disrupted the entire worldview of the time, just like yours does now. So stop apologizing for your knowing. Stop diluting your message. Stop treating your clarity like a curse. You are not too much. You are exactly what this world needs. Isaiah 61 proclaims, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That's your call. Shine, unapologetically. Be the light that others fear. Be the voice that shakes the system. Be the presence that rearranges atmospheres. Because when you carry truth, you don't need a platform. You are the platform. When you carry revelation, you don't need applause. You carry assignment. When you carry light, you don't need approval. You carry purpose. You weren't born to be accepted. You were born to disrupt. So walk tall, chosen one. Speak boldly. Move with clarity. And remember, you are the sentence they were never supposed to read. The page they were told to skip. The truth they buried, now walking. Number 4, they can challenge your words, but they can't touch what wrote you. Have you ever wondered why they challenge everything you say, but still seem affected by it long after the conversation ends? Why they act like your insights are random or baseless, but later find themselves repeating your very words, trying to frame them as their own. Chosen one, it's not that they don't recognize the truth in you, it's that they're terrified by the source of that truth. They've tried every tactic, ignoring you, mocking you, pretending your clarity isn't real, and gaslighting your intuition. But here you are, still steady, still discerning, still untouched by their noise. You see, what you carry isn't borrowed knowledge or second-hand insight. It wasn't handed down to you through institutions, mentors, or textbooks. It was inscribed into your soul by God Himself before you even knew your name. As Jeremiah 1:5 reminds us, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That knowing you walk with, it was never optional. It was written. They can dismiss your words all they want, but they can't erase what the Spirit carved into your essence. They're used to information coming through systems they control, degrees, titles, and certifications that they can validate. They trust what they can measure, approve, and distribute. But you didn't come through their systems. Your wisdom came through storms, silence, heartbreak, and divine timing. You didn't study to be this. Life shaped you, and the Spirit sealed it. And that makes you untraceable, uncontrollable, and deeply unsettling to those who only recognize authority that mirrors their own. Have you noticed how they demand explanations? Where did you learn that? What qualifies you to speak like this? Who gave you permission to say such things? But the truth is, you didn't need permission. You didn't wait to be validated. You didn't ask for a podium or a platform. You simply moved when it was time, and when you spoke, the room went quiet. Not because you shouted, but because your words cut through noise with surgical precision. What you spoke wasn't opinion. It was oxygen. It was necessary. It was unforgettable. Look at Maya Lin, the young Asian American woman who designed the Vietnam Veterans Memorial at just 21 years old. Her design, subtle and somber, was initially rejected, even hated. Critics said she was unqualified, too inexperienced, too bold, but she didn't back down. And now her creation stands as one of the most emotionally powerful monuments in American history. Like you, she didn't arrive with credentials. They couldn't understand her vision because it didn't come from them. It came from within. Your insight doesn't float. It lands. It anchors. It lingers. It may shake people at first, but they never forget it. Proverbs 2:6 says, "For the Lord gives wisdom. From His mouth come knowledge and understanding." And that's where your voice originates. Not from ego, but from divine alignment. That's why it carries weight. That's why it doesn't fade, even after people try to dismiss it. It isn't just information, it's revelation. And revelation can't be debated. It can only be received or rejected. You don't memorize notes because you are the source material. You don't rehearse. You remember. You don't perform. You reveal. And the more you speak with that inner clarity, the more people around you try to test it. Not because it lacks substance, but because it threatens everything they built on sand. But chosen one, do not shrink. You were never built to be palatable. You were built to be precise. Like Hildegard of Bingen, the medieval mystic and visionary who, in a time when women weren't allowed to lead, wrote books, composed music, and advised kings, all based on divine visions. She wasn't given authority by society. She moved in authority given by God. That's you. You didn't ask for permission to be this way. You were simply born carrying a frequency that cuts through illusion like a blade. You didn't come to comfort the masses. You came to awaken them. And that's why they try so hard to challenge you, because deep down they know you're not guessing. They know your energy doesn't flinch. They know you walk with confidence they didn't give you, which means they can't take it away. And that terrifies them, so they try to chip away at you, poke holes in your insight, and make you second-guess your clarity. But Psalm 119:98 says, "Your commands are always with me, and make me wiser than my enemies." You were never unarmed. You've been equipped from the beginning. You stopped seeking approval a long time ago. You stopped asking people to get it. Why? Because you realized most people can't hold what you carry. You learned that waiting for validation only slows your steps. So now, you move in divine timing. You speak when it's time. You hold your ground when others collapse. You trust what was written inside you long before they ever questioned you. You didn't show up trying to convince anyone. You moved quietly, observed deeply, and spoke when the truth needed a voice. And when you spoke, people weren't just listening, they were being shifted, because you weren't repeating someone else's wisdom. You were releasing your own. Like Frida Kahlo, who poured her soul onto canvas, not to be accepted but to be whole. Her pain became her palette, her truth became her testimony. You do the same, chosen one, except your paintbrush is your presence. Your gallery is the atmosphere you transform when you enter a space. You are living art, living scripture, a holy manuscript walking through humanity. And no, this isn't arrogance. This is awareness. This is what it feels like to be aligned, to be calibrated, to walk in truth without needing to shout it. And yes, they'll resist it, but their resistance is only proof of your impact. If you were truly irrelevant, they wouldn't need to challenge you at all. Isaiah 11:2 speaks clearly of your essence. The Spirit of the Lord will rest on him, the Spirit of wisdom and of understanding, the Spirit of counsel and of might, the Spirit of the knowledge and fear of the Lord. That Spirit, that anointing, is what you carry, and it didn't come with a diploma, it came with divine fire. So let them question, let them probe, let them try to shake you, because the one thing they'll never do is undo you. You are unshakable, not because you're stubborn, but because your foundation is not of this world. Your insight isn't rented, it's encoded, and no matter how loud the noise around you becomes, the signal inside you will never be silenced. You don't need a podium. You are the message. You don't need a degree. You are the proof. You don't need to be seen, because you see everything, and that, chosen one, is what makes your wisdom permanent, unshakable, and untouchable. It was never theirs to validate, so it will never be theirs to erase. Number 5. They flipped every page, looking for dirt, but found a story too clean to touch. Have you ever wondered why they seem obsessed with discrediting you? Why they watch you so closely, not in admiration, but in suspicion? Why they replay your words, your actions, your expressions, searching for something, anything they can twist? Why would someone try so hard to find flaws in a person who never sought to impress them in the first place? Chosen one, it's not because you've done something wrong. It's because your very existence challenges the reality they've built on lies. They desperately wanted you to be fake. They needed it to make sense of their discomfort. They hoped to uncover something dark, something disqualifying, some hidden contradiction they could cling to as proof that you're just like them. Confused, performative, flawed. But every time they went digging, they came up empty. Why? Because your truth doesn't leave dirt, it leaves light. Your walk isn't scripted, it's sacred. And when the divine writes your story, no one else gets editing rights. Isn't it curious how people who hardly know you assume they have the authority to judge you? How they measure your worth against systems they didn't even build. But what you carry doesn't come with a paper trail. It's not printed on diplomas. It's not stamped on certificates. It's etched into your soul. Psalm 45:1 says, "My heart is stirred by a noble theme as I recite my verses for the King. My tongue is the pen of a skillful writer." And the author of your life doesn't make mistakes. You're not just walking in wisdom. You are wisdom in motion. You didn't study enlightenment. You became it through survival, silence, and surrender. So when people try to compare your presence to systems of achievement, it doesn't compute. They hate that you didn't earn your knowing through their path. You didn't get permission to shine, you just did. That glow you carry, it came from fire they never saw, battles they never fought, and decisions you made when no one else was watching. Do they really want truth, or do they just want control? When they dig through your life, is it to understand, or to rewrite your story to suit their comfort? The truth is, you're not an open document. They can't edit what the universe has already sealed. They try to label you with language that feels safe to them, too confident, too clean, too untouchable. But what they can't admit is that you are untouchable, not because you're perfect, but because you're protected. Look at the story of Joseph in Genesis. He was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and imprisoned, all by people who should have loved him. Why? Because they couldn't handle his favor. They couldn't bear his clarity. And yet, every attempt to bury him only brought him closer to the throne. His story didn't unfold with ease. It unfolded with divine strategy. You are Joseph in modern skin. Your pit didn't destroy you. It refined you. Have you ever felt like people are more concerned with the how of your wisdom than the why of it? As if the only way to accept your clarity is if it comes from a system they recognize. But your wisdom didn't come from lectures. It came from layers. It was encoded in every silent breakdown, every late-night prayer, every yes to God when no one else was watching. 1 Corinthians 2:10 confirms this. These are the things God has revealed to us by His Spirit. The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God. And that's exactly where your truth came from, the deep things. Think of Maya Lin, the 21-year-old who designed the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. The world dismissed her at first, too young, too soft-spoken, too unconventional. But what she created is now one of the most powerful spiritual structures in America. She didn't follow the rules. She followed her knowing. Just like you, your calm bothers people. Your peace frustrates them. Your silence offends them. Why? Because it's not weak. It's full. It's thick with presence. It's rooted in discernment. When others rush to speak, you observe. When they reach for attention, you retreat into depth. That unnerves people who only understand power when it's loud. But you've learned what real power feels like. It's still, steady, sacred. Isaiah 30:15 says, "In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength." And you've been walking in that quiet strength all along. They say, nobody gets this far without proving something. But you didn't have to prove it. You just are it. And when they realize they can't trace the origin of your grace, it stirs fear. Because they've built their confidence on comparison, and you refuse to compete. They've built their identity on image, and you radiate substance. And no matter how many accusations they hurl, or how many assumptions they whisper, the truth doesn't shake. Have you ever noticed how their questions aren't really about getting answers? They don't ask, "What have you overcome?" They ask, "Who do you think you are?" Not out of curiosity, but out of insecurity. But you don't owe them your journey. You don't need to explain the fire you came through to people who only know candlelight. Just like Sojourner Truth, illiterate, enslaved and untrained, yet she spoke with a force that rattled empires. Her voice wasn't polished. It was pure. And so is yours. They tried to find flaws and instead found fire. They hoped for a reason to reject you and instead found the evidence of divine refinement. Your stillness is louder than their gossip. Your presence is more consistent than their criticism. And even if they never admit it, they feel it. Deep down, they know they can't replicate what you carry, and that terrifies them. Romans 8:18 reminds us, "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." You've endured the suffering. Now they're witnessing the glory. You didn't skip the process. You just didn't advertise it. And now they're left confused. asking how you shine so brightly when they never saw you climb. But that's because you were rising in the dark. You were ascending in silence. So let them talk. Let them keep flipping through your story, looking for scandal. All they'll find is survival. All they'll uncover is sacredness. And as they dig deeper, all they'll do is confirm what they feared most. You are not a phase, not a trend, not a performance. You are a page from heaven, a line written in fire, and no rumor, no lie, no whisper will ever erase that. You are not a chapter in someone else's narrative. You are the full book they never had the language to read. You are the knowledge they tried to suppress, now walking, breathing, living in full color. Your story was encoded, not explained. And what's encoded in spirit cannot be undone in flesh. Let them wonder, let them guess, let them struggle with your peace. You were never sent to make them comfortable. You were sent to remind them. And when it's all said and done, they won't remember what you wore or even what you said. They'll remember how your presence made them question every lie they were told. Because you weren't born to be understood. You were born to be remembered. Number 6. They tried to rewrite your story, but the ink was never theirs to touch. Have you ever wondered why some people seem obsessed with telling your story for you? Why they twist your silence into arrogance, your boundaries into bitterness, your strength into threat? Could it be because your truth unsettles their illusion? Could it be that your very existence reveals what they've been working so hard to hide? You see, chosen one, they didn't just try to misunderstand you, they tried to erase you. They wanted to reduce you to a minor character in their own narrative, something forgettable, something disposable. If they could shrink your presence into a misquoted paragraph, maybe they could control how others perceived you. If they could repeat their lies often enough, loudly enough, consistently enough, maybe they could drown out the quiet thunder of your truth. But here you are, still standing, still radiant, still walking in the very power they tried to bury. And that, more than anything, has exposed them. Why did they attack your character when you never attacked theirs? Why did they feel the need to drag your name through rumor and projection? Because, dear chosen one, they couldn't figure out how to outshine you, so they tried to dim your light. But the thing about light, especially divine light, is that it cannot be erased by the shadow. John 1:5 reminds us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." What you carry wasn't printed in ink, it was etched in spirit. And no matter how many hands tried to edit your script, the original story remained untouched. They thought if they buried you deep enough in distortion, no one would notice the gold beneath. But they miscalculated. They didn't realize that storms don't break you, they reveal you. What they meant for ruin became revelation. Every betrayal, every slander, every attempt to twist your story only amplified the truth that you were never theirs to define. Have you ever paused to consider what it is about you that frightens them so deeply? Is it your boldness, your peace, your refusal to bow to their version of reality? What if it's simply the fact that you don't need approval to feel valid, that you don't crave their stage to shine? Most people are addicted to applause. They need the crowd to feel real. But you don't perform. You exist in truth. You walk in alignment, not agenda. And that alone makes you dangerous to the system they serve. They couldn't lure you with validation, so they tried to punish your authenticity. They couldn't get you to compete, so they painted you as arrogant. They couldn't understand your vision, so they called you delusional. Just like the prophet Jeremiah, who was labeled a liar by his own people for simply speaking what God told him. In Jeremiah 20:10, he said, "I hear many whispering, terror on every side. Denounce him, let's denounce him." But Jeremiah kept speaking. Why? because he wasn't writing his own message, he was carrying God's, just like you. They assumed your silence was submission, but your silence wasn't weakness, it was sacred. It was stillness backed by thunder. And now that thunder is echoing through every lie they told, every false narrative they built around your name is unraveling, quietly but surely. Because when someone walks in alignment with divine truth, time becomes their ally. Lies may rise quickly, but they don't last. Truth always outlives performance. Have you ever asked yourself why some people turned away from you even though you did nothing to harm them? Why the same ones who once praised you suddenly began to doubt you? It wasn't always about what you did. It was about the influence of those who couldn't stand to see you in your truth. And yes, that hurt. It shook you. Some of their tactics worked. For a moment, doubt crept in. You questioned your worth. But through the confusion, something steady held you. Something deeper reminded you. This is not just personal, it's spiritual. What they were fighting wasn't your personality, it was your frequency. It was the knowing that lives inside of you. It was the divine download etched into your soul. That's what they couldn't rewrite. And that's what will keep you rising long after they stop talking. Look at the life of Malcolm X. Misrepresented, misunderstood, and often maligned by those both inside and outside his movement. He was painted as dangerous, aggressive, even unstable. But the truth, the full truth, didn't fade. It outlived every headline, every soundbite. His legacy was preserved not because people accepted it immediately, but because truth doesn't expire, and neither will yours. Let's be honest, it's exhausting to carry this kind of knowing in a world that tries to silence it. But Psalm 138:8 promises, "The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me. Your love, O Lord, endures forever. Do not abandon the works of your hands." God isn't finished with you, and your story cannot be stopped, only strengthened. You don't have to defend yourself anymore. You don't have to prove anything. Your presence proves it. Your consistency proves it. The way you continue to walk in peace while others scramble to rewrite what you've already outgrown, that proves it. People are beginning to see the difference between the performers and the prophetic, between those who fake stability and those who were formed in the fire. You are not a victim of false narratives. You are the evidence that they failed. You are the story they couldn't silence, the one they tried to erase, the voice they didn't see coming, the frequency they couldn't mute, the message that kept ringing long after the rumors faded. You are not an accessory in someone else's ego-driven plot. You are the main story, written in fire, sealed in spirit, and carried by grace. Just like Corrie ten Boom, who survived a Nazi concentration camp and later forgave her captors. She didn't let her trauma define her. She let her redemption speak louder. Her story couldn't be rewritten because it was grounded in something unshakable. That's your legacy too. You walk in a strength that forgiveness forged, a wisdom that only silence can birth, and a knowing that was never meant to be understood by the crowd. So let them keep trying to flip the script. Let them continue spinning their illusions, because at the end of the day, you're still walking in truth, and they're still stuck in a story that was never real to begin with. 2 Corinthians 13:8 says, "For we cannot do anything against the truth, but only for the truth." That is the divine law that governs your life. No lie will last. No attack will stick. No rumor will ruin what God already declared. You are not just surviving this season, you are being established by it. You don't need a spotlight to shine. You don't need applause to be powerful. You don't need their recognition to be real. You are not a voice in the crowd. You are the frequency they didn't expect, the vibration that exposes illusions and restores alignment. And no matter how many times they tried to rewrite your story, they forgot the most important truth of all. You were never written in pencil. You were carved in truth, unchangeable, unshakable, and untouchable. Number 7. They can throw stones, but you were built without cracks. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself why they watch you so closely, yet pretend you're invisible? Why they whisper about you, attack your name, yet follow your every move in silence? Why they act unaffected by your presence, but their behavior shifts the moment you enter the room? What if their obsession isn't about who you are, but about what you've survived? What if they're not watching to understand you, but to figure out how you're still standing? Chosen one, they've thrown stones at your reputation. They've tried to discredit your character. They've launched rumors like arrows, hoping one would pierce your peace. But none of it stuck. None of it ever does. And that's what confuses them most. Because in their world, smear campaigns work. Attacks bring people down. Lies go viral. But you rise through every blow. You keep glowing after every shadow. You keep walking in truth when the whole world is trying to sell a lie. Why? Because you weren't built by them, so you can't be broken by them. Isaiah 54:17 says, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." This is more than a verse, it's your biography. They threw weapons, you turned them into wisdom. They cast shadows, you became a lighthouse. They tried to define you with their ink, but your story was written with sacred fire. You don't move like they do. You don't beg for validation, chase relevance, or manipulate perception. You move in alignment. You move with source, and that's exactly why you don't bend. You don't speak to impress. You speak because the truth burns in your bones. You don't shrink to fit systems built on illusion. You stand outside them, exposing what they try to hide. Your very existence is a rebellion against every lie they've submitted to. Have you ever realized how uncomfortable your presence makes those still loyal to the illusion? Why your peace feels like confrontation to those addicted to performance? Why your silence feels like thunder to those who depend on noise? It's because you are living proof that the system doesn't own the soul, that God builds in places man ignores, that the most unshakable ones are formed in silence, not stages. Look at Harriet Jacobs, who hid in a crawl space for 7 years to escape slavery before writing her powerful autobiography, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. Her voice wasn't built in public, it was forged in exile. But when it finally spoke, the system trembled. You carry that same spiritual lineage, the legacy of those who refused to break, even when the world gave them every reason to. They don't understand how every attack against you has only refined you, how every attempt to tear you down ended up elevating your name. They thought if they distorted your truth enough, people would turn on you. But the more they tried, the more obvious it became that you were the real thing, that you couldn't be faked, duplicated, or erased. Psalm 18:30 reminds us, "As for God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in him." You were never exposed. You were shielded. And that shield made them panic, because they couldn't understand why you didn't fold, why you didn't retaliate, why you didn't crumble under their manipulation. What they never considered is that you were never walking alone. You've been moving with an invisible army. Have you noticed how some people hate you more for your survival than they ever loved you in your silence? How the moment you start glowing, growing, and speaking from wisdom, they accuse you of arrogance? That's projection, not discernment. They are threatened not by your flaws, but by your healing, your wholeness, your ability to remain unshaken when everything they trusted crumbles under pressure. Like Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, whose book, Man's Search for Meaning, became a blueprint for spiritual endurance. He lost everything, but he didn't lose himself. His wisdom was born not from privilege, but from pain, and it became the very light that guided others out of their darkness. You are carrying that same light now, quiet but undeniable. They're asking themselves, why haven't you fallen yet? Why doesn't anything break you? Why do you keep rising no matter what we throw? The answer is simple. You're not made of the same material. Your soul was wired differently. Your roots go deeper than their reach. You weren't planted in shallow soil. You were placed in sacred ground, and your growth comes from the source, not from surface-level applause. You're not moved by fear. You're moved by knowing. You don't wait for applause to step into purpose. You don't ask for permission to exist fully. John 14:17 speaks of this depth. The Spirit of truth lives with you and will be in you. That's the key. What's in you isn't taught, it's deposited. And that deposit cannot be revoked. Your presence doesn't just light up a room. It rewrites the atmosphere. It pierces through falsehoods. It shakes comfort zones. It convicts those who've sold their truth for acceptance. And that's why they fear you, because you don't just survive, you transcend. You don't get smaller in resistance, you expand. Like Bessie Coleman, the first Black and Native American female pilot who faced racism and sexism at every turn. Denied flight school in the US, she went to France and got licensed there. She didn't let rejection stop her. She let it reroute her. And when she returned, she became a legend. That's your path too. The barriers were never the end. They were detours toward elevation. So let them swing. Let them whisper. Let them watch in confusion. You were never meant to crumble under pressure. You were meant to turn pressure into prophecy. You were meant to glow in the very room they tried to lock you out of. You were meant to rise in front of the very voices that called for your fall. Romans 8:31 says, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" The answer, no one. They can try, but they will fail. Because your alignment is not circumstantial, it's eternal. You don't need a platform. You are the platform. You don't need a spotlight. You are the light. You don't need to fight for your place. You are the place where clarity lives, where truth lands, where illusions collapse. Let them wonder. Let them question. Let them stay confused. Because every breath you take, every step you make in alignment is a testimony that cannot be denied. You weren't built to break. You were built without cracks. Number 8. You weren't meant to fit. You were meant to shift everything. Have you ever asked yourself why you've never felt at home in the places where others seem content? Why the more you try to blend in, the more your spirit resists? Why every time you attempt to shrink yourself to fit their narrative, something within you begins to wither? Could it be that you were never meant to blend in, not because you're broken, but because you were born to break patterns? Chosen one, you weren't designed to follow trends, conform to systems, or seek comfort in crowds. You were designed to shift atmospheres, not adapt to them. While others are memorizing scripts, you are recalling purpose. While they chase applause, you chase alignment. While they modify themselves for approval, you walk untouched, unapologetic, and unfazed. And that, more than anything else, terrifies them. They can't figure you out, and they're not supposed to, because your soul was scripted in a frequency they were never meant to access. Jeremiah 33:3 says, "Call to me, and I will answer you, and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." That's what you carry, unsearchable things, mysteries hidden in your bones, revelations disguised as instincts. And every time you show up in your truth, you interrupt the lie they've been living. You're not driven by the need to be liked. You're not trying to be palatable. You don't water yourself down to make others comfortable. Have you noticed how your confidence, rooted in quiet knowing, causes others to project their insecurities onto you? Why they call you too much, too intense, too serious? It's because you reflect what they abandoned. You walk in the fullness they were too afraid to pursue. Look at James Baldwin, who said, "The place in which I'll fit will not exist until I make it." He didn't wait to be accepted by a system built to erase him. He created space with his words, his truth, his light. That's you. You weren't born to sit at their tables. You were born to be the table, the foundation, the shift they never saw coming. You don't perform, you provoke. You don't play roles, you reveal truth. You don't soften your light, you shine with precision. And every room you enter becomes a mirror. That's why they flinch. That's why they try to reduce you with rumors, mockery, or silence. Because your presence exposes everything they've tried to cover. 1 Peter 2:9 declares, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light." You weren't called out of darkness to go back and play small. You were called to radiate, to disrupt, to expose the artificial by simply being authentic. Have you noticed how the more still you become, the more unstable others get? How your refusal to chase recognition drives them to question your motives? That's because they've built their identity on feedback loops. And you've built yours in silence, in seasons of isolation, in divine instruction whispered to your soul when no one else was watching. You're not weakened by solitude, you're sharpened by it. Like Emily Dickinson, who lived most of her life in seclusion, yet left behind some of the most hauntingly powerful poetry in history. Her power didn't come from public validation, it came from private clarity. She didn't try to be seen, she was simply true, and so are you. They're scared of you not because you want to be in control, but because you can't be controlled. You don't seek status. You don't chase crowds. You don't fear rejection. You move with an inner compass that doesn't respond to external noise. And that level of rootedness cannot be manipulated. They whisper, "Who do they think they are?" But inside, they already know the answer. They know you're chosen. That's why they try to distract you. That's why they start rumors. That's why they gaslight your knowing. Because they understand that if you ever fully stepped into your clarity, their illusion would shatter. Romans 12:2 reminds you, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." You are that transformation in real time. You don't adjust to patterns, you pierce them. You don't blend in, you break cycles. And every moment you choose truth over comfort, authenticity over performance. You prove that your blueprint didn't come from man, it came before man. And yes, they've tried to confuse you. They've tried to make you question your identity, your voice, your value. But your path isn't built on their opinions. Your power isn't sourced from popularity. Your alignment doesn't require permission. When they tried to delay you, they activated you. When they pushed you into silence, they sharpened your voice. When they tried to bury you, they didn't realize you were seeded, not defeated. Look at the life of T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, a man who didn't follow military convention or cultural expectation. Instead, he rewrote the rules of engagement by forging relationships, learning languages, and leading revolutions. He was unpredictable, uncontainable, and undeniable. Just like you. You were designed not to fit in, but to stand apart. And once you accept that difference, you stop waiting to be understood. You stop fighting to be seen. You start walking as though you already are what heaven said you were. That's when things begin to shift, not because you shouted louder, but because you moved in silence with certainty. Ephesians 2:10 says, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." What you're walking in was prepared in advance. So it's not your job to explain it to those who were never meant to carry it. It's not your assignment to decode your divine wiring for people tuned to fear and control. It's your duty to walk in it, even if they don't clap, even if they never understand. Have you reached the point yet where no lie sticks, no label lasts, no attempt to delay your destiny works? That's not an accident. That's a sign, a confirmation that the blueprint is unfolding, that the sacred design written in your soul is now being built in full view, and it cannot be stopped. Let them fear what they cannot define. Let them talk. Let them scramble to interpret what was never for them. While they're caught up in perception, you're building in purpose. While they seek permission, you're moving in authority. While they demand proof, you're becoming prophecy. Because you're no longer just rising, you are revealing. Revealing what obedience looks like, what sacred confidence sounds like, what divine alignment feels like, and you don't need applause for that. You just need to keep walking. So stop explaining your frequency to those who are tuned to static. Stop dimming your light in rooms that benefit from your confusion. Stop apologizing for a design that was written in divine fire. You weren't made to blend. You were made to blaze. Let them wonder. Let them fear. Let them fumble in the dark while you move by instinct, by code, by spirit. Because while they ask, who gave you the right? You already know it wasn't given. It was written. And you are the blueprint they were never supposed to see walking. And now, it's too late. Number 9. They can fight the truth, but they'll never win against the source. Have you ever felt the strange resistance that follows you, even when you walk in silence? Have you ever caught people glancing your way, whispering in circles, or replaying conversations about you behind closed doors? Do you ever wonder why some seem more invested in your downfall than in their own growth? It's not about you being a problem. It's about you being a mirror. You reflect something they can't manipulate, and that threatens the illusion they've worked so hard to maintain. Chosen one, they meet in shadows and speak in coded language. They ask themselves, why isn't it working? Why haven't we broken them yet? Why do they keep rising? They repeat the same tired tactics, rumors, silence, exclusion, manipulation, but none of it sticks. Why? Because what you are cannot be touched by what they are using. You weren't built in their system, so their system can't dismantle you. You weren't created by their applause, so their rejection holds no power. You weren't planted in their soil, so their drought can't dry you up. Isaiah 54:17 says, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord." This is your inheritance. Not just protection, but vindication. They can rise against your name, but they cannot reach your foundation. Because your roots were formed in the unseen, in the sacred, in the eternal blueprint of the one who called you before the world even knew your name. Have you noticed how your silence speaks louder than their noise? How you simply walking into a room shifts the entire frequency? Why is it that without raising your voice you still make others nervous? It's not because you said anything offensive. It's because your presence disrupts performance. You are not a threat because of what you speak. You are a threat because of what you carry. And what you carry is truth that wasn't born from books, but from deep, divine knowing. Just like Galileo, who dared to speak the truth about the universe and was condemned for it, not because he was wrong, but because his truth collapsed the structure of false authority. You too collapse things just by being in alignment. You don't argue, your presence convicts. You don't debate, your discernment dismantles. That's why they scramble, because you live outside the script they've memorized, and they don't know how to improvise around someone who is real. They don't fear what you say, they fear what your presence reveals in them. Have you realized this yet? That their anger isn't about your flaws, it's about your clarity. That their shade isn't a reflection of your darkness, it's a reaction to your light. That every time they gather to plot, the energy turns back on them, because truth doesn't need defense. It simply survives every attack until it outlives the lie. Psalm 125:1 says, "Those who trust in the Lord are like Mount Zion, which cannot be shaken but endures forever." That's what they don't understand. You're not standing because you're stubborn. You're standing because you're planted in divine intention. Your endurance isn't your strength alone. It's God's echo in your bones. They can't uproot you because they didn't plant you, and that's what keeps them guessing. Have you ever felt their confusion? The way they keep adjusting their tactics as if there's a missing code they just can't crack. What if that code is simply the fact that your power wasn't programmed by them, but by the source? You don't respond to fear. You don't react to chaos. You don't play by their cause and effect rules. And that frustrates those who live on control, because you weren't meant to be controlled. You were meant to be released. Think of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who stood up against an empire of lies, not by gathering followers, but by living his truth, even when it cost him everything. He wasn't loud, he wasn't glamorous, but he was unshakable. And unshakable is the most dangerous thing you can be in a world that relies on fear to keep people quiet. You are that kind of threat. Not because you fight back with fists, but because you move forward with unyielding clarity. Have you asked yourself why nothing they do seems to last? Why even when you've been knocked down, you rise faster, stronger, clearer? It's because your name was written in spirit, not ink, and that writing cannot be erased no matter how many times they try to scribble over it. John 1:5 says, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." That light is in you, and no scheme, no lie, no shadow can extinguish it. They've tried to silence you, but every attempt only made your presence louder. They tried to bury your message, but all they did was fertilize your roots. They tried to isolate you, but in isolation you found revelation. They were betting on your silence being submission, but your silence was strategy. You were listening while they were speaking. You were discerning while they were deceiving. And now your truth is unfolding, louder, bolder, undeniable. Look at the courage of Sophie Scholl, a young student who resisted the Nazis through handwritten leaflets. They tried to erase her voice, but they only immortalized it. Her quiet acts of rebellion outlived the machinery of terror. That's what happens when you align with truth. It becomes a ripple that no regime can contain. You are that ripple. You don't shout to make an impact. You exist, and everything false begins to tremble. So why do they still gather? Why do they still try? Because some people are so used to controlling the story, they can't imagine a narrative they can't edit. But that's exactly what you are. A page they can't rewrite. A paragraph that exposes their lie just by existing. You weren't born to be approved by their system. You were born to unravel it. And now they know. The more they resist, the more clearly your truth becomes visible to everyone watching. Romans 8:31 asks, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" That's not a rhetorical question, it's a reality check. Every strategy they launch against you already carries its own expiration date. Because you were never sent to win popularity, you were sent to reveal truth. And now your life is doing just that. Let them talk. Let them gather. Let them meet in hidden places and whisper about your light. While they plot, you keep building. While they scramble, you keep rising. While they twist, you keep shining. Because your power doesn't come from their approval, it comes from your knowing. And knowing doesn't scream. Knowing just moves. You are not here to be celebrated by crowds who prefer illusions. You are here to walk out truth so real, it can't be denied. And in doing so, you are not just surviving the storm, you are becoming the storm's boundary. They can fight the truth, but they'll never win against the source. And you, chosen one, you are the proof of that. Beloved chosen one, if you've made it this far, I want to take a moment to thank you from the depths of my spirit for walking through this message with me. I know this wasn't just a video for you, it was a confirmation, a divine echo of what you've always carried inside but sometimes needed help putting into words. You didn't stumble here by accident. You were drawn here, and that means something sacred is awakening within you. To every soul who's been silently rising, healing, remembering, thank you. Your presence, your energy, and your alignment help ripple this truth across the planet. Whether you've been here since the beginning, or this is your first time listening, I am truly grateful for your spirit being part of this journey. If this message poured something into you, if it helped you feel more seen, more remembered, more aligned with your divine design, and if you're in a position to do so, feel free to donate through Super Thanks. It supports the work and allows this space to continue flowing with messages for the chosen ones like you. But hear me clearly, even if you never donate a single cent, your energy, your presence, and your resonance here are more than enough. I'm honored just to walk alongside your soul. May you continue to rise, not with noise, but with knowing. May you speak truth even when your voice shakes. May you never forget who you are, and may no lie, no storm, and no system ever convince you to shrink again. You are the frequency that disrupts deception. You are the one they weren't prepared for, and you are exactly who God designed you to be. So, beloved chosen one, if this message resonated with the deepest part of you, like and subscribe to keep this energy moving. Share it with another hidden one who needs the reminder. You are the blueprint, and the world is finally catching up. Stay rooted, stay unshaken, and as always, you are covered. Chosen one, this is not just another message. This is a divine confirmation that has been waiting to reach your ears in this exact moment. You didn't stumble across this by accident. You were led here because you are the one who has been marked, set apart, and chosen to walk in the very footsteps of Jesus. You see, many are called, but few are chosen, and even fewer are willing to carry the weight that comes with that calling. But you've endured isolation, betrayal, spiritual warfare, and silence that felt like abandonment. Yet here you are, still standing, still growing, still listening. Why? Because heaven has its hand on you. Because your story was never ordinary. Because you were always the one meant to follow closely after the Son of God. Not just in word, but in spirit, power, and purpose. Before we dive into this revelation, I want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who has supported this journey through the Super Thanks feature. Your donations are deeply appreciated and help spread these divine truths to more chosen ones around the world. Whether you give or not, know that your presence here is sacred. You are valued, you are seen, you are loved. And now, if your spirit is already stirring, if you can feel this word pulling on something deep inside of you, I want you to comment 777 right now. That's the number of divine alignment, spiritual perfection, and prophetic release. When you type it, you're not just agreeing with me, you're declaring to heaven, I am ready, I am chosen, I will walk after Jesus. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, you are the one chosen to walk after Jesus. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why your journey has always felt like a high-level strategy game, while others seem to be playing something far more basic? While the crowd celebrated shallow wins and short-term victories, you were silently orchestrating a master plan that even they couldn't comprehend. Why were you always thinking 10 steps ahead when they were satisfied with just one? The truth is, you weren't just playing the game, you were reshaping it. You were operating with the mindset of a grandmaster while others fumbled with beginners' tactics, completely unaware that their predictable plays were already outdated before they began. They moved with noise, you moved with knowledge. While they shouted to be seen, you studied the shadows to understand. Proverbs 21:5 says, "The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but everyone who is hasty comes only to poverty." You, the chosen one, understood that patience is not passive, it is powerful. While others celebrated too soon, you were in the background mapping out every scenario. They thought they were in control, but you never needed control. You had clarity, clarity from above, clarity that comes only from being set apart. Consider how chess grandmasters think. Every move they make isn't just reactive, it's prophetic. That's how you functioned. You didn't react to the moment, you anticipated what was coming. This reminds us of Joseph, a man who was underestimated by his own brothers, sold into slavery, imprisoned unfairly, but rising to power in Egypt because he foresaw what others didn't. Genesis 41:39-40 says, "Since God has shown you all this, there is none so discerning and wise as you are. You shall be over my house." Joseph moved like a strategist. So do you. While they were laughing, you were listening. While they posted for attention, you positioned for legacy. They had noise, but you had nuance. They were rushing, but you were refining. And when the time came, you moved with such divine precision that even they couldn't trace your footsteps. How could they? God doesn't reveal the plans of his chosen ones to the average observer. Isaiah 55:8-9 declares, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord." This is why your path has always seemed hidden. Your moves don't make sense to the world because your purpose wasn't assigned by the world. Take, for example, Serena Williams, who didn't just play tennis, she changed the narrative of the sport. Behind every powerful swing was a lifetime of discipline, mental strength, and spiritual grounding. While critics talked, she prepared. While others faded, she dominated. You too are rewriting the expectations of your field. You weren't called to play small or follow old rules. You were called to redefine them. And perhaps you've noticed this. They don't even realize you've won until you're already sitting at the table they didn't believe you'd ever reach. Psalm 23:5 comes alive here. "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows." Isn't that what just happened? You moved in silence, guided by the Spirit, while they mistook you for someone unprepared. By the time they looked up, you weren't just a player in their game. You were the architect of the outcome. Consider Nipsey Hussle, who invested quietly in his community, building empires while others chased applause. He saw the long game. He thought like a leader. That's why his legacy still speaks. Just like you, chosen one. Your work might be quiet now, but your results will roar louder than any announcement. You're not here to be recognized prematurely. You're here to walk with God-level timing. And don't forget Esther, a woman who said nothing at first but studied everything. When the time was right, she made one move that saved a nation. Esther 4:14 reminds us, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this." Do you feel that? That holy tension building up inside you is not pressure, it's preparation. It's proof that you are the one chosen to walk after Jesus, not with imitation, but with intention. You have been trained in the quiet so that you could strike in the spotlight. And when you strike, it won't be for revenge, but for redemption. Chosen one, they thought they had you all figured out. They were convinced you were fragile, someone easy to control, someone hesitant and timid. But what if their perception of you was never the truth, but rather a projection of their own insecurity? They saw your silence and thought it meant defeat. They watched you stand still and assumed you were frozen. But what if you were merely preparing? Proverbs 17:28 says, Even a fool who keeps silent is considered wise. When he closes his lips, he is deemed intelligent. Have you realized yet, chosen one, that your silence was never a sign of weakness, but a sign of wisdom? While they celebrated false victories, you were documenting patterns. While they spoke with arrogance, you smiled in understanding. Why? Because you had already discerned the battlefield. You didn't need to announce your power. They were unknowingly confirming it with every mistake. You allowed them to underestimate you, not because you lacked strength, but because you had mastered restraint. Isaiah 53:7 tells us, "He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth." Why did Jesus stay silent when he could have spoken? Could it be because silence speaks loudest when the battle is spiritual? Take Fred Rogers, for instance. Who would have thought that a gentle, soft-spoken man could transform generations? Yet, while others mocked his tone and message, he calmly built an empire of emotional and spiritual resilience. How many times have you been mocked for being too soft, too kind, or too patient? But do you now see that kindness is not passivity? It's power under control. They thought you were an easy target. They thought you were scared because you didn't fight back. But what if you were simply choosing a higher battleground? What if you were gathering divine intelligence in the shadows while they stumbled around in overconfidence? Ecclesiastes 3:7 reminds us, "A time to be silent and a time to speak." Chosen one, what if your silence was never accidental, but divinely orchestrated? Look at LeBron James. In the early days, he was scrutinized from every angle. When he made the decision, people ridiculed him, but instead of clapping back, he focused forward. Years later, he became more than just a basketball player. He became a movement. Could it be that your purpose is unfolding in the same way? Quiet now, but unstoppable when the timing aligns. And let's ask this: why do the arrogant always stop paying attention? Why do they become so intoxicated by control that they miss the rising of a storm right beneath them? Could it be that you were never meant to match their volume, but to surpass their vision? They thought you were losing just because you didn't play by their rules, but you weren't trying to win their game. You were rewriting the entire board, while they competed against a version of you that no longer exists. You were preparing the next chapter. Galatians 2:20 says, "I have been crucified with Christ, and I no longer live, but Christ lives in me." Can they truly fight someone who's already been reborn? Consider Bethany Hamilton, the surfer who lost her arm but returned to the waves with more power than ever. Did people not say her career was over, and yet didn't she prove that adaptation is divine strategy? Are you beginning to understand that you are also being equipped to rise through what was meant to ruin you? While they slandered your name, were you not working in silence on something eternal? While they wasted time on petty competition, were you not aligned with God's greater plan? Romans 8:18 declares, "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." Do you sense it, chosen one? That glory is no longer just approaching, it's stirring. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why your calmness unsettled them more than their chaos ever affected you? Why did your patience make them nervous, while their impulsive moves only revealed their desperation? While they rushed into battles without a plan, were you not watching silently, calculating every possible outcome? Have you realized yet that what others mistook for stillness was actually your strategy? While they were playing checkers, fast, loud, and full of emotion, you were mastering chess with divine precision. Their tactics were reactionary, based on ego and momentary wins. Yours, on the other hand, were rooted in foresight, wisdom, and spiritual discipline. They tried to knock you off balance, but it was their own ground that was crumbling beneath them. Psalm 62:6 says, "He only is my rock and my salvation, my fortress. I shall not be shaken." You, chosen one, are unmovable, not because you're stubborn, but because you're anchored in something eternal. They set traps, they whispered lies, they tried to stain your name with rumors and assumptions, but none of it touched you, did it? Why not? Because you never stepped into their arena. You never played their game. You allowed them to fight illusions while you stayed grounded in your truth. Isn't that the mark of someone walking after Christ? Matthew 10:26 tells us, "So do not be afraid of them, for there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known." Everything they tried to weaponize against you only exposed them, and every attempt to bury you only planted the seed of your next season. Think about Harriet Tubman, a woman underestimated, hunted, and surrounded by danger at every turn. Yet she didn't react emotionally. She moved with intelligence, grace, and prophetic timing. She freed not only herself, but hundreds of others. She wasn't loud, but she was legendary. You too are walking in the same pattern. You didn't retaliate. You remained rooted. And that's what made you unstoppable. Even when they thought they had the upper hand, they were unknowingly playing into your foresight. Isn't that something? While they assumed you were naive, you had already mapped out their next 5 moves. You didn't need to speak to defend yourself. The silence was already speaking for you. Ecclesiastes 9:11 says, "The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but time and chance happen to them all." But time isn't random for the chosen, it's divine. You moved when the Holy Spirit said move, not when emotion told you to react. You never required their approval because your assignment was never dependent on their applause. That's why you didn't have to compete by their standards. They didn't realize that while they were chasing recognition, you were being refined. By the time they figured out that you weren't the person they assumed you were, the relationship was already dismantled, naturally, without force. Why? Because God is not just a healer, He's a divider too. Luke 12:51 says, "Do you think I came to bring peace on earth? No, I tell you, but division." He removes what cannot go with you into your next chapter. Look at Vincent van Gogh. In his lifetime he was mocked, misunderstood, and disregarded. The world didn't see his genius until long after he passed. Yet in his obscurity, he kept painting. He didn't paint to be accepted. He painted because he was anointed. You too create from purpose, not pressure. You lead not from ego, but from calling. And that's why they couldn't box you in, because you've already outgrown every space they tried to confine you in. And here's the beauty of your journey. You let them believe they were in control. You didn't need to correct them. You let them talk, let them move, let them celebrate fake victories, because you already knew where the real power was. Every moment they thought they were outsmarting you was a moment you were allowing them to confirm what you already foresaw. Proverbs 26:27 reminds us, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." And so it did, quietly, poetic justice without you lifting a finger. Take Simone Biles, a global gymnastics icon. After stepping away from competition due to mental health, critics erupted. But she didn't react with rage. She protected her peace. And when she returned, it wasn't to prove anything. It was to reclaim what was always hers. You mirror that energy. You didn't fold, you fortified. You didn't shrink, you sharpened. And when the moment was right, you made your move. Checkmate, but not out of revenge, out of revelation. Because, chosen one, you were never just playing the game. You were transforming the board. And those who once overlooked you now realize they were never playing with a pawn. They were facing royalty in disguise. Chosen one, have you ever felt like someone was waiting for you to fail, closely watching you, silently studying you, hoping you'd finally slip? Have you ever asked yourself why they cared so much about your every move? Why they tracked your footsteps as though your life was a spectacle for their entertainment? What made them so certain they knew how you would react, when to expect your breakdown, and exactly how to predict your next step? They assumed you were an easy target, someone they could shadow, manipulate, or break. But what happened when the person they were trying to monitor vanished? What do you think ran through their minds when the noise stopped and silence took over? Your disappearance was never a sign of weakness. It was a revelation of wisdom. It was not an exit, it was elevation. Isaiah 26:20 tells us, "Go, my people, enter your rooms and shut the doors behind you. Hide yourselves for a little while until his wrath has passed by." You didn't just fall silent, you became untouchable. You didn't run away, you rose above. While they were busy trying to absorb your light, you were quietly retrieving everything that was stolen: your power, your purpose, your voice. Have you realized yet that sometimes the most dangerous version of you is the one they can no longer track? What do manipulators fear the most? It's not confrontation, it's unpredictability. You stopped feeding them, you stopped responding, you stopped existing in their frame of reference. And when they looked for you, you were nowhere to be found. Not because you were hiding, but because you had ascended. Proverbs 4:7 says, "Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding." You weren't breaking down, you were building up, but in a place where they couldn't reach you, in a realm they were never meant to access. Take a moment to think about Satoshi Nakamoto, the anonymous creator of Bitcoin. After changing the course of global finance forever, he disappeared, without fame, without spotlight, without trace. While the world speculated, he moved in silence. His impact didn't require his presence. You, chosen one, carry the same spiritual technology. You don't need to be seen to be significant. When you vanished, the power dynamics shifted. They couldn't predict your next move because your steps were now ordered by God. Why did they start to panic once you stopped playing their game? Why did silence disturb them more than your words ever did? Because their entire strategy was built on your visibility, your energy, your response. Once you withheld those things, their sense of control crumbled. Micah 7:8 says, "Though I have fallen, I will rise. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light." You didn't just remove yourself, you rewrote the rules. And in doing so, you broke their hold. Think about David Bowie, who reinvented himself so many times that no one could ever pin him down. One moment he was Ziggy Stardust. The next he was the Thin White Duke. He disappeared and reappeared with more power, more vision, and more clarity. He wasn't avoiding the world, he was controlling his access. So are you. You've reached a level where your absence speaks louder than their attacks ever could. They told themselves that you must be broken, that you must be hiding out of shame, that their games had finally crushed your spirit. But tell me, chosen one, how can someone be broken when they're building? Job 23:10 reminds us, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold." They didn't realize that your silence was the forge, that your absence was the altar, and that while they were laughing, you were being purified. Let's talk about Benedict Cumberbatch, a man who was once kidnapped and tied up in South Africa. Most people would break under that kind of pressure, but he didn't. He stayed calm, found an opportunity, and escaped. When asked later how he remained so focused, he said it changed his perspective forever. He came back stronger, wiser, and more grounded. That's the energy you embody now. You didn't disappear because you were afraid. You disappeared to expand. And have you noticed something else? The more you withheld access, the more powerful your presence became. By limiting their ability to monitor you, you took away their illusion of power. When you stopped speaking, they lost their leverage. When you refused to explain yourself, they had nothing left to twist. Lamentations 3:26 says, it is good that one should wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. In your waiting, you were winning. In your silence, you were being saved. They assumed you had nothing left, but chosen one, you were building everything they couldn't see. You were laying bricks in secret. You were drawing blueprints from the Spirit. And soon, what's been hidden will be revealed. What was quietly built will publicly reign. Chosen one, you've mastered something they can't comprehend, the art of missing out. While the world glorifies showing up for every opportunity, every fight, every spotlight, you've learned something sacred. You don't have to attend every invitation to chaos. You no longer react just to prove a point. You don't feel the need to defend your name. You don't even drop clues about your next move. Why should you? Isaiah 42:2 says of the servant of the Lord, "He will not shout or cry out or raise his voice in the streets." That's you now, still, focused and beyond reach. Have you felt how unsettling that is to people who once relied on tracking you? When they realized they could no longer predict you, why do you think the paranoia set in? Why did they start checking your pages, reading your silence like it was a language they didn't understand? While they watched your digital footprints, you left none. While they whispered questions about your whereabouts, no one had answers, because you weren't falling, you were flying, but at an altitude they couldn't access. Consider Frank Ocean, one of the most reclusive music artists in modern times. He doesn't follow release schedules. He disappears for years at a time, while critics speculate and fans hunger for his return. But when he reemerges, he shifts the culture. Why? Because power doesn't rush to be seen. Like you, Frank understands that mystery holds weight, and while others fight for attention, he lets the silence build anticipation. That's what your ghost move did. It didn't just change your location, it changed the entire board. So, let me ask you this. When they heard your name again, did they expect to find you where they last left you? Did they think you were frozen in time, still trying to prove yourself, still trying to fit in? But when your name resurfaced, it carried weight. Not because you forced it to, but because your absence had made your presence more powerful. John 3:8 says, "The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going." That's the chosen energy you now carry, unseen but undeniable. And by the time they noticed you again, you were already miles ahead, building, stacking victories in silence, preparing for something that not even your former self would have been ready for. You didn't just move in silence, you matured in it. They wasted time watching your past while your future was being constructed in real time. They studied your footprints, not realizing you had started flying. 1 Peter 5:6 says, "Humble yourselves therefore under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time." That due time has arrived, and you're no longer in the same league. Look at Björk, the Icelandic singer known not only for her eccentricity, but her complete disregard for convention. She disappears from the public, then reappears with something so visionary that the industry has to catch up. She doesn't need validation, she exists above it. Like her, your lane is too unique to be crowded. You're not just advancing, you're shifting timelines. You're not just building, you're birthing blueprints. And this is the great divide between you and them. They need an audience, they need applause, they need confirmation, but you've discovered something rare. True power doesn't ask to be seen, it just moves. Real power doesn't seek external support because it's internally sustained. Proverbs 13:7 captures it perfectly. One pretends to be rich, yet has nothing. Another pretends to be poor, yet has great wealth. You are that quiet wealth. You are that unseen strength. You are that hidden fire that doesn't flicker, it consumes. Think of Amelia Earhart, the pioneering aviator who broke through societal boundaries to chase the skies. Her story wasn't driven by applause, it was fueled by vision. Even in her mysterious disappearance, she became legendary. Her courage wasn't loud. It was locked in action. Like you, she wasn't seeking agreement. She was chasing destiny. And whether they applauded or not, she flew. So now, what is more dangerous? Someone who needs validation or someone who no longer craves it? What frightens them more, your silence or your strategy? Because what they've now realized is this: you didn't just grow stronger, you grew beyond them. And real power, it doesn't knock. It arrives when it's ready, without warning, without explanation, and without the need to be understood. Chosen one, have you ever considered how fragile their illusion of control really was? What were they holding on to, if not your attention? Why did they assume you would always be available to respond, to react, to defend yourself? Was it because your former self once gave them that power? Or because they never imagined that you would grow past their reach? They thought they could keep up. They convinced themselves they were ahead of the game. They believed your presence was permanent, your patience was passivity, and your responses were guaranteed. But what happened when you went silent? What happened when your patterns dissolved and their routines no longer applied? Psalm 46:10 reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." That stillness you embraced, it wasn't weakness, it was worship. And when you vanished from their strategy, they found themselves lost in their own game. They depended on your energy as fuel. They weren't playing for purpose, they were playing for ego. Their confidence wasn't internal, it was borrowed from your presence. Every time they triggered you, they waited. Every time they whispered doubt, they paused for your return. But what do you think happened when you no longer gave them what they craved? When the echo chamber went quiet, who were they without your light? Look at Lauryn Hill, who at the peak of her fame disappeared from the public eye. Critics accused her of being unstable, unpredictable, and ungrateful. But behind the silence, she was detoxing from a system that tried to drain her soul. Years later, when she spoke, she did so with fire, clarity, and depth the industry wasn't ready for. Like Lauryn, you chose to disconnect, not because you couldn't keep up, but because you outgrew the environment. You came to a full stop. No more explaining yourself, no more returning to chaos just to prove your strength. You made the most radical move a chosen one can make. You gave no access, no rebuttals, no clarifications, no open doors. And in that void, the entire game fell apart. Isaiah 41:12 declares, "Though you search for your enemies, you will not find them. Those who wage war against you will be as nothing at all." You didn't have to destroy them. They dismantled themselves when you withdrew your attention. They expected a fight, but you gave them silence. They expected defense, but you gave them distance. And in that quiet space, they had no one left to battle but their own shadows. You were building, you were thinking, you were ascending. And while they debated your worth, you were stepping deeper into your anointing. Have you ever realized how your stillness exposed their instability? Consider Rick Rubin, the legendary music producer. Unlike most in his field, he avoids the spotlight, lives with minimal possessions, and speaks rarely. Yet behind the scenes, he's shaped more musical revolutions than almost anyone alive. He works in silence, not for secrecy, but for purity. He understands what you now know. When noise ends, clarity begins. You too have learned that wisdom whispers while ego screams. They thought your silence meant defeat. They assumed your lack of response proved they were right. They convinced themselves you were irrelevant because you didn't speak their name. But with each passing day, with every quiet step forward, your presence became more powerful. And slowly, they felt it, that their influence over you was broken, that their grip had faded, that the story had shifted, and they were no longer part of it. Luke 21:15 promises, For I will give you words and wisdom that none of your adversaries will be able to resist or contradict. But even now, you're not wasting those words, because your silence is doing what their shouting never could. Let's talk about Jean-Michel Basquiat, a street artist who didn't wait for approval. Critics misunderstood him, galleries dismissed him, yet his silence became a scream through every canvas he left behind. Today, his art sells for millions, and his vision echoes across generations. Like Basquiat, your name is gaining weight not from noise but from purpose, not from defense but from destiny. And now, let's ask the deeper question: are you feeling the call? Because this isn't just about withdrawal, it's about activation. You're not just stepping back from what no longer serves you, you're stepping into what's been waiting for you. Romans 8:30 says, "And those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified." You didn't walk away to disappear. You walked away to rise. You are here for a reason. Your silence is prophetic. Your disappearance was divine. If you feel the call, then answer it. This is not the end of your story. It's the unlocking of your next chapter. And no, this isn't just a decision. It's an awakening. Chosen one, have you ever asked yourself why they suddenly cared so much about your silence? Why your absence caused them more confusion than your presence ever did? Why they kept searching for signs of your failure, like it would restore something they had lost in themselves? Could it be that your mystery has become their mirror, reflecting everything they fear but can't name? As time passed, they grew restless. They looked for cracks. They hunted for proof that you were struggling, assuming that if they poked around long enough, you would eventually break your silence. But what did they find? Not your downfall, just distance. Not a weakness, just a wall of divine mystery. And nothing drives an insecure soul to panic faster than being cut off from what they once believed they could control. Proverbs 4:23 warns us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." And you did exactly that. You guarded what mattered most: your peace, your path, and your purpose. Why were they sending vague messages, tagging you in indirect remarks, and pretending not to notice you while desperately watching your every move? Because their identity was never rooted in themselves. It was fed by your energy. Without your presence, they had no reflection. Without your reactions, they had no relevance. They built their sense of importance on your words, your emotions, your attention. But once you chose to stop explaining, stop defending, and stop participating, their entire system collapsed. Consider the journey of Harper Lee, who after publishing To Kill a Mockingbird, refused to publish another novel for over 5 decades. Critics speculated, doubters whispered, and fans demanded. But she remained silent. Her mystery became her legacy. Like you, chosen one, she understood that real influence doesn't scream. It simply is. And while they tried to drag your name into old narratives, you were quietly rewriting your own. You became unreadable, unpredictable, untouchable. You became the very thing they feared, a mystery they could no longer manipulate. Ecclesiastes 7:21-22 says, "Do not pay attention to every word people say, for you know in your heart that many times you yourself have cursed others." You stopped giving them the satisfaction of a reaction. You stopped justifying your steps. And in doing so, you ascended into a level where they can no longer breathe. They believed they knew how your story would unfold, so they formed their plans around your past. But have you ever wondered what happens when they build strategies based on who you used to be, while you're evolving into someone they can't even perceive? They murmured your name in rooms you hadn't entered yet. They plotted to shame you before you even arrived. And yet, you never showed up. Not because you were afraid, but because you were already rewriting the script. Look at Prince. the iconic musician who rebranded himself as a symbol to regain ownership of his creative freedom. While his label tried to limit him, he quietly flipped the industry's narrative, becoming more than a name. He became a movement. Just like Prince, you realize that you don't need to shout to lead. You don't need to fight on their terms when you've already outgrown the entire structure. And so, while they prepared traps, you laid foundations. Isaiah 54:17 assures us, "No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." That's the energy surrounding you now. You allowed every rumor to pass without interference. You let every whisper die in the wind. Why? Because you knew the truth doesn't need defense, it only needs time. They thought their noise would destroy you. Instead, it exposed them. They failed to see what was unfolding, that while they obsessed over your past, you were busy designing a future they couldn't access. While they tried to unearth your mistakes, you turned them into wisdom. Every misstep they tried to weaponize became a lesson. Every flaw they mocked became a doorway to deeper grace. Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, "We rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope. And that hope, chosen one, is now your armor." Think of Zaha Hadid, one of the most visionary architects in modern history. Rejected early in her career, told her designs were impossible, mocked for her unconventional style, yet she kept building. And by the time they realized her brilliance, her structures were changing skylines across the world. You've done the same, not by begging to be seen, but by rising above the noise and building a reality no one can deny. You see, the very thing they were hoping to use against you, your history, has become your wisdom. The truth survived the lies, and the moment you stopped playing their game, the board reset. They kept trying to provoke a reaction, but you gave them nothing. Why? Because you were never just another player. You were always the architect of the entire board. Isaiah 2:11 concludes it perfectly. "The eyes of the arrogant will be humbled, and human pride brought low. The Lord alone will be exalted in that day." And that's exactly what's happening now. Their fixation has become their failure. Their obsession has left them frozen in old battles, while you, chosen one, have risen into a future so far beyond them they'll never catch up. Chosen one, people who rely on deception always expect a fight. They expect you to defend yourself, to respond with emotion, to throw energy into a game you never agreed to play. But what happens when you give them nothing? Proverbs 26:4 tells us, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him. You didn't waste your breath. While they were plotting, you were planting. While they were setting traps, you were laying bricks, building something greater, deeper, eternal. They waited for your downfall like it was a scheduled event. But you rose instead, higher than they ever imagined you could. They didn't expect you to hold your peace. They didn't anticipate that your silence would be louder than their schemes. And when their plans began to collapse, they scrambled to adjust. But it was too late. You had already outgrown the battlefield. You had already advanced to the next level." Take Brian Chesky, co-founder of Airbnb. In the early days, he was mocked, dismissed, rejected by countless investors who couldn't see the vision. But he stayed focused. He didn't clap back. He didn't respond with bitterness. He worked. He refined. He built. And when his critics looked up, he had already revolutionized the industry. That's exactly what you've done. Chosen one, not through retaliation, but through reinvention. They believed they had control. But what gave them that illusion? Your former accessibility, your old need for approval. That's gone now. The influence they once held, it no longer exists. Isaiah 8:10 says, "Devise your strategy, but it will be thwarted. Propose your plan, but it will not stand, for God is with us." You didn't beat them by fighting back. You beat them by leaving the ring. You let them play themselves out of the game while you elevated beyond their reach. And what was the final step? You became untouchable, not because you declared war, but because you declined to participate. You didn't need to prove a point. The silence said everything. They were left with rumors. You were left with results. They were grasping at relevance while you were gathering reward. They tried to hold you, but found they had nothing, not a chance. Because they thought time was on their side. They thought you'd always be around, engaged, reactive, available. But while they were distracted by petty battles, you were preparing to win the war. Think about Angela Duckworth, the psychologist behind the concept of grit. She studied people who succeeded not because they were the loudest or most gifted, but because they were relentless, quiet, consistent, focused. While your enemies were obsessed with defeating you in the moment, you were grinding in silence, building a future they never saw coming. They were too emotional, too invested in your failure, too blind to realize you had already moved on to something greater. And now the entire script is reversed. The very ones who mocked you, dismissed you, doubted you, those same voices now speak your name in disbelief. Not with ridicule, but with regret. What changed? You didn't argue, you ascended. Psalm 118 verse 22 says, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." That's your story. The one they thought wouldn't make it became the very foundation that outlasts them all. And while they remain stuck in confusion, you have become a blueprint for divine turnaround. They're trying to understand it now. They're studying you like a code, asking questions they once laughed at, trying to reverse engineer how you got here. But they'll never figure it out, not because it's hidden, but because it was never built with their approval in mind. And that's what stings the most. It's not your success that breaks them, it's their irrelevance to it. They had no part in your rising. They can't claim a piece of your process. And now, they can't even find the door to reach your level. Look at Colin Kaepernick, mocked, blacklisted, and cast aside for taking a knee in protest. They tried to erase him, but he stayed silent, and his silence grew louder than their noise. Now, years later, his name is etched into a movement. He didn't respond, he endured, just like you. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was weaponized wisdom. There was no need for petty retaliation, no clapbacks, no debates, just unshakable elevation. 2 Thessalonians 3:3 assures us, "But the Lord is faithful, and he will strengthen you and protect you from the evil one." That protection is what shielded you while they plotted. That strength is what carried you while they mocked. And now that you've risen, it's irreversible. What hurts them the most isn't your victory. It's that they were never the ones to hand it to you. They wanted to provoke you into becoming the victim. Instead, they were met with a version of you that doesn't flinch, doesn't explain, and doesn't play games. They were met with silence, success, and the crushing realization that they were never a threat to begin with. Chosen one, they scoffed at your vision, mocked your goals, and rolled their eyes every time you spoke about your calling. They made declarations, loud, dismissive, and cruel. They swore you'd never make it without them, that your path was impossible, that your dreams were delusion. Psalm 31:18 says, "Let their lying lips be silenced, for with pride and contempt they speak arrogantly against the righteous." At the time, their arrogance was mistaken for authority. But what happened when you refused to stay where they placed you? Back then, while you were still within arm's reach, they treated you like a nobody. They could afford to ignore your worth as long as you hadn't yet ascended. You were trying, striving, still in their shadow. And as long as you played small, they felt tall. But what happened when you moved past them? When you exceeded their expectations, defied their labels, and became someone they could no longer explain? Suddenly, the desperation began to show. They expected you to crawl back, to beg for a seat at their table. They were so sure you'd come running for their validation that it never occurred to them you never needed it in the first place. Now they're disoriented, watching from afar, whispering your name in spaces where they once rolled their eyes. Luke 6:11 declares, "But they were furious and began to discuss with one another what they might do to Jesus." And isn't that how it always goes with the chosen? The very ones who doubt you soon become obsessed with understanding your rise. Consider Tyler, the Creator, a musician once laughed at, banned from countries, and disrespected in mainstream media. He didn't fight back. He created. He evolved. He let the music speak. Years later, he's a Grammy-winning visionary with his own lane, while his early critics have faded into irrelevance. Just like you, they laughed, but now they study. Now their group chats have become whisper campaigns. Their gossip has turned into fascination. They're analyzing your every move, dissecting your strategy, wondering how the one they dismissed has become the one they quietly admire. They watch with mixed emotions, curiosity, awe, and just enough jealousy to keep them stuck. And the deeper irony, you don't even notice. You don't chase their approval anymore. You don't flinch when they drop hints, test waters, or try to slide back into your narrative, because you finally see them for what they are, opportunists, not allies. Their praise feels just as performative as their criticism once did. Proverbs 19:5 says, "A false witness will not go unpunished, and whoever pours out lies will not go free." They had their chance to stand beside you. Instead, they chose to doubt. And now they have to sit with that. Meanwhile, you've become the main event. They're in the background now, spectators, not participants, watching from the sidelines, hoping for a glimpse, wishing for a response. But the truth is, you don't owe them one. You never did. Whether they cheer or criticize, the show continues. Not because of them, but in spite of them. Because by the time the spotlight shifted, they were no longer laughing. They were staring in stunned silence. Let's talk about Greta Gerwig, who was once just another actress trying to be heard in a male-dominated film world. She disappeared from the spotlight, studied, wrote, directed, and re-emerged as a force. Lady Bird and Barbie weren't just movies, they were declarations. Critics who once dismissed her now scrambled to praise her. Like Greta, you didn't disappear. You evolved in silence, then returned with fire. So, chosen one, what about you? When they call your name now, do you even hear them? Do you feel the need to respond, to explain your glow-up, to clarify your climb? Or do you simply walk in it, unbothered, untouchable, unmoved? Isaiah 2:17 says, "The arrogance of man will be brought low, and human pride humbled. The Lord alone will be exalted in that day." And that day, it's already here. The only thing you had to do was grow. That was enough. That was the act of war they couldn't handle. And in your growth, every lie they built collapsed. Every projection they clung to evaporated. Every insult they whispered came back void. Because the truth was always this: they were never as powerful as they pretended to be. Think of Vivienne Westwood, the rebellious fashion icon who turned mockery into mastery, laughed at for her eccentric designs, dismissed by gatekeepers, but she kept going. Eventually, she changed the entire landscape of fashion. She didn't fit the mold, she shattered it. And now, her name is etched in history, just like yours will be. They created their self-worth by putting you beneath them. They painted themselves as giants, but only when you were willing to shrink. And now that you've stood up, fully, finally, fearlessly, they can't hide from what that reveals. They were never ahead of you. They just needed you to believe they were. Chosen one, have you ever realized how terrified they became the moment you stopped questioning yourself? Why was your confidence such a threat? Why did your silence suddenly feel like thunder to those who once mocked you? Could it be because they were never really in control, but their illusion depended on your uncertainty? For as long as you doubted your value, they felt powerful. As long as you defended yourself, they felt needed. As long as you responded to their provocations, they felt important. But when you finally paused, when you took a deep breath, lifted your eyes, and saw who you truly were, that's when the fear took hold. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." You didn't just stop engaging, you ascended. And in your rising, their entire fantasy collapsed. They thought you needed them. But the truth was, they needed you far more. They needed someone to project onto, someone to distract from their own stagnation. When you walked away, they had no one left to shadow, no one to sabotage, no one to feed their sense of superiority. And in the void you left behind, they were finally forced to face themselves. What did they find? Chaos, confusion, years wasted scheming against someone who was never competing with them to begin with. Think of Ava DuVernay, who wasn't accepted into Hollywood's power circles early on. She didn't argue, she didn't plead for access. Instead, she built her own path. She created, produced, and directed projects that changed the game. And by the time the gatekeepers turned to look for her, she was already miles ahead. That's you. They didn't expect you to become the architect, but while they were circling rumors, you were circling strategies. Now they're stuck, still talking, still reaching, still pretending. They scramble to appear like they've grown. They mimic your language. They echo your progress. But it's imitation without revelation. Matthew 7:20 says, "Thus, by their fruit, you will recognize them." And no matter how they try to fake it, their fruits are barren. Because while they were fixated on your journey, you were focused on transformation. You were making moves while they were making noise. You were ascending levels while they were recycling gossip. And now they can't reach you. Not because you're hiding, but because the distance has become spiritual. You were never playing the same game. They chased applause. You chased alignment. They sought attention. You sought anointing. And the deeper truth, you always played the long game. Remember Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. While the world was focused on flashy startups and trending tech, he quietly transformed Microsoft from the inside out, focusing on sustainability, long-term growth, and cultural restoration. Today, the company is more powerful than ever. Nadella didn't chase hype. He cultivated legacy. So did you. While they celebrated shallow wins, you were constructing something eternal. They thought you were out to compete, but your eyes were never on them. Your focus was always higher, broader, deeper. You moved with strategy while they moved with ego. And now that the results have spoken, the chasm between you is undeniable. Ecclesiastes 3:11 reminds us, "He has made everything beautiful in its time, and the time of your unveiling is now." They don't understand how they lost. They don't understand why they can't reach you. But here's the truth. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table. Some people weren't meant to eat. They were meant to watch. And while they ignored you in the kitchen, mocked you during preparation, and laughed during the labor, now they linger outside the door, hoping to be noticed when the feast is finally set. Think of Steve Lacy, who spent years being overlooked as the quiet guitarist in a group before releasing solo music that captivated the world. Critics were shocked, but he had been preparing in silence all along. His excellence wasn't a response. It was the reward of hidden work. Just like you, chosen one, you didn't perform for them. You prepared for God. They celebrated victories that meant nothing. You built a kingdom they can't touch. And now, the space between you is more than physical. It's spiritual, intellectual, and prophetic. Proverbs 14:1 says, "The wise woman builds her house, but with her own hands the foolish one tears hers down." They spent their years tearing down what they didn't understand. You spent yours building what they could never imagine. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to ask yourself, who really supported you when you needed it? Who sowed into your soil when it looked barren? Who stood beside you before the glow-up, before the rise, before the world started whispering your name with reverence? If you're honest, you already know the answer. You never received their help, not once. They never contributed to your growth, never invested in your future, never truly believed in you. And now they no longer have access. Matthew 7:6 warns us, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." You've learned to guard what's sacred, your energy, your peace, your presence. Because you know now, some people were never meant to stay. They were merely assignments, divinely used to push you further. While they were secretly hoping you'd fall, God was secretly preparing your flight. And that's the twist. They wanted to see you fail and were forced to watch you soar. And in doing so, they encountered the very truth they were unprepared to face. You were never lacking. You were never weak. You were never beneath them. They declared with boldness that they were superior, as if their disapproval had the power to cancel your destiny. They mocked your early efforts. They laughed at your small beginnings. They dismissed your growth like it was nothing. But now they're watching. Now they're studying. Now they're taking notes, analyzing your blueprint like disciples who missed the original sermon. 1 Corinthians 1:27 reminds us, "But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. What they considered foolish has become the standard. What they dismissed has become divine." Look at Issa Rae, once laughed at for making low-budget YouTube content that the industry didn't take seriously. Now she runs media empires, creates award-winning shows, and is rewriting the rules of storytelling on her own terms. She didn't need their platform, she built her own. That's exactly what you've done. You stopped waiting for an invitation and started owning the whole room. The truth is, those who move from ego never prepare for someone else's elevation. Why? Because they're too busy trying to appear above you to ever imagine that one day you'd rise without them. They never thought they'd have to watch your success from the outside. They didn't believe the tables would turn. They had no concept of what it would feel like to look up at someone they used to look down on. James 4:10 says, "Humble yourselves before the Lord, and he will lift you up." You didn't climb by clawing, you rose by surrendering. They ridiculed your vision, thinking it would crumble, but instead, they're now chasing a version of success they once mocked. They once sneered at your ambition. Now they try to replicate your methods. You see it, don't you? The ones who swore you'd be nothing without them are now studying your every move, hoping to uncover the secret they once ignored. Consider Chadwick Boseman, a man who stayed silent about his suffering while delivering some of the most iconic performances of our generation. He didn't argue with the world. He didn't beg for recognition. He simply did the work. And now, his legacy echoes beyond the grave. The very people who once underestimated him now celebrate his name in reverence. Just like you, chosen one. You didn't shout, you built. You didn't fight, you endured. And now the silence has become thunder. They thought they could erase you, that if they ignored you, you'd fade, that if they spoke low enough, your spirit would shrink. But every dismissal became fuel. Every closed door became a training ground. Every insult became momentum. Romans 8:31 powerfully declares, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" That's what they forgot. They weren't contending with just your will. They were contending with heaven's assignment on your life. You were never meant to seek their permission. You were meant to prove that your obedience to God would lead you farther than their validation ever could. They underestimated your resilience because they never understood your source. And now, here's the most poetic irony of all. Their doubt built your endurance. Their criticism crafted your character. Their rejection redirected you into divine alignment. Every single thing they did to tear you down, God turned into a stepping stone. Genesis 50:20 echoes this truth. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. You became unstoppable, not in spite of their opposition, but because of it. What they tried to kill only made you rise. What they tried to curse, God crowned. And now, the only thing left for them to do is watch. Beloved chosen one, your resilience is the kind of strength that only heaven can recognize. With every stone they threw, you built. With every betrayal, you learned. With every silence, you strengthened. And now they wish they had your frame of mind, your endurance, your unshakable calm, your divine wisdom. They envy the way you rose with grace, grew without applause, and walked into peace without permission. But what they fail to understand is that your strength was not handed to you. It was forged in fire. Every sleepless night, every unanswered prayer, every tear shed in secret became the unshakable foundation on which you now stand. What you carry cannot be imitated, because it was earned in the dark where no one clapped and only God watched. Thank you for walking with me through this message. If you've made it this far, know that this wasn't just content, it was confirmation. It was never about who left, who laughed, or who doubted. It was always about who you were becoming. Your journey, your pain, your breakthrough. It matters. And I'm honored to walk this prophetic path beside you. If you feel led to support this message and help it reach more chosen ones around the world, you can do so through the Super Thanks feature. Whether you decide to give or not, please know this from my heart. I'm deeply grateful for your presence. Your energy here is already a gift. You don't have to sow to be seen. You're already family. And now I speak this blessing over you. May the doors open without you having to knock. May peace surround you like a shield. May those who tried to bury you have no choice but to witness your bloom. And may the fire that shaped you never burn you again, only light your path. Stay rising, stay chosen, stay divine. We're just getting started. Dear chosen one, have you ever wondered why your path felt so quiet, so hidden, so painfully long? For years you may have felt invisible, overlooked by people, forgotten by opportunities, abandoned by the timing you so desperately hoped for. But let me tell you the truth, that heaven has been speaking over your life. You weren't being ignored, you were being preserved. You weren't being rejected, you were being refined. Just like a seed must be buried in darkness before it grows toward the light, God placed you in hiding to strengthen your roots. Your silence was sacred. Your waiting was warfare. You weren't ready for the spotlight yet, and more importantly, the world wasn't ready for you. And now I'm here to declare, your moment of revelation has come. The very season that tried to break you has built you. God took you through loneliness to teach you intimacy. He took you through rejection to reveal your true worth. And now He's calling you out, not for applause, but for assignment. Before we go any deeper, I want to take a moment to speak from my heart. To everyone who has supported this message through Super Thanks, thank you. Your generosity fuels this mission, helping these words reach more hearts around the world. You are a vital part of this divine movement. And even if you haven't donated, please hear me. Your presence, your spirit, and your engagement mean everything. You are seen, you are valued, and you are deeply appreciated. Now, think of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, enslaved, imprisoned. Years of being forgotten by man, but never forgotten by God. And when his time came, he wasn't just restored, he was exalted. Not because of charm, but because of character. Just like you, chosen one, his hiddenness was not a detour, it was divine development. Are you ready for what's coming next? Because many chosen ones are trained through the fire of delay, through betrayal that cuts deep, and through spiritual battles that would crush the unprepared. But every challenge was necessary. God wasn't punishing you. He was preparing you, stripping away what couldn't go with you, tearing down old mindsets, severing distractions, purifying your motives. Because what he's about to reveal through you must be rooted in him. If this word already resonates with your soul, comment below, 777. Let it be your agreement with heaven that you're ready, ready to rise, ready to shine, ready to walk in the fullness of your purpose. So now, chosen one, take a deep breath, because what's been hidden is about to be revealed. And what's been growing in the dark is about to take root in the light. Let the world see what God has been shaping in secret. Your time is now. God's chosen ones, you were hidden for a reason. Now God is ready to reveal you. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why your life felt hidden while others were celebrated? Why your prayers seemed to echo in silence while others received applause? It's not because you were forgotten, it's because you were being formed. In the quiet places no one else could see, God was molding you. In the darkness, he was developing a strength in you that comfort could never teach. While others were distracted by noise and applause, you were learning the language of heaven. You were in the furnace of affliction, not to be destroyed, but to be purified. Like gold refined in fire, you were being tested to reveal what was true and unshakable in your soul. But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold. Job 23:10. This was your silent anthem through long nights of crying out to God, through whispered prayers no one heard, and through silent battles no one applauded. They only see you now, your strength, your peace, your depth of wisdom, but they don't know what it cost you. They don't know the crushing that made the oil flow, or the silence that taught you to hear God more clearly. And isn't that what makes your testimony sacred? What if the silence was never punishment, but preparation? Like King David, you were overlooked by men, but handpicked by God. Before David ever wore a crown, he was faithful in obscurity, tending sheep in fields no one cared about. And it was there, away from crowds, that he killed the lion and the bear. It was there he learned to worship. It was there God saw a heart after his own. You, chosen one, have also faced lions in silence and wrestled doubts in the wilderness. But every scar, every tear, was a seed planted for the harvest that's now coming. Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time. 1 Peter 5:6. And what if the pain you endured privately has now become your greatest weapon publicly? While others were entertained by shallow things, you learned how to go deep. You learned how to wait, how to trust, and how to move only when God says move. That's why when storms come now, you remain anchored. That's why when people question your confidence, they don't realize it was born through fire. The enemy tried to break you in private, but God used it to build you in power. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. Think about Harriet Tubman, born into slavery, hidden in the shadows of oppression. She endured deep suffering that no one would have chosen, but in that hidden place her courage was born. Her faith in divine direction, listening for God's voice in the dark, became her compass. She wasn't famous then, just faithful. And it was that hidden strength that led her to become one of the greatest liberators in history. Doesn't her story sound a little like yours? During your hidden season, God sharpened your discernment, not just to protect your heart, but to preserve your calling. You began to recognize who was for you and who was only drawn to your light for their gain. He taught you how to walk away in silence, how to love without losing yourself, and how to spot deception cloaked in charm. That's why, as you rise now, you will not be easily shaken. You will not fall for what once fooled you. You've been trained in wisdom and tested in truth. Do not be deceived. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. In the past you may have tolerated betrayal, but now you discern it before it even speaks. That's not paranoia. That's spiritual maturity. When you were hidden, you weren't isolated. You were insulated, guarded by God for such a time as this. Look at Vera Wang, now a legendary fashion designer. She wasn't discovered in her youth. In fact, she didn't launch her first bridal collection until she was 40. Decades of being hidden in the editorial and sports world prepared her with skills the fashion industry would one day crave. Today, she's iconic, but the world didn't see the years she spent learning, being overlooked, doubting herself, yet quietly sharpening her edge. Just like you, chosen one, her delay was never denial. It was divine design. As you step into your appointed moment, your clarity will cut through confusion. People will wonder how you know what you know, how you see what others miss, how you walk in such grace. But it's because you were taught by the Spirit in a place no human applause ever reached. You don't just carry words, you carry weight. You don't just have knowledge, you have wisdom carved by tears and prayer. That is what sets you apart. Consider the story of Ta-Nehisi Coates, the acclaimed author and thinker. Before his rise to international recognition, he spent years writing in the quiet, rejected, underestimated, but writing nonetheless. The world met him with Between the World and Me, but his anointing was built in hiddenness. His insight was not born in luxury, but in reflection. What he produced came from a season of being unseen, just like you. So, chosen one, can you now see why you were hidden? Can you now understand why certain doors didn't open, why some people walked away, and why it felt like heaven was silent? It was all divine strategy. You were being refined, not rejected. You were being protected, not punished. You were being prepared, not passed over. Chosen one, can you feel the shift in the atmosphere? Can you sense that the waiting, the wondering, and the silence are giving way to something greater? This is not your imagination. This is the divine moment you've been preparing for. The time you've been praying for, dreaming of, and crying over in secret, it has finally arrived. The doors that once mocked you by staying shut are now opening of their own accord. You no longer have to beg, push, or explain. God Himself is going before you. See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. Revelation 3:8. These are not ordinary doors. They are opportunities drenched in divine favor. They are pathways that defy logic and make the world pause in disbelief. But the real question is, will you step into them boldly, or will you let fear whisper lies into your spirit? You've been hidden, yes, but not to stay safe. You were hidden to be prepared. And now, chosen one, the time to rise has come. When God chose Moses, He didn't reveal him to the world immediately. Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness, hidden from fame and from Pharaoh, only to emerge as a deliverer when the time was right. Are you beginning to see the parallels in your own life. You too have wandered through a wilderness of obscurity, but that wilderness was holy ground. It was there that God rewired your identity, stripped you of fear, and taught you the authority of obedience. Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say. Exodus 4:12. Moses didn't feel ready, but obedience opened the Red Sea. Like Esther, you have been groomed in silence. No one saw the nights you questioned your worth, the days you doubted your assignment, or the conversations with God that no one else could understand. But God saw. He heard. And just like Esther, who stepped from secrecy into royalty, you are stepping into your divine assignment, not just for your sake, but for a people who need your courage. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. And that's the sacred weight of this moment, isn't it? This isn't just about you. This revelation, this emergence, is about the people connected to your voice, your story, your very presence. Have you considered that someone else's freedom is tied to your boldness? That someone is waiting to believe again because you chose to rise? Think about Viola Davis, a woman born into deep poverty, surrounded by hardship and hidden in the shadows of systemic limitation. She was told repeatedly that her features didn't fit Hollywood's mold, that her story was too raw. But she didn't stay silent. She rose. And because she rose, she became the first black actor to win the Triple Crown of acting. But more than that, she became a voice for the unseen, just like you. Chosen one, what if your journey isn't just a path? It's a blueprint for others to find their own way out. Your life is a testimony in progress. Your scars are sacred, your voice is powerful, and your presence carries weight. As you step forward, remember, it's not just about arriving, it's about activating. You are here to activate hope in others, to awaken dormant dreams, and to remind people that God still chooses the unexpected. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. This verse is no longer just poetic, it's prophetic for your life now. Your light, once concealed, is being revealed not for self-glory, but for divine assignment, and your courage to shine will give others permission to do the same. Think about Trevor Noah, once a child born in apartheid South Africa, literally illegal because of his mixed-race identity. Hidden from the public and even from parts of his own family, he grew up in the shadows of danger and division. But that hiding season developed within him a unique voice, one of wit, clarity, and compassion. Today, he doesn't just tell jokes, he tells truth. And millions listen, just like your voice. His came out of pain and became a vessel for healing. You're not stepping into this moment alone. Heaven is backing you. Angels are making way. Favor is chasing you down. But boldness must be your response. This is not a time to shrink back. This is a time to stretch your wings. You've been through too much to question your authority now. You didn't endure all those lonely seasons just to hesitate on the edge of destiny. Think of Helen Keller, blind and deaf before she was 2 years old, locked away in a world without sound or sight. For years, her world was hidden in silence, but through persistence, through grit, and through divine connection, she found her voice, and the world listened. Her disability became her platform, and she became the first deaf-blind person to earn a college degree, an author, and a fierce advocate for change. Hiddenness did not disqualify her, it amplified her. And the same is true for you. So, chosen one, can you feel what's being stirred inside you now? The fire, the clarity, the urgency. It's not random, it's divine timing. All that you've carried in silence, all the dreams you've protected in the dark, are now pushing toward the light. Don't underestimate the impact of your emergence. Don't question the power in your steps. You were hidden on purpose, but not forever. Chosen one, What if the only thing standing between you and your destiny isn't lack of preparation, but fear disguised as logic? Have you ever paused right at the edge of breakthrough, not because you lacked clarity, but because fear whispered lies into your spirit? That you're not ready, that you're unqualified, that you're still too broken, too behind, too unknown. But let me ask you, who told you that? Was it God, or was it the enemy trying to steal your moment? For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. Fear is not your portion. Doubt is not your inheritance. Hesitation is not your calling. What's stirring inside you? The fire, the urgency, the clarity. It's divine confirmation that you are not only ready, but anointed for what's ahead. God is not pacing heaven wondering if you can handle it. He knows what He placed inside you, and now He's calling it forth. Yes, the enemy will come with his usual tactics, subtle suggestions that you're still the same version of yourself who once failed, who once hid, who once felt overwhelmed. But that version of you has been buried. That was the caterpillar. You are now the butterfly. That was the seed. You are now the harvest. You have been forged in trials, refined in secret, and anointed in the presence of God. The one who calls you is faithful, and He will do it. 1 Thessalonians 5:24. Look at the story of Tyler Perry, once homeless, living in his car, laughed at, dismissed by Hollywood executives who didn't see value in his message. The enemy tried to tell him he was unworthy, that he had no place on the stage of influence. But he kept writing, kept building, kept believing. And now, not only is he one of the most successful entertainment moguls of our generation, he owns a massive studio on land that was once a Confederate military base. Only God could write a turnaround like that. And chosen one, what if your story is meant to shock the world in the same way? Now that you're stepping into the light, you must step differently. You can't walk into this season with old fear. You can't second-guess what God has already confirmed. You are not walking alone. You are walking with the backing of heaven. The same God who strengthened Moses to speak, who elevated Joseph in a foreign land, who gave Ruth favor in the field, is walking with you. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord, your God, goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Deuteronomy 31:6. So, chosen one, why would you shrink now? Why would you let fear borrow space in your mind when God has already cleared the path before you? The oil on your life isn't light, it's weighty, and with that weight comes authority. With that authority comes responsibility, and with that responsibility comes influence. You were not prepared for a small impact, you were prepared for divine disruption. Consider the story of Charlemagne the God, once a troubled youth with a criminal record, overlooked by many, labeled by his past. But he leaned into purpose. He faced his fears, rebuilt his life, and emerged not only as a media mogul, but as a voice of transformation for culture. He speaks boldly now, not because he never battled fear, but because he stopped giving fear the final word. You too, chosen one, have reached a place where your voice can no longer be silenced by old shame or inner critics. You are no longer the person who doubted their worth. You are no longer the version of yourself that needed constant validation. That version of you was necessary for a season, but this new version has been baptized in fire, strengthened in stillness, empowered by experience. You carry authority because you have known pain. You carry peace because you have walked through storms. You carry wisdom because you have wrestled with questions in the dark and still chose to trust God anyway. Let us then approach God's throne of grace with confidence so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need. Hebrews 4:16. Confidence isn't arrogance, it's alignment. It's walking like someone who knows who their Father is. It's entering rooms not trying to prove your worth, but knowing your presence is proof that God is working through you. Look at Mel Robbins, now one of the most influential motivational speakers in the world. For years, she battled anxiety, depression, and financial ruin. Her breakthrough didn't come when she felt fully healed. It came when she moved anyway. She acted in faith. She silenced fear with obedience. Her 5-second rule changed millions of lives, but it was born out of her own private desperation. What have you been through in secret that is now about to transform others publicly? Chosen one, this is the season where confidence must become your posture. Not confidence in your own perfection, but in God's preparation. Not in your flawless performance, but in His flawless plan. The enemy will try to remind you of your past, but God is pointing you toward your purpose. You have been tested and you have passed. You have been hidden, and now you are ready. You have been anointed, not for applause, but for assignment. Chosen one, do you truly understand who you are, and more importantly, whose you are? Have you fully embraced the truth that you are not just another face in the crowd, but a vessel handpicked by the Creator for a divine assignment? Walking in your God-given authority begins with this revelation. You were not called to fit in. You were never meant to play small. You are a chosen vessel, anointed, appointed, and set apart for impact. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His wonderful light. 1 Peter 2:9. When you walk in divine identity, everything shifts. How you speak, how you decide, how you move. You no longer second-guess yourself at every turn. You speak with conviction, not because you're perfect, but because you're walking with the perfect one. That conviction will be tested. Are you prepared for that? When you step into divine authority, the atmosphere responds. Heaven supports you, yes, but hell resists you too. The enemy doesn't attack what isn't a threat. He doesn't waste time on those who pose no danger to his plans. You, chosen one, pose a very real threat. That's why the resistance has felt so intense lately. That's why confusion, doubt, and spiritual warfare often spike right before you level up. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Isaiah 54:17. This is your inheritance, not just survival, but victory. Not just movement, but momentum. God didn't call you just to walk. He called you to walk in authority. And that means opposition is inevitable, but defeat is impossible when you're aligned with the will of heaven. Consider the story of Morgan Freeman. Before becoming one of the most respected voices in film and culture, he spent decades in relative obscurity. He didn't achieve mainstream success until his 50s. For years, he was told he was too old, too slow rising, too late. But he stayed the course. And when the moment came, he stepped into it with grace and dignity that only years of perseverance could have cultivated. Freeman wasn't just acting, he was commanding space. Just like you, chosen one, he understood that delay doesn't cancel destiny, it deepens it. As you rise, you will notice both admiration and resistance. Are you ready for the paradox of divine favor? Some will celebrate your anointing, while others will question your authority, but neither should sway you. Why? Because your anchor is not in applause nor in criticism, it is in Christ. You must walk forward with unshakable faith, knowing that when God opens a door, no human hand can close it. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. This verse is not just encouragement, it's instruction. Strength is your posture, courage is your language, and unwavering faith is your legacy. But even the strongest warriors need wise counsel and spiritual covering. This is the season to audit your inner circle. Who around you truly understands your calling? Who prays for you when you're not in the room? Who speaks life when you feel weary? You are walking in a level of favor that requires alignment, not attachment. People who are merely impressed by you may not be equipped to walk with you. You need those who are not just fans, but fellow fighters in the spirit. Look at the example of Bethany Hamilton, the professional surfer who lost her arm in a shark attack at age 13. Most would have given up, but not Bethany, surrounded by a community that believed in her calling and anchored by her faith in Christ. She returned to surfing and became one of the most inspiring athletes of her generation. She didn't let fear stop her. She didn't let public opinion define her. And most of all, she didn't walk alone. You, chosen one, also need that kind of tribe. The kind that pushes you forward when resistance tries to pull you back. Not everyone will understand your journey, and that's okay. Your calling wasn't a conference call. You've worked too hard, cried too many tears, fasted through too many nights to now let someone else's doubt steer your destiny. Their fear is not your responsibility. Their hesitation is not your burden. You are not obligated to slow your stride to make others comfortable. Think about Matthew McConaughey, known not just for his acting career, but for his bold faith and transformative life journey. After years of being typecast, he took a break from the industry and waited, hidden, for the right roles. People thought he was fading, but what he was really doing was repositioning. And when he returned, it was with deeper conviction, sharper purpose, and a legacy of integrity. He stepped back into the spotlight, but this time he did it his way, with God at the center. Blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked or stand in the way that sinners take, but whose delight is in the law of the Lord. Psalm 1:1-2. This is your calling now, to walk differently, to walk set apart, to walk as one who knows their steps are ordered, not by trends or opinions, but by truth. Chosen one, do you truly grasp the weight and wonder of stepping into your divine purpose? This isn't just a career move, a position, or a public moment. It's a holy alignment between heaven's assignment and your soul's deepest calling. Your purpose was crafted by the hands of God before you ever breathed your first breath. It's not something you chase, it's something you were born carrying, and now it's time to unpack it fully. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Jeremiah 1:5. That means your divine purpose has never been accidental. Every season of your life, every delay, detour, and disappointment was preparing you to fulfill what only you can fulfill. God didn't just call you to be successful. He called you to be significant. The world is full of people searching for meaning, wandering from job to job, goal to goal, hoping something clicks. But what if you, chosen one, are different because your direction comes not from ambition, but from revelation? What if God has already placed inside you the roadmap, and you simply need to listen closely to what your spirit already knows? Take a moment and ask yourself, what stirs your soul? What keeps you awake at night, not with anxiety, but with vision? What burdens break your heart, not to crush you, but to move you toward change? These are not random emotions. They are holy breadcrumbs. They are signs that your purpose isn't just about you. It's about who you're sent to impact. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. 1 Peter 4:10. You have been given specific gifts. Maybe it's empathy, creativity, leadership, healing, communication, teaching, or intercession. And these gifts are not just for admiration, they are for activation. They are keys to unlock chains in other people's lives. Look at Ava DuVernay, a visionary director who didn't pick up a camera until she was 32. She originally worked in public relations and had no formal training in film, but something deep inside her kept pointing toward storytelling. She followed that divine nudge, and today she is not only reshaping Hollywood, but empowering voices and narratives that were long ignored. Her purpose wasn't about following the industry's rules. It was about following her divine blueprint. Just like you. Your divine assignment may not make sense to everyone, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be glamorous, loud, or widely applauded. It just has to be obedient. Sometimes purpose looks like building a business. Sometimes it looks like raising a child with intentionality. Sometimes it looks like writing words that heal, speaking truth that frees, or simply showing up day after day with a spirit of excellence in a quiet role no one claps for, but heaven sees it. And whatever you do, whether in word or deed, do it all in the name of the Lord Jesus. Colossians 3:17. When you walk in purpose, you don't need a title to have authority. You don't need permission to be powerful. You don't need recognition to make a difference. Your alignment with God gives you all the validation you need. Think about Tabitha Brown, an actress and influencer whose journey to purpose came through pain. After suffering from chronic illness and years of struggle in the entertainment world, she started sharing vegan recipes and words of encouragement on social media. Her authenticity, light, and love quickly captivated millions. But what people don't see is that her voice was always there. It just needed alignment. She let her burden for wellness and joy become a blessing to the masses. And now, she's a light in a world that desperately needs it. So, chosen one, here's the real question. Are you willing to believe that your purpose is just as sacred, just as needed, and just as powerful? Because it is. You've walked through fires of doubt, storms of fear, and deserts of delay, not to disqualify you, but to deepen your capacity. The assignment you carry is not small. It is weighty, eternal, and designed by the Creator of the universe. Yes, self-doubt will try to whisper that you're not enough, that someone else is more equipped, that your story is too messy or your voice too quiet. But those are lies. God makes no mistakes, for we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:10. You were formed with function, created with a cause, sent with strategy. Look at the journey of Simone Biles, the most decorated gymnast in history. Her purpose didn't stop at medals, it evolved. When she courageously stepped back during the Olympics to protect her mental health, it shook the world. But it also gave permission to millions to value wholeness over performance. Her purpose became bigger than winning. It became about healing. Just like you, chosen one, her story reminds us that purpose is not about pressure. It's about presence. So now it's your turn. Let go of the inner critic that says you're not worthy. Silence the echoes of the past that tried to label you. Shake off the guilt, the shame, and the lies. You are more than worthy. You are ready. You are called. This is the time to fully own your divine identity, to stop playing small, and to walk boldly into the space God carved out just for you. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why your story matters so much? Why you've walked through valleys of pain and climbed mountains of joy, not just to survive, but to share. There's a reason your path has been so unique, so full of twists, trials, and triumphs. It's because your story is not just for you. Your journey holds keys that can unlock someone else's prison. Your voice carries the power to heal, to restore, and to awaken others to their own divine identity. They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. Revelation 12:11. Your testimony, chosen one, is a weapon. not just against the lies of the enemy, but against the despair of others who are silently waiting for a sign that God still moves. What if your scars are the exact evidence someone needs to believe again? What if the moments that once embarrassed you are now the most powerful chapters of your redemption story? When you share your truth, not the polished version, but the raw and real one, you break chains. You don't have to be a preacher on a platform or a writer with a bestseller. You just have to be willing. Willing to say, here's what God did for me. And if He did it for me, He can do it for you. There's nothing more powerful than authenticity led by the Spirit. Look at the life of Terry Crews. Known today as an actor, author, and advocate, he once lived in silence about his struggles with trauma, addiction, and identity. But when he chose to share his truth, it didn't weaken his image. It made him a lighthouse for thousands of men navigating the same battles. He embraced vulnerability, and God turned it into a platform of purpose. Just like you, chosen one, his honesty didn't disqualify him, it established him. As you step deeper into your divine purpose, it's crucial to recognize what's already happened inside you. Do you realize how much you've changed? The version of you who once questioned everything, the one who doubted, who feared, who hesitated, has been transformed. You have been through the hidden season, and it was never a waste. It was a cocoon, a sacred space where your wings were being formed in silence. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. You are not who you used to be, not even close, and yet the world has not even seen the fullness of who you're becoming. This transformation isn't about external success, it's about the deep, internal shift that takes place when a soul finally surrenders fully to its Creator. Think of Chrissy Metz, the Emmy-nominated actress from This Is Us. Before fame, she struggled with depression, rejection, and body image, believing her worth was tied to the world's standards. But God was writing a different story. When she stepped into vulnerability and shared her journey, hearts were moved. People didn't just relate to her, they were healed through her honesty. That's the power of walking in your divine identity, and you, chosen one, are called to do the same. You've been refined in the fire, not consumed by it, but clarified through it. That's why your spirit feels different now, why your peace feels heavier, why your faith feels deeper. You're no longer just reacting to life, you're responding to purpose. You've spent time alone with God, and it shows. He's instilled in you a clarity the world can't shake, and a peace that trials can't steal. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:7. This is what you carry now, not just information about God, but intimacy with Him. It's that intimacy that will guide you as you step out and share your story. It's what will protect your heart when critics arise, and it's what will sustain you when the applause fades. Think about Jonathan Van Ness, the dynamic stylist and advocate from Queer Eye. His vibrant energy captivates millions, but behind that light is a story of trauma, healing, and courage. When he chose to reveal his history of abuse, addiction, and chronic illness, he gave people permission to bring their full, unfiltered selves to the table. His joy didn't come from denial, it came from transformation, just like yours. So, chosen one, I ask you this: what are you still hiding that God wants to heal? What truth have you been afraid to speak, thinking it might be too heavy, too messy, or too unfinished? Let me assure you, your story is safe in God's hands. And when you release it, He will use it to multiply freedom in others. You are emerging now, not as a broken version of your past, but as a butterfly, reborn, redefined, and released. The cocoon was necessary, the silence was holy, but now your wings are ready. And with those wings come influence, responsibility, and divine timing. being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Philippians 1:6. God didn't bring you this far to leave you uncertain. He has equipped you, refined you, and now he's releasing you, not just into the world, but into your voice. So speak, share, testify, not for validation, but for transformation, not to impress, but to impact. Your story is a weapon, your journey is a light, and your heart is ready. You are not just healed, you are a healer, and your voice will be the very sound that brings others home. Chosen one, do you realize how far you've come simply by trusting? Trusting when there were no signs. Trusting when silence lingered longer than you expected. Trusting when the doors remained closed and the prayers felt unanswered. That trust, cultivated through hardship, refined in obscurity, has now become your greatest strength. You didn't just survive the waiting, you grew in it. You didn't just endure delay, you developed depth. And now that trust is your anchor, not your weakness. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3:5-6. This isn't just a verse, it's your reality. You've been walking without a blueprint, yet every step has been guided. Each trial that once shook you now testifies that your faith is no longer circumstantial. It's unshakable. It's not based on outcomes, but on intimacy with the one who never fails. And here's what's extraordinary. As you move into this new season, your spirit knows. Have you noticed the clarity? That nudge when something feels off. That quiet confirmation when something aligns. That heightened sensitivity to God's voice. These aren't coincidences. They are signs of spiritual maturity. You've spent time in the secret place. You've been still long enough to distinguish between God's whisper and your own thoughts. And now, you're moving with divine insight. But solid food is for the mature, who by constant use have trained themselves to distinguish good from evil. Hebrews 5:14. That's you now, chosen one. No longer tossed by every emotion or manipulated by every opinion. You hear God, and you know it's him. And that discernment is going to protect you, direct you, and sustain you in the days to come. Consider the journey of Viola Davis, not just as an actress, but as a woman of faith and fierce intuition. She speaks often about sensing when roles, opportunities, or relationships don't align with her soul. That inner knowing isn't mystical, it's spiritual. It's what has allowed her to navigate an industry full of pretense with integrity. She didn't let popularity silence her convictions. You too have that power now, not because you have all the answers, but because you trust the one who does. As you walk in this new season, you may still feel moments of uncertainty. That's okay. Even the strongest warriors revisit old doubts. But the difference now is that you don't dwell there. You feel it, but you don't follow it. You're guided by something greater, God's presence, God's peace, and the history of his faithfulness in your life. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. You are not alone, you never were. And now more than ever, the Spirit is walking with you, counseling you, correcting you, comforting you. When you feel overwhelmed, he will give you rest. When you feel uncertain, he will remind you of his promises. When you feel small, he will show you what he sees in you, someone chosen for greatness. Think about the journey of Brendan Fraser. For years he was celebrated in Hollywood. Then suddenly he disappeared. His absence wasn't a fall from fame. It was a season of silence, pain, and rebuilding. He faced betrayal, health issues, and rejection. But through it all, he leaned on faith and healing. And now, his comeback is not just a return, it's a resurrection. The world sees the award-winning actor, But they didn't see the tears, the therapy, the trust. That story is a mirror of your own. People will soon celebrate what God is doing in your life, but only you and God will ever fully understand the cost. Let that awareness humble you and strengthen you. You don't carry light for decoration, you carry it for direction. There are people in darkness looking for hope, for clarity, for truth, and God has chosen you to shine. That doesn't mean you have to be perfect. It means you have to be real, present, available, willing. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. You've been hidden long enough. Your light wasn't extinguished, it was protected. And now that you're being revealed, it's not to gain fame, it's to reflect the Father. Think of Quinta Brunson, the creator and star of Abbott Elementary. She began by posting short videos with honesty, humor, and purpose. She didn't chase influence, she walked in truth. And that authenticity opened doors no marketing could. Her light, shaped by trials and faith, made her a beacon for others. Just like you, her transformation wasn't about the spotlight. It was about obedience. So, chosen one, this is your moment. Trust isn't just something you carry, it's something you walk in. Your discernment isn't accidental, it's been sharpened by intimacy with God. And your transformation isn't external. It started from the inside and is now becoming visible to the world. Don't hold back your shine. Don't hide your insight. Don't question your readiness. You are ready because God made you ready. You are chosen because heaven said so. And you are equipped because trials taught you what no classroom ever could. Let the world see the light. Let your walk reveal the wisdom. Let your voice carry the truth, and let your trust in God speak louder than any fear ever could. Chosen one, have you truly considered the weight and wonder of the gifts God placed within you? These are not random abilities. They are divine deposits, evidence that heaven invested something eternal into your earthly assignment. You carry talents, passions, and skills that are not only rare, they are sacred. And they were never meant to be buried in fear or hidden in comparison. They were meant to be used, activated, and multiplied. We have different gifts according to the grace given to each of us. Romans 12:6. This means your gift is not a coincidence, it's a calling. Your ability to lead, to listen, to build, to create, to comfort. Whatever it is, it's been placed inside you with strategic intention. And the enemy would love nothing more than to convince you that your gift is too small, too late, or too ordinary. But when heaven sees it, heaven calls it essential. So what stirs your soul when no one is watching? What skill comes effortlessly to you, even as others struggle? What brings you joy even when there's no spotlight, no applause, no reward? These aren't just personality quirks, they're clues. God has encoded purpose into your very design. Maybe your gift is healing, bringing emotional, physical, or spiritual restoration. Maybe it's teaching, explaining truth in ways that awaken the mind. Maybe it's empathy, feeling others' pain and showing up in the exact moment they need comfort. These are not light things. These are kingdom tools. Each one should use whatever gift he has received to serve others, faithfully administering God's grace in its various forms. 1 Peter 4:10. You are a steward of divine grace. Your gift is not about building platforms, it's about building people. It's not for validation, it's for impact. And the sooner you embrace your gift, the sooner others will find healing through it. Think about Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, a man whose gentle, kind spirit shaped generations. His gift was compassion and communication. While others chased entertainment, he quietly focused on educating and affirming the hearts of children. No flashy stage, no viral moments, just deep, consistent love, and it changed lives. Millions were touched not by performance, but by presence. Chosen one, what if your gentleness is your power? What if your calm spirit is what the chaos around you needs? Many chosen ones fall into the trap of comparison. You look around and assume that because your gift isn't loud, it must not be important. But let me remind you, a spark is quiet until it becomes a wildfire. Never underestimate how God can magnify what seems small. David's slingshot looked insignificant until it brought down a giant. The widow's oil looked too little until it overflowed. Your words, your insight, your creativity, they may look simple now, but in God's hands they become supernatural. Do not neglect your gift, which was given you through prophecy when the body of elders laid their hands on you. 1 Timothy 4:14. You have spiritual DNA that carries legacy. Others before you have prayed for the very mantle you now carry. Do not downplay it. Stir it up. Honor it. Develop it. Because someone's breakthrough is connected to your boldness. Think of Brandon Lake, a modern worship leader and songwriter. Before the charts, before the world sang his songs, he was just a man with a guitar and a deep burden for the presence of God. His gift wasn't just musical, it was spiritual sensitivity. When he sings, walls fall. But that anointing came from years of pressing in, not performing. It was a hidden gift until God said, "Now reveal it." That moment is coming for you too. Chosen one, it's time to reflect deeply. What have you been overlooking because it comes naturally? What have you dismissed as not special because it doesn't look like someone else's platform? That gentle way you encourage others. That sharp instinct for strategy. That ability to organize chaos into clarity. All of that matters. All of that has kingdom weight. Think about Misty Copeland, the first black principal ballerina in the American Ballet Theatre. She wasn't the typical dancer. She started late. She didn't fit the traditional mold, but what she had, strength, grace, resilience, was her gift. She didn't try to fit in. She embraced what made her different. And in doing so, she redefined what excellence looked like in her field, just like you will. Now, to each one, the manifestation of the Spirit is given for the common good. 1 Corinthians 12:7. Your gift is not selfish, it's communal. When you use it, it benefits more than just you. It unlocks, it heals, it awakens others to their own potential. That's why the enemy tried to bury it so early. That's why doubt keeps showing up when you're close to using it, but not anymore. Chosen one, who is walking beside you as you step into your divine revelation? Who speaks life into your calling? Who strengthens your spirit when your faith wavers? As you move deeper into your purpose, know this: your community is not a luxury. It is a necessity. God may have trained you in solitude, but He designed you for fellowship. You were never meant to run this race alone. Two are better than one because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. The right people, those aligned with your calling, will lift you when you feel low, sharpen you when you grow dull, and protect the fire in you from going out. They will not just admire your light, they will help fuel it. This journey of revelation is sacred. You are stepping into visibility, influence, and divine impact. But along with that comes pressure, opposition, and spiritual warfare. So who you surround yourself with matters more than ever. Look for those who share your values, who see your vision even when it's still in seed form, who aren't intimidated by your growth but inspired by it. These people are not just companions, they are co-laborers in your destiny. Think about the story of Lin-Manuel Miranda. As he created Hamilton, he wasn't just working alone in a vacuum. He surrounded himself with artists, musicians, and thinkers who believed in his unconventional vision. Their support fueled his creativity and kept the momentum alive even when it felt risky. Today, Hamilton is more than a musical. It's a cultural movement. But behind that movement was a circle of faith-filled, passionate people who said, Keep going. Chosen one, do you have voices around you who say that when you feel weary? As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. Proverbs 27:17. You need people who don't just agree with you, but who sharpen you. People who challenge your blind spots, who hold you accountable to the standard God placed in your life, and who remind you of your identity when you forget. These aren't just friends, they're divine appointments. And as you open up, as you share your journey, you'll begin to attract more of them. Don't underestimate the power of vulnerability. Have you ever noticed how healing flows when someone shares a story that mirrors your own pain? When someone testifies about a breakthrough that you've been silently praying for? That's not accidental. That's ministry. Your story has the power to unlock others, and when you share, you create safe spaces where growth, grace, and healing can thrive. Think of Selena Gomez. Known worldwide, but in recent years, she's chosen to publicly open up about her struggles with mental health, faith, and identity. Her transparency hasn't weakened her image, it's strengthened it. She's now a symbol of resilience for millions, creating space for conversations that once felt taboo. She created community through honesty, just like you can. Therefore, encourage one another and build each other up, just as in fact you are doing. 1 Thessalonians 5:11. Your encouragement is not small talk, it's sacred work. When you speak, people listen. When you open up, others feel safe. When you testify, it gives language to someone else's silent battle. That is the ripple effect of your authenticity. You've been shaped by pain and joy, by failure and victory, and all of it carries wisdom. But wisdom hoarded becomes stagnant. Wisdom shared becomes legacy. When you speak about what God has done in your life, you're not just recounting history, you're igniting faith. You're telling someone, God can do it again. Think of the journey of Andrew Garfield. After reaching incredible fame, he took a step back to reevaluate his identity, purpose, and spiritual depth. In interviews, he's since spoken about how grief, solitude, and soul-searching reshaped his understanding of life. He stepped away from performing for applause to rediscover truth. And in doing so, he became even more powerful, not because of his roles, but because of his realness. Chosen one, what if your realness is what will actually resonate the most? Let the redeemed of the Lord tell their story, those he redeemed from the hand of the foe. Psalm 107:2. You have been redeemed, delivered, strengthened, transformed, not just for your sake, but so others can hear, believe, and begin again. When you tell your story, you're planting seeds in barren hearts. You're speaking resurrection into dry places. And don't forget this, your story builds connection. It's easy to admire someone's success. It's transformational to understand their journey. When you share both the mountaintops and the valleys, you give others permission to be honest. You create community, not based on performance, but on shared truth. Chosen one, how do you keep believing when the weight feels endless? How do you stay rooted when everything inside you is ready to run? In a world addicted to speed, instant gratification, and quick turnarounds, trusting in God's timing can feel like walking against the wind. But that's where your faith was forged. You have learned that delay is not denial, it's divine design. And this revelation is what separates you from the rest. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you. 2 Peter 3:9. Every moment you spent hidden, every season of silence, was never a waste. It was preparation. You were being grown in secret so you could be trusted in public. You were being cultivated for a specific moment that only God could time perfectly. And even now, when your spirit says, I'm ready, but the doors remain shut, know that he is still aligning things you cannot yet see. Have you ever considered that while you're being prepared, so are the people you are called to impact? That maybe your breakthrough is linked to someone else's readiness, that your influence must meet their openness, and until both align, God, in His mercy, holds you back, not to punish you, but to protect your impact. Think about Sarah Jakes Roberts. Before becoming one of the most dynamic spiritual voices of this generation, she spent years in the shadows of pain, shame, and redirection. A teen mum, a woman broken by public scrutiny. Yet every moment of hiddenness was sacred. God wasn't rushing her to a platform, He was building her for it. And when the time was right, she emerged not just with a message, but with fire. Just like you will. Your time is coming, chosen one, but your patience is part of the preparation. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Ecclesiastes 3:11. Beautiful. Not just functional, not just visible. Beautiful. When your time comes, it won't be forced. It will be flourishing. And as hard as it may be to wait, know this. Every second of delay has been saturated with God's intention. But what about the voices of fear and doubt that whisper in the meantime? Do you know where they come from? Are they echoes of your past, criticisms from others, or insecurities rooted in wounds that haven't fully healed? You must recognize them, not to be shamed by them, but to silence them with truth, because they are liars and they are afraid of your becoming. So do not throw away your confidence, it will be richly rewarded. Hebrews 10:35. Your confidence isn't arrogance, it's a weapon. It's the evidence that you know God is with you. Fear will tell you you're unworthy. Doubt will tell you you're unprepared. But God already declared you chosen, and He doesn't call what He doesn't equip. Think about Leona Lewis. After skyrocketing to fame with her powerful voice, she struggled behind the scenes with anxiety and self-doubt. But over time, she discovered that her gift wasn't just her voice. It was her presence, her authenticity, her resilience. When she began affirming who she was, beyond the expectations of the world, she found peace and strength that fame couldn't give her. You too, chosen one, must root your identity not in what others say, but in what God already declared. You are enough, just as you are. So what do you do when fear speaks louder than faith? You speak back, out loud, boldly. Remind yourself who you are and whose you are. Write scriptures on your mirror. Place affirmations on your wall. Declare truth in the face of lies. Let your space, your mind, and your heart become saturated in reminders of God's faithfulness. I sought the Lord, and He answered me. He delivered me from all my fears. Psalm 34:4. You don't have to carry fear into your future. You are being delivered from it now. And each time you choose faith over fear, you're not just moving forward, you're breaking generational cycles. Finally, chosen one, take a breath and celebrate. Do you realize how much you've already overcome? Do you see the miles you've walked in silence, the battles you've won with no witnesses, the growth that has happened in private? That deserves acknowledgement. You are no longer who you were, and you will never be that version again. Think about Darren Aronofsky, the acclaimed filmmaker. Before becoming known for his profound storytelling, he spent years quietly writing, experimenting, creating in obscurity. No one clapped for him then, but he kept building. When his moment came, he didn't just release films, he released impact. His artistic journey wasn't about speed, it was about depth, just like yours. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Isaiah 43:18-19. This is your new season, a season of revelation, and it's time to honor what God has done in you. Celebrate your transformation, not just the destination, but the road that got you here. The failures, the falls, the comebacks, the tears, the healing, the fight, all of it matters. all of it prepared you. So as you rise, rise with reverence, step forward with joy. Trust the timing, silence the fear, and honor the journey. Your life is a living testimony, and every step forward is not just movement, it's ministry. Chosen one, your time is no longer coming, it is here. You were hidden, not forgotten, protected, not punished. And now the world is finally ready to witness what heaven has been preparing in silence. This is your divine moment. Step into it with boldness. Walk in your purpose with clarity. Trust in God's perfect timing, and never forget that your voice, your story, and your light were meant to be seen. Everything you've endured has led you here. The trials, the delays, the silence, it all served a holy purpose. So share your journey, not out of pride, but out of obedience. Build relationships that reflect your divine identity. Use your gifts with courage. And remember, you are not walking alone. I am walking with you. And more importantly, God is walking before you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of this journey. Your presence means more than you know. Whether you've been silently listening or actively engaging, I feel your spirit. We are building something sacred together, a community of empowered, awakened, chosen ones ready to shine light into this world. If this message spoke to your soul, I humbly invite you to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs to hear it. And if you feel led to support this mission through super thanks, know that your generosity is deeply appreciated, but never expected. Whether you give or not, I am thankful for you. Your presence is a gift in itself. May God bless you abundantly. May He cover you with peace that surpasses understanding, boldness that silences fear, and wisdom that unlocks doors. May your steps be ordered, your heart be protected, and your purpose be fulfilled. You were hidden for a reason, but now you have been revealed for a season such as this. I'll see you in the next message, chosen one. Until then, walk boldly, speak freely, and never forget, you were born for this. My beloved souls, before we begin this sacred message, I want to take a heartfelt moment to say thank you to every single one of you who has supported this ministry through super thanks. Your generosity is not just appreciated, it is felt deeply. You are helping to spread truth, encouragement, and healing to chosen ones all over the world. Whether you've donated once or consistently, please know your support is making a divine impact. And if you haven't given but are here, present, open, and listening, you are just as cherished. Your presence is a gift, and I am deeply thankful for each and every one of you. Now, listen closely, because what I'm about to share with you is urgent. This isn't just another message, it's a divine instruction, and if you're watching this video, know that it's not by accident. You have been drawn here by the Spirit of God because something powerful is already in motion for your life and for your family. The coming days are not just important, they are pivotal. God is calling you to prepare, to align, and to step boldly into what is unfolding. This isn't a message for tomorrow, it's a message for now. This moment is holy, and your response to it will shape everything that follows. This word is not just for your personal growth, it's for your entire household. The things you've been praying about in secret, the longings you've kept tucked away in your spirit, and the breakthrough you've waited so long for, it's not far off anymore. It's drawing near. In fact, it's already happening. And because you are a chosen one, God is asking you to stand in position and prepare the spiritual atmosphere for what is about to be released. You are about to undergo a transformation that won't just shift your circumstances, it will shake your soul awake. This isn't just a change in mindset or routine. It is a complete spiritual alignment, an energetic realignment. Doors will open, relationships will heal, finances will shift, and purpose will crystallize. But you must be ready, you must be present, and you must be aligned with what heaven is releasing. So before we go any further, I want you to pause right now and comment below with the number 999. That number is a signal, a declaration that you're ready to receive this shift. It's a way of stepping into agreement with what God is about to speak over your life. Don't just listen with your ears, respond with your spirit. If you are truly a chosen one, you will not look away. Your soul already knows that this message was meant for you. And if you choose to stay, to listen, and to receive what's about to be revealed, your life and your family's life will never be the same again. The coming days are crucial. The spiritual temperature around you is rising. Heaven is preparing something tailored specifically for your name and your bloodline. God is setting things in motion that have been held back for years, and now is the time to move with Him. The signal has been given. This is your moment to prepare. Align yourself, prepare your family, open your heart, and stay ready. Because what's coming is going to change everything. God's chosen ones, the coming days are crucial. Stay ready. Chosen one, there is a divine shift on the horizon, one that will transform the lives of you and your entire family. These upcoming days are not just ordinary moments. They are the foundation of something extraordinary. You were born into this family for a reason, and now is the time for that purpose to unfold. But have you truly paused to consider why this moment feels different? Why your spirit has been stirring with a quiet urgency lately? That's not your imagination. It's the spiritual signal from heaven that something sacred is unfolding around you. This is not just another season. This is the activation of your divine assignment. As God's chosen one, you were placed in your family not by coincidence, but by kingdom design. Esther wasn't placed in the palace by chance. She was positioned for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Just like her, you are here now because you carry a generational key meant to unlock doors your ancestors only dreamed of. This divine shift will not only impact your journey, it will radiate through your bloodline. What if the pain you endured wasn't just for your growth, but to equip you to become the leader your family never had? Many people never heal because no one in their lineage was willing to rise. But you, chosen one, have been given the mantle to break cycles, to end patterns, to start again, righteously. No matter where you are in life, whether close or distant from your loved ones, God is calling you to prepare for the changes that are about to come. A divine awakening is on its way, and it is crucial that you are ready to lead your family through it. This message is not just about you, it's about your legacy and the collective rise of your family. Have you ever wondered why your spiritual sensitivity feels heightened right now, even when others around you seem unaware? That's because you are the one God trusts with vision. In the book of Joel, the Lord promises, "Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions." Joel 2:28. This isn't a vague prophecy. It's a direct confirmation that God is awakening those He has chosen, and you're one of them. You don't need to wait for validation from those who don't yet see. Noah built the ark long before the first drop of rain. And when the rain came, everyone realized he wasn't crazy. He was prophetic. Dr. Bernice King, daughter of Martin Luther King Jr., once shared how she felt burdened carrying her father's legacy, but eventually realized that her calling wasn't to imitate him, but to ignite the next dimension of the dream. Like her, your calling isn't just about repeating what has been done, it's about expanding what was started. You're not just protecting your family, you're preparing them to awaken to their divine identity. God is orchestrating something beautiful, and it is important to know that you are a key player in this transformation. Prepare yourself and share this with your loved ones, for they too are about to experience a miraculous shift. Even if they do not understand now, trust that God's plan will soon unfold in ways that will leave them astounded and believing in what you have been called to do. So, chosen one, how do you prepare when the people closest to you still live in disbelief? You plant seeds of truth in silence, and you lead by light, not force. Jesus himself faced unbelief in his hometown. A prophet is not without honor, except in his own town, among his relatives, and in his own home. Mark 6:4. Yet he did not stop teaching. He did not stop healing. He continued because he knew the impact would ripple, even if not immediately. Joni Eareckson Tada, a quadriplegic since age 17, became a voice of strength, hope, and faith to millions. Her transformation didn't make sense to those around her at first, but now, decades later, she has brought healing and inspiration to people worldwide. That's the power of one life touched by divine purpose. If God can do that through her limitations, imagine what he is about to do through your spiritual awakening. Even now, as you're reading this, can you feel it? The tug in your soul that tells you something greater is near. That's because it is. Romans 8:18 reminds us, the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. The pain, the waiting, the isolation, it's all about to make sense. And when it does, your entire family will testify that God truly raised someone from among them to shift generations. God's orchestration is not random, it is precise. You, chosen one, are his instrument. Psalm 37:23 declares, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." This is your divine appointment. You've been set apart for this very moment, and though they may not understand you now, they will soon witness the undeniable evidence of God's favor upon you. Now more than ever, it is time to step into your purpose. Do not let fear or doubt hold you back from delivering this message. The days ahead will be crucial, not just for your growth, but for your family's rise to greater heights. Hold fast to the vision, and know that God's plan is far greater than anything you could have imagined. Chosen one, do you feel the urgency in your spirit rising? That's not anxiety, it's activation. You're not being pushed, you're being called. What if the discomfort you've been feeling isn't resistance, but divine preparation? The enemy uses fear to paralyze, but God uses conviction to mobilize. This is not the time to shrink back. It is your appointed hour to rise up. Scripture confirms this kind of holy urgency in Isaiah 60 verse 1. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. This light is not meant to stay hidden. It's time to walk boldly into what you've been praying for, even if the path is not fully visible. God doesn't need you to have all the answers. He needs you to have the courage to move. Think of Harriet Tubman. She didn't wait for clarity or approval to follow her call. She just moved. Risking her life repeatedly, she led hundreds to freedom, guided only by the stars and her faith. She didn't have maps or guarantees, just divine urgency and relentless obedience. Like her, you don't need the full picture. You only need to obey the inner voice that's been growing louder each day. The clock is ticking, and God's divine timing is about to unfold in ways that will transform your life and the lives of your loved ones. The coming days are filled with immense potential and opportunity, days when God's favor will rain down upon your family. This is a time to stay alert, to remain grounded in faith, and to trust that what you have been waiting for is on its way. Have you noticed how the world around you seems to be shifting? Faster than usual? More intense than ever? That's not chaos. It's spiritual acceleration. The Lord is moving pieces into place, and the ticking clock isn't counting down your time. It's counting down the moment of your breakthrough. Psalm 102:13 declares, "You will arise and have mercy on Zion, for the time to favor her, yes, the set time has come." And the timing of God, always perfect. Consider the life of John Newton, the former slave trader turned abolitionist who wrote Amazing Grace. His transformation came not when others believed he could change, but when God's mercy collided with divine timing. Newton's shame became his song, his regret became his redemption. Just like him, your past will not disqualify you. It will magnify God's glory when the breakthrough arrives. This is why you must remain rooted in faith. You are not preparing for a possibility, you are preparing for a promise. Ephesians 3:20 confirms this boldly. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. Can you see it now? What you've imagined is small compared to what's already been set in motion behind the scenes. Every prayer, every step of faith has led to this very moment. The divine shift is imminent, and it is essential that you remain ready. God is preparing to bless your family in all areas: health, wealth, peace, love, and success. These are the promises that God has made, and his word will not return void. So, chosen one, what if everything you've endured, every silent tear, every lonely step of obedience, was never wasted? What if the waiting wasn't punishment but divine alignment? God has not forgotten your prayers. He has been building the infrastructure of your miracle in silence. Isaiah 55:11 makes this unshakable. So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it. Corrie 10. Boom, a Holocaust survivor, once said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." While imprisoned in a concentration camp, she clung to hope, and when she was released due to a clerical error, she went on to share God's message of forgiveness across the world. Like her, your preparation season is not in vain. It is the soil for supernatural fruit. You've sown in prayer. You've watered it with faith. Now it's harvest time. Deuteronomy 28:2 promises, "All these blessings will come upon you and overtake you if you obey the voice of the Lord your God." These aren't shallow blessings. They are overflowing rivers of health, divine provision, restored relationships, and generational healing. The divine shift is not coming, it's here, but only those who are spiritually awake will recognize it. And you, chosen one, have been prepared for this hour. While others sleep, you stay alert. While others doubt, you declare. While others hesitate, you move forward, because deep down you know the Spirit has been preparing you for something far greater than you can see. Chosen one, your family, no matter their current state, is about to experience a transformation that will leave everyone in awe. Those who have doubted will soon witness the hand of God moving in ways they never imagined. This divine shift is more than just a blessing for you. It is a collective blessing for your entire family. Have you ever asked yourself why you were placed in this family and not another? Why you seem to carry a burden for your loved ones that no one else around you feels? It's because you are the spiritual gatekeeper of your bloodline. This is not about favoritism, it's about responsibility. As the chosen one, you are the vessel God has appointed to carry the blessing, to break the curses, and to usher in the new. We see this pattern in Scripture. In Genesis 50:20, Joseph tells his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Joseph's suffering wasn't just for his personal growth, it was for the preservation of an entire nation. Likewise, your pain was not wasted, it was purposeful. Your family may not see it now, but soon they will. Singer C.C. Winans once shared how she was told she would never make it as a solo gospel artist, especially stepping away from her brother's shadow. But she followed God's leading, and today she has become a generational voice for faith, family, and worship. Her obedience impacted not only her life, but her entire family line. Just like her, your yes is not just for you, it's for everyone connected to your name. It's time to gather your family and share the message that has been entrusted to you. God has revealed that a collective blessing is on the way, and it is crucial that everyone is prepared for the changes that are coming. Even if your family members are skeptical or do not fully understand the depth of what is happening, your role is to help them see what is about to unfold. How do you lead a family that doesn't yet believe? How do you share a vision that only you can see? You do it the same way Moses did, with obedience and persistence. In Exodus 4:12, God reassures Moses by saying, "Now go, I will help you speak and will teach you what to say." God will equip your mouth. You don't need perfect words, just a willing heart. Sometimes you are the only Bible your family will read. Your life, your example, your peace in storms, your love when others withdraw. It all speaks. When they see how you handle hardship with faith, how you forgive when others would retaliate, how you speak life even in darkness, they'll begin to question their doubt. Denzel Washington once said in an interview that the prayers of his mother followed him everywhere, even into places he didn't belong. He credits her faith with turning his life around. Her belief preceded his transformation. The same will be true for you. Even if they mock or misunderstand you now, your prayers are planting seeds that God will water in time. The divine shift will affect every single person. And as you stand in the gap, you will be the catalyst that brings your family into a new season of abundance and transformation. This is a time for unity. God's blessings are not just for individuals, but for the collective family. Chosen one, do you realize how powerful your position is? You are standing in the gap between heaven and your household. You are the intercessor, the warrior, the watchman. Ezekiel 22:30 says, "I looked for someone among them who would build up the wall and stand before me in the gap, but I found no one." But God has found you. You said yes when others said no. You stayed when others walked away. You prayed when others gave up. This is not a time to divide over misunderstandings or past wounds. It's a time to unify under a common promise. You've been chosen to usher your family into a new covenant with God, one marked not by dysfunction, but by destiny. Just as Tyler Perry once built a table when Hollywood wouldn't offer him a seat, you are now building something your family can sit at, whether they believe it yet or not. His success didn't just elevate him, it created opportunities for others who looked like him, believed like him, and suffered like him. Likewise, what God does through you will lift more than just your name. It will lift generations. The days ahead will witness a rise in your family's faith, their love for one another, and their connection to God. What once seemed impossible will now become reality. Your family's rise will not just be personal, it will be a testimony for others to witness and marvel at. Prepare them, guide them, and trust that God will work in their hearts. Have you ever imagined your entire family worshiping together, laughing together, walking in peace together? It may sound like a dream now, but faith makes the impossible tangible. Luke 1:37 confirms it. For with God, nothing shall be impossible. That cousin who's still running, the sibling drowning in doubt, the parent stuck in old patterns, God sees them all, and He has already marked them for deliverance. This miracle won't just be seen by your family, it will be seen by your community, your workplace, your social circle. Your family will be the living evidence of what happens when someone dares to believe. Like the family of Abraham, your lineage will become a testimony of grace, faith, and divine favor. No matter where your family is, whether physically close or far away, the message remains the same. There is no time to waste. You must tell them to prepare, to trust, and to believe. You've already experienced the doubt, the disbelief, and the rejection, but what is coming will be nothing short of miraculous. So, chosen one, what are you waiting for? The time to speak is now. The hesitation has to end. You've already walked through seasons where no one believed you, where your dreams were misunderstood, where your faith was mocked. And yet here you are, still standing, still believing, still chosen. God has seen your loyalty, and he is about to respond. Romans 4:20 speaks of Abraham, yet he did not waver through unbelief regarding the promise of God, but was strengthened in his faith and gave glory to God. Let that be your posture now, no more wavering. Speak boldly, love relentlessly, lead faithfully, because soon they will believe, not just in you, but in the God who sent you. God will use this season to shock your family in ways they never thought possible. Those who doubted you, those who questioned your path, will soon see the hand of God moving powerfully in your life. It's going to be a time of awe, a time when your family will be forced to face the truth of what God has been doing in you. Chosen one, have you ever felt like the people closest to you were the least likely to believe in your calling? Have you noticed how some of your greatest critics wear familiar faces? That's not an accident. It's spiritual. Jesus himself faced it. In John 7:5, Scripture says, "For even his own brothers did not believe in him." But belief was never a requirement for God's will to go forward. In the days ahead, your life will become the sermon your family cannot ignore. You won't have to argue or explain anymore. Your fruit will speak for you. The same hands that once pointed at you in disbelief will soon be lifted in worship. Why? Because when God's power moves, even the hardest hearts cannot remain the same. Look at Viola Davis, who rose from poverty and hardship to become one of the most acclaimed actresses in the world. She often spoke of how her family didn't fully understand her dreams or the magnitude of her purpose until the world took notice. And yet, God used her journey as a spotlight, not just for her, but to elevate her family and bring them closer together. Like her, your rise will shock them into spiritual awareness. Prepare for the reunion, not just of family members, but of their hearts. God is going to touch their lives in ways that will open their eyes and soften their hearts. Those who never supported you will come to understand that the calling on your life is not just for your benefit, but for the blessing of the entire family. Have you ever dreamed of the day when your family not only comes together, but truly sees each other, heart to heart, spirit to spirit? That day is coming. It may look distant now, but divine transformation happens in the unseen first. Ezekiel 36:26 promises, "I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh." This verse isn't just for you, it's for your bloodline. This reunion won't be superficial. God is going to mend what human effort could never repair. Even the unspoken wounds, the ones caused by silence, betrayal, or pride, will be addressed in the Spirit. And as this healing begins, your role will shift. You will no longer be the misunderstood outlier. You will be the bridge, the vessel God uses to reconnect what was broken. Consider the story of Brian Houston, the founder of Hillsong Church. For years, his family dealt with scandal, grief, and relational strain. But God used their season of brokenness to rebuild something stronger, one that impacted millions globally. Their healing began when someone stood up, faced the shame, and obeyed the call to restore. That's what you're stepping into now. The transformation will be undeniable. It will be a time of healing, reconciliation, and renewed belief. Hold on to hope even when it seems impossible. Trust that God's plan is always bigger than your circumstances, and He will use this moment to bring your family back together in ways that only He can. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why it had to be so hard? Why your journey seemed lonelier, longer and heavier than everyone else's? It's because you were being trusted with a heavier anointing. The greater the calling, the deeper the crushing. But now the oil is about to flow. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." The pain you've endured has purpose beyond explanation. The separation you felt from your own family, it wasn't a punishment, it was preservation. God was setting you apart, not to isolate you permanently, but to prepare you as the one who would lead them out. A real-life example of this transformation can be seen in the life of Devon Franklin, a film producer and faith-based author. He often speaks about how his family once saw his dreams as unrealistic, but over time, as God elevated him, their hearts softened. His discipline, his consistency, and his reliance on God eventually led his family to draw nearer, not just to him, but to God. That same narrative is being written in your life right now. When they experience the blessings, their hearts will change, and they will begin to trust you, and most importantly, trust God. As God's blessings unfold in your life, you will witness the undeniable power of His favor. Your success, your rise, and your transformation will leave those around you in awe. Have you prepared yourself to handle the awe? Have you prepared your heart not to gloat, but to glorify? Because when the blessings start pouring, you must remember, they're not just for you. They're to reflect the glory of the one who never left you. 1 Peter 2:12 declares, "Live such good lives among the pagans that they may see your good deeds and glorify God on the day He visits us." The spotlight will shine on you, but it must always point to Him. God is not just answering your prayers, He's answering the prayers of your ancestors through you. What your grandmother whispered in the night, what your father cried out in silence, what generations longed for in pain, you are the fulfillment of that promise. Actor Sterling K. Brown once spoke about how seeing his father pass away early motivated him to live with intentionality and bring meaning to his family's name. He didn't just succeed for himself, he succeeded to make his father proud, to raise the banner for future generations. That's what your rise will do. You're not just a testimony, you're a legacy in motion. Chosen one, even those who have questioned you, ridiculed you, or doubted you will soon find themselves speechless. What God is about to do will be so powerful, so impactful, that no one will be able to deny it. Your family's rise will become a testimony for all to see, and they will wonder how it all happened. Have you ever imagined the moment when those who once laughed at your faith suddenly come asking for your prayers? When the very people who questioned your journey begin to seek the God who carried you through it? That time is closer than you think. As God begins to elevate you in undeniable ways, the silence of your doubters will echo louder than their former criticisms. You are about to live out Deuteronomy 28:10, which promises, "Then all the peoples on earth will see that you are called by the name of the Lord, and they will fear you." This isn't about fear in the worldly sense. It's about reverence. A recognition that the hand of God is unmistakably on you. When He moves, no one can explain it naturally. And that's the point. It will be supernatural. Tyler James Williams, the award-winning actor who once struggled to be taken seriously after his childhood fame, often shares how rejection in the industry made him lean deeper into God's timing. Years later, he won a Golden Globe. And suddenly people who once ignored him sought him out. What changed? God's appointed season. And chosen one, your season is coming too. This isn't just about material success. It's about the transformation that occurs when God's favor touches every area of your life. It's about the peace, the love, the restoration of broken relationships, and the prosperity that follows when you are aligned with God's will. Have you noticed that the closer you walk with God, the less you chase after things, and yet the more peace begins to chase you? This is the mark of alignment. Psalm 84:11 declares, "No good thing will he withhold from those who walk uprightly." That's not just a poetic verse, it's a divine guarantee. God's favor is not limited to finances or status. It flows into your relationships, your mind, your health, and your legacy. As you surrender more, he restores more. Relationships that seemed irreparable will begin to heal. Conversations you thought would never happen will come with ease. And you won't have to force any of it, because when God restores, he makes it complete. We saw this in the life of Lecrae, the Christian rapper who walked away from the spotlight due to internal battles and spiritual confusion. When he surrendered his life back to God, restoration followed. Broken family ties began mending. His career was revived, and his story became a message of how favor flows where surrender leads. Your family will witness these blessings, and they will see the fruit of your faith. It will be a powerful moment of change that will make everyone question their beliefs, their choices, and their understanding of what is possible. Can you imagine the look on their faces when they realize that what you spoke about for years, those visions, dreams, and prayers, were not delusions, but divine revelations? What if the very thing they laughed at becomes the foundation of their own faith journey? God promised in Matthew 7:20, "By their fruit you will recognize them." You won't have to defend your spiritual walk anymore. The fruit will speak. The favor will speak. The peace in your home, the unity in your family, and the breakthrough in your life will be louder than any sermon you could preach. Actor Jonathan Rumi, who portrays Jesus in The Chosen, shares how he once faced deep financial struggle and discouragement. He surrendered everything in prayer one day, and the next day, his life shifted. That surrender led to a global platform where millions now see Jesus through his eyes. He often says, "It was never about me. I was just the vessel." You too, chosen one, are being prepared to carry something that shakes others to the core. Not because you're perfect, but because you're positioned. Through it all, remember that this is not for your glory, but for the glory of God. He has chosen you to be the vessel through which his blessings flow to your family. Stay humble, stay focused, and watch as God moves in ways that will astonish you and everyone around you. So, how do you stay grounded when God begins to lift you higher? You remember this simple truth. You were chosen to serve, not to shine. The shine is the result, but service is the purpose. 1 Corinthians 10:31 reminds us, "So, whether you eat or drink or whatever you do it all for the glory of God." Every door that opens, every blessing that comes, every heart that transforms, it all goes back to him. The spotlight is simply a mirror to reflect his goodness. This is why humility will be your protection in this season. Stay low before God, and he will continue lifting you in ways that cannot be explained by man. God is calling you to remain steadfast and ready for the coming transformation. This is a time of testing, a time when your faith will be stretched to new limits. But it is also a time of great growth and transformation. You're being prepared for something monumental, and every challenge you face is part of God's plan to strengthen you and equip you for what is to come. Chosen one, has your faith been shaking lately? Have you felt the silent pressure, the hidden fatigue, the weight of responsibility on your shoulders? That's not a sign of weakness. it's the shaping of a warrior. James 1:3 encourages us, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Each challenge is sharpening you, not breaking you. Every unseen battle, every misunderstood moment, every private prayer has been training. You are not being punished, you're being prepared. And what's coming requires the strength and maturity that only fire can produce. Trust in this process and know that it will lead to a place of blessing and divine favor. In the coming days, you will see things unfold in ways that challenge your faith, but also deepen it. It may seem like a time of trial, but it is in fact a time of preparation for the incredible blessings that God is about to pour into your life and the lives of your family members. Every moment of struggle is a moment of growth, and every tear shed will be met with joy. Romans 5:3-5 tells us plainly, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope." That hope is what you're stepping into now. What once broke you will now build you. What once made you cry will soon make you shout with joy. This is not the end of your story. It's the elevation into the next chapter. Chosen one, your tears are watering the very harvest God is preparing to release. Don't resent the struggle, respect it. It's the sign that breakthrough is near. The transformation that is coming will be more than worth the trials you endure. Hold on to the promises God has made. He has not forgotten you, and He is not forsaking you. This is a season of refining, of becoming the person you were always meant to be. Stay ready, stay strong, and trust that God is with you through every step of the journey. The love of God is powerful, transformative, and unstoppable. And it is through His love that your family will rise to new heights. This is more than a moment, it's a movement. You are not just enduring this season, you are evolving through it. God's love is the fire that refines, but also the shelter that protects. Zephaniah 3:17 declares, "The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. In His love, He will no longer rebuke you, but will rejoice over you with singing." That's how intimate His love is. He sings over you. This is the time for your family to experience a collective breakthrough, one that will shake the very foundations of what you once believed possible. The love of God will bring healing, reconciliation, and prosperity in ways that will leave you in awe. God's love is not limited by circumstances. No matter how broken your family may feel, no matter how distant or fractured the relationships may seem, God's love is the glue that will bind it all together. Have you considered that the healing your family needs might not come through counseling or long conversations, but through one moment of divine love touching every heart at once? God's love works in silence and in storms. It rebuilds without making noise. It reconciles without needing repayment. The family that once felt disconnected will suddenly feel drawn together again, and not by force, but by the warmth of something eternal. That's the power of His love. It's the true breakthrough, not just in finances, but in faith. Not just in reconciliation, but in resurrection. Through His divine love, your family will rise to greater heights. Hearts will be healed, relationships restored, and unity will be established. This unstoppable rise is not just about material blessings. It's about the transformation of hearts and minds. Your family will be lifted up by the power of God's love, and together you will walk into a future filled with promise, peace, and prosperity. Chosen one, there will be moments when your family does not believe in what you are saying, in the calling you have received. They may question your choices, your path, and even your faith. But remember this: God's plan is always bigger than their doubts. Even if they do not believe now, trust that the transformation He is bringing to your life will eventually open their eyes and soften their hearts. Have you ever felt the sting of being misunderstood by those you love most? Have you wrestled with the ache of seeing their eyes full of confusion rather than support? You are not alone. The chosen are often doubted before they are celebrated. But their story never ends in rejection. It ends in revelation. Just as Mary, the mother of Jesus, was misunderstood when she received divine news, you too are carrying something holy that others may not yet comprehend. Luke 1:38 reminds us of her faith. "I am the Lord's servant," Mary answered. "May your word to me be fulfilled." That same surrender is required of you. You don't need to explain what God has already confirmed in your spirit. You only need to walk in it. The transformation ahead will speak louder than your words ever could. You are not called to convince, only to remain consistent. And when the time is right, even the hardest hearts will turn. It's not your job to convince them. Your job is to trust and remain faithful to the path God has set before you. God knows what He is doing, and He will use your faithfulness to bring about a change in your family's lives that will astonish them. Chosen one, how do you keep walking when your own family questions your steps? How do you remain faithful when even your love is met with suspicion? You do what Noah did, build anyway. Hebrews 11:7 says, "By faith Noah, when warned about things not yet seen, in holy fear built an ark to save his family. He built even when others laughed, and when the rain came, they understood." Your obedience is the ark. Your discipline is the blueprint. Every time you pray in silence, forgive without applause, or remain steady in storms, you're laying another board of protection over your family's future. The same God who gave you the assignment will sustain you through the process, because what you're carrying is bigger than today. This truth echoes in the journey of Misty Copeland, who was told she didn't have the right body for ballet. She persevered silently, and now she is the first African-American female principal dancer at the American Ballet Theatre. Her legacy was not built through validation. It was forged in faith. Like her, your story will eventually demand recognition, not by words, but by the undeniable evidence of God's work. The transformation is near, and those who doubted you will soon be the ones standing beside you, amazed at what God has done. Stay strong in your belief, even when others question you. Trust in God's plan, and know that His timing is perfect. Are you ready for the moment when the very people who ignored your vision come to ask, "How did you know?" This is the season where God will vindicate you, not through vengeance, but through visible favor. 1 Peter 5:6 declares, "Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that He may lift you up in due time." That time is approaching swiftly. Dr. Ben Carson, once labeled as a problem student with little potential, was raised by a single mother who never stopped believing. He would later become one of the world's most renowned neurosurgeons. His rise was God-ordained, not man-approved. Likewise, your rise will confound logic and confirm your calling. The transformation that is coming will be undeniable, and your family will soon see the truth of what you've been called to do. This is not just about the present, it's about the legacy you are building for future generations. The blessings you're about to receive are not just for you, but for your entire family, for your descendants, and for the generations to come. Chosen one, have you ever felt the weight of knowing your decisions now are shaping destinies you will never meet? That's because they are. What you're building is not temporary, it's generational. Psalm 112:2 says, "Their children will be mighty in the land. The generation of the upright will be blessed." This is not a one-time miracle, it's a ripple effect of faith. As you remain faithful in your walk, the path becomes clearer for those who follow behind you. The prayers you pray today are opening doors your children won't have to knock on. The trauma you're healing from is breaking chains they'll never have to carry. Look to someone like Fred Shuttlesworth, a civil rights leader often overshadowed by others in history books. Yet his quiet leadership, his faith, and his unshakable resolve helped birth a national movement. His legacy still touches lives, even decades later. You too are building something that will outlive you. Chosen one, your legacy is being shaped by every decision, every prayer, and every step of faith. As you walk in alignment with God's will, you are laying a foundation for your family that will stand the test of time. What will your descendants say about your faith? Will they say you folded when it got hard, or that you flourished under fire? Because right now, heaven is recording your steps, and God is weaving something eternal into your legacy. Isaiah 58:12 declares, "Your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the age-old foundations. You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings." That's who you are, a restorer, a rebuilder, a revolutionary within your own family line. The transformation your family is about to experience will leave them with no choice but to trust in God's favor upon your life. As the blessings begin to unfold, the doubt will vanish, replaced by a firm belief in God's power and His plan. How powerful will it be when the doubters become the believers, when skeptics begin to pray, when old arguments are replaced by moments of praise? You're entering a season where even silence will be sacred, because your testimony will be unfolding in real time. This is a time of great transition for your family, and it will be a journey from skepticism to trust. The process may not be immediate. There may be moments when your family members still question the changes they see. But as God's favor continues to pour out, their trust will grow. You are not just witnessing a transition, you are facilitating it. The discomfort is part of the detox. As God's light exposes hidden wounds, emotions may rise, resistance may come, but stay anchored. Philippians 1:6 reassures us, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." They will begin to see the fruits of God's blessings in your life and in theirs, and they will start to understand the depth of what you've been telling them all along. Chosen one, you've planted faithfully, you've waited patiently. Now comes the harvest, and this harvest will not be quiet. It will be abundant, overwhelming, and deeply personal. Watch as the hearts of your family are transformed. What began as doubt will turn into an unshakable trust in God's plan and in His power to bring about miracles. You're about to witness the most beautiful miracle of all, not just the change of circumstances, but the change of hearts. This is the beginning of a new season for you and your family, a season where trust replaces doubt and where God's favor reigns supreme. The former things are passing away, the shadows are being replaced by light, and your family's story will now read like a testimony. The change that is coming to your family will not just affect you and your loved ones. It will be so profound, so miraculous, that it will leave society at large in complete disbelief. What if your breakthrough wasn't just for your family, but for your entire generation? What if the story of your transformation becomes the spark for others to believe again? The transformation your family is about to undergo will be visible to all. People will look at you and wonder how such a dramatic shift is even possible. Chosen one, when this shift occurs, it will not only affect your family's material circumstances, it will transform your hearts, your relationships, and your understanding of God's love. Your family will experience a healing that goes deeper than surface-level changes. It will be a total overhaul that touches the very core of who they are. Have you ever longed for a change that went beyond what the eye could see? Have you cried out for healing that touches not just situations, but the soul? This is that moment. God is not just fixing what's broken on the outside. He's restoring what's been buried on the inside. Hearts hardened by disappointment, relationships frayed by silence, and dreams left behind due to years of pain. Ezekiel 37:14 speaks directly to this coming shift. I will put my spirit in you and you will live, and I will settle you in your own land. This is not a small restoration, it's resurrection. The dry bones of your family's past are about to rise into a living, breathing testimony. We saw something similar in the life of gospel artist Travis Green. Pronounced dead at birth, his mother refused to accept the report. Not only did he survive, but he went on to use his voice to bring millions to Christ. His life became a miracle in motion. A family turned into a ministry. The same God who breathed into his story is now breathing into yours. Prepare for the shock of your life as God reveals the depth of his plans for your family. It will be a season of renewal, restoration, and a powerful revelation of God's love. The transformation will not be a simple change. It will be a radical, life-altering shift that will leave you with a deep sense of awe and gratitude. Chosen one, have you ever wondered what it feels like when God exceeds your wildest hopes, when his goodness shows up not in theory, but in thunderous reality? You are about to find out. God is revealing a plan that has been hidden in plain sight, a plan that will make every tear you've cried suddenly make sense. Isaiah 43:19 affirms this truth. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? You're not stepping into improvement, you're stepping into newness. This season won't just change what your family has, it will change who they are. You are standing on the edge of a divine shift, much like Viola Davis when she became the first African-American woman to win the Triple Crown of acting. Her triumph wasn't just a win for her, it broke open a new way for others. Like her, your breakthrough is going to open doors for those you love to finally walk into healing, identity, and legacy. As God's blessings and miracles unfold in your life, you must remain in a posture of readiness. The miracles that are about to come will be so extraordinary that they will leave your family speechless. These are not just ordinary blessings. They are divine, supernatural interventions that will change everything. Have you prepared your heart for the kind of miracles that leave doctors confused, relationships healed overnight, and finances restored in ways that numbers can't explain? These miracles are not small. They are God's signature, unmistakable, undeniable, unexplainable. Psalm 126:1 says it best. When the Lord restored the fortunes of Zion, we were like those who dreamed. You're about to live in the dream you once only prayed for. And your family? They're about to witness the impossible become the new normal. Your family will experience miracles in ways they never thought possible, and it's important to prepare them for what's to come. Miracles are not just about big dramatic events. They can come in the form of subtle yet life-changing moments that transform your family's hearts and minds. Chosen one, do you realize that even a whispered prayer at your kitchen table can open heaven's windows? That a conversation laced with grace can heal years of hurt? Miracles don't always roar. Sometimes they whisper, and yet they shift the course of generations. Consider Fred Hammond, whose gospel music has touched millions. After surviving COVID-19, his healing became a testimony of God's subtle but sovereign hand. He didn't just recover physically, his message gained even more power. The same kind of quiet but deep transformation is about to stir within your family. You may see financial breakthroughs, sudden healing, reconciliation in broken relationships, or the restoration of peace in your home. These miracles are the result of God's love and his desire to bless your family abundantly. They will not just impact you, they will impact everyone who witnesses them. Romans 15:13 reminds us, "May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him." This joy and peace are not just spiritual gifts, they will manifest physically. Bills paid, diseases reversed, years of silence turned into nights of laughter. It will be holistic healing. And people will watch. Neighbors, co-workers, even estranged relatives will witness God's favor wrapped around your family like armor. It will draw others toward the one behind it all. Tell your family to brace themselves for the miracles that are on the way. God's divine plan is being set into motion, and these miracles are a part of the destiny He has for you and your loved ones. Have you warned them, not with fear, but with holy anticipation? Have you looked them in the eye and said, "Get ready, something is about to shift," because the movement of heaven has already begun, and when it reaches your household, it won't knock, it will break through. The days ahead will redefine everything for your family. This is not a time to wait or delay. The destiny God has for your family is unfolding now, and it's important to act with urgency. This isn't just a turning point, it's a divine pivot. Acts 3:19 says, "Repent then and turn to God, so that your sins may be wiped out, that times of refreshing may come from the Lord." This refreshing isn't just spiritual, it's generational. You are standing at the threshold of something incredible. The opportunities that are about to unfold will forever change the course of your family's life. Chosen one, you're no longer waiting, you're entering. The gates are open, and what comes next will not just touch your story, it will transform your legacy. Prepare yourself, prepare your family, and be ready to embrace the fullness of what God has promised. The coming days will be a time of divine acceleration. What would have taken years will happen in an instant. The Spirit of the Lord is speeding things up. 2 Peter 3:9 reminds us, "The Lord is not slow in keeping His promise, as some understand slowness. He's never late, He's perfectly timed." And now is the moment when heaven meets your timeline. Your family's destiny is about to shift in the most profound way, and the future that awaits you is filled with abundance, peace, and the fulfillment of God's promises. So ask yourself, am I ready for the promises I've prayed for? Am I prepared to receive what I once only hoped might come? Don't wait. The time to act is now. Embrace what's coming and watch as your family's life is forever changed for the better. This isn't a warning, it's an invitation, and it's time to RSVP with your whole heart. There are moments in life that are truly transformative, moments when God's divine timing aligns perfectly with His promises for you and your family. That moment is now. The alignment is here. Heaven has opened its hand. The season of waiting is ending, and the season of witnessing is beginning. The blessings that are about to unfold will be unlike anything you have experienced before. These blessings will not be just a simple touch of grace. They will be monumental, life-changing, and soul-stirring in ways that will leave everyone in awe. Chosen one, from rejection to respect, God is about to elevate you in ways that will leave no room for doubt. Your family will see firsthand how your faith, perseverance, and trust in God have led you to a place of unstoppable success. What seemed like setbacks and rejection in the past was simply God's way of preparing you for the greatness that is now unfolding. Have you ever wondered why the path was so painful, why the people closest to you didn't understand the weight you carried? It's because what God was building in you required isolation, misunderstanding, and endurance. The rejection wasn't rejection, it was redirection. Genesis 41:52 reveals Joseph's reflection after his rise. God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering. That is the testimony forming in your life. The very places you were once mocked will become the altars where God's glory will be revealed. Think about Chadwick Boseman. Before the world knew him as Black Panther, he endured years of rejection, obscurity, and quiet preparation. But when his moment came, the impact was global. You too are about to step into a moment so big, even those who dismissed you will marvel at what God has done through you. The obstacles you faced were not roadblocks, they were stepping stones, each one taking you closer to your destiny. And now, as your family watches your rise, they will realize that what once seemed impossible is happening right before their eyes. Chosen one, have you noticed that every struggle, every disappointment has built something inside you that wasn't there before? Those were not random moments, they were spiritual training grounds. Every no refined your character. Every delay built your endurance. Romans 5:3-4 explains this divine process. We glory in tribulations also, knowing that tribulation worketh patience, and patience experience, and experience hope. You didn't survive all of that pain for nothing. You survived so that when the rise comes, you'll have the strength to carry the weight of the blessing. Consider how Tabitha Brown, after years of obscurity and financial strain, suddenly became a viral sensation. Her humility, peace, and message of love resonated with millions. Her success wasn't rushed. It was built brick by brick through hidden seasons. Yours has been too. Your journey has been one of perseverance. But now the fruits of your labor will be undeniable. Your family will witness your transformation in every area of your life. The success, the peace, the joy that you experience will overflow and touch everyone around you. Have you prepared yourself for the overflow? Because what's coming is not just for you, it's going to flood through you. Your transformation will not be something you explain. It will be something people see, feel, and benefit from. Proverbs 10:22 declares, "The blessing of the Lord makes one rich, and he adds no sorrow with it." This isn't just about material wealth. It's about a wealth of peace, purpose, and presence. Your family will look at you and see what favor looks like when it's lived out loud. This is the moment when your family will no longer doubt you or your faith. Instead, they will respect you, admire your resilience, and begin to understand the power of God's hand in your life. Prepare for your rise to be undeniable. The shift is coming quickly, chosen one. And when it arrives, it will silence every lingering doubt. Your rise will speak louder than any explanation ever could. As you step into this new season of blessings and success, your family will see the incredible transformation that only God could have orchestrated. From rejection to respect, your family will now see the truth of your divine purpose unfold before their very eyes. Oprah Winfrey was fired from her first television job and told she was unfit for TV. But what the world rejected, God redirected, and now she is one of the most influential voices globally. Her story proves what seems like failure is often a setup for favor. There is a moment in every person's life when everything changes. The moment when the dreams you've held for so long finally come to fruition for you and your family. That moment is here. God's blessing is about to overwhelm your family in ways that will leave you speechless. Are you ready to see the dream fulfilled? Not partially, but fully. Are you prepared to walk in everything you once only imagined? Because the appointed time is now. Habakkuk 2:3 reminds us, "Though the vision tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry." God doesn't break promises. He fulfills them at the exact moment they carry the most impact. The long wait is over, and now His favor will pour out like a flood. This moment is not just about material blessings. It's about a complete transformation that will affect every area of your family's life. This is divine saturation. God isn't doing small miracles. He's flooding your family with redemption and favor. As this moment unfolds, your family will experience a shift in their hearts, their attitudes, and their perspectives. They will begin to see the hand of God at work in ways they have never seen before. Expect tears, expect silence, expect awe. The transformation will hit not just their eyes, but their hearts. Be ready for this overwhelming blessing, for it will be more than just an answer to prayer. It will be a divine outpouring that brings peace, prosperity, love, and restoration. You're not just receiving the answer, you're becoming the fulfillment of generations of intercession. Someone in your lineage prayed for what you're about to walk into. A divine awakening is coming to your family, and it will bring with it an outpouring of God's favor like never before. The time for spiritual and material blessings has arrived. Zechariah 10:1 declares, "Ask ye of the Lord rain in the time of the latter rain." This is your latter rain season, where what was delayed is now delivered, and what was hindered is now hurried. The eyes of your family will be open to the incredible favor that God has already prepared for them. And they won't just observe it, they'll receive it. Whether it's in finances, health, or relationships, God is about to bring an incredible transformation. This divine favor will be so visible and undeniable that it will cause everyone in your family to stand in awe of His grace and mercy. It won't just be something they hear about. It will be something they experience. Their lives will become living proof of what happens when one person in the family dares to believe. This awakening is not just a change of circumstances. It is a spiritual awakening that will cause your family to walk in greater faith, peace, and purpose. And you will lead them, not by force but by fruit. God's favor is not temporary. It is an everlasting gift that will continue to pour out on your family for generations to come. What begins with you will not end with you. It will ripple for decades, even centuries. The breakthrough you've been waiting for is closer than you think. You have waited, prayed, and believed for this moment, and now the impossible is about to happen. You were never crazy. You were chosen, and now everything is aligning. God is about to move in a way that defies logic, expectations, and every barrier that has stood in your way. Your family will witness the miraculous power of God in ways that will leave them in awe and wonder. And the same mouths that once questioned will now worship. Prepare for your family's transformation to be swift and powerful. This breakthrough will come at just the right time, and it will usher in a season of abundance, peace, and prosperity. This is the kind of blessing that won't need to be announced. It will be evident in your presence, your peace, and your progress. Beloved chosen one, as we come to the close of this divine message, I want you to remember that God's timing is never early and never late. It is always perfect. Everything you've endured, every moment of silence, every unanswered prayer, every step you've taken in faith has been part of a divine setup for a supernatural breakthrough. What once felt impossible is about to become your lived reality. The restoration you've prayed for is already unfolding, and the shift you've long anticipated is now nearer than ever. Your family has walked through seasons of pain, confusion, and brokenness, but those chapters are not the end of your story. God is moving to bring healing in the deepest places, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. He is not just patching up what's been damaged, He is completely restoring what was once lost. The forgiveness you thought would never come, the reconciliation you thought was out of reach, and the joy you haven't felt in years. These are all part of the divine restoration that is taking place now. God's promise to restore your family is not based on your perfection, but on His grace. No mistake is too great, no wound too deep, no history too fractured. His grace is sufficient. As this restoration continues to unfold, you will begin to witness the impossible, a mending of relationships, an awakening of faith, and a renewed sense of peace settling into your home. What was once a source of pain will soon be a testimony of God's power and mercy. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Your time, your attention, and your openness to receive what God is saying have not gone unnoticed. Whether you've followed this series from the start or are just joining now, I am deeply grateful that our paths have crossed in this divine moment. It is no accident that you found this message. It is a confirmation that you are indeed one of God's chosen ones, set apart for such a time as this. If this message has touched your heart and you feel led to support this work, you can do so through Super Thanks. Every gift, no matter the amount, helps us continue sharing messages that bring healing, clarity, and encouragement to chosen ones around the world. But please know this from the bottom of my heart. Whether you donate or not, I am truly thankful for your presence. Your support through prayer, engagement, and simply listening means everything. Your faith is the most powerful offering you bring. As we end, I speak blessings over you and your family. May peace flow into your home like a river. May divine favor follow you into every room you walk into. May healing settle into every conversation, every memory, every bond. And may the Lord elevate you in such a way that those who once doubted will have no choice but to witness and believe. Your rise is not just for you. It is for every soul connected to your name. Get ready. The restoration has already begun, and your family's transformation will soon be undeniable.